Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. 1.1. The kind of trip I thought I understood. I took that trip in the first week of April, which in that part of Washington means winter is mostly gone in theory and absolutely not gone in practice. Down near the highway, it felt like spring had made a decent argument for itself. The grass along the shoulders had started greening up. There were damp patches of sunlight on the roofs of barns and equipment sheds. You could almost believe the cold was behind you if you stayed low enough and kept moving. Up in the forest roads, that was a different story. At 26, I still had the kind of confidence that comes from getting away with a lot of small bad decisions and mistaking that for competence. I was not reckless, at least not in the way people use that word when they mean stupid. I carried repair tools. I checked weather before I left. I let one person know roughly where I was headed. I had food, water, a sleep system, and more layers than I usually admitted to packing. I was the kind of guy who liked saying things like, "I know my limits," and back then, I even believed it. The truth was simpler. I liked being alone in places big enough to swallow noise. That was the reason for the trip more than anything noble. I had been working too much, sleeping badly, and carrying around the kind of low-grade anger that doesn't explode so much as settle into your joints. Every conversation felt like one more thing I had to stand inside and wait out. Every screen I looked at made me feel more tired than the last one. The ride was supposed to scrape all that off me. 2 days on forest roads, one cold night out, maybe a little rain, maybe some old snow higher up if I got lucky. Enough discomfort to make the rest of life seem smaller when I came back down. I had done solo trips before. Short ones, overnight loops. Long day rides where I pushed farther than I should have and came home with cramped legs and chain grease on my calves. I liked the rhythm of it, the steady little bargain between your body and the terrain. You suffer a bit. You move forward. The country opens itself 1 mile at a time. No meetings, no calls, no one asking anything of you. Just the sound of your own effort and the occasional reminder that if something goes wrong out there, it is yours to solve. The bike I took was an old hardtail I'd owned long enough to stop noticing how ugly it was. Flat black frame, chipped in a dozen places, with one pedal that clicked no matter what I did to it. The front fork was a little softer than I liked, and the rear wheel had a faint wobble under load. But it was dependable in the way a lot of older gear is dependable, not because it's in good shape, but because you know exactly what kind of trouble it tends to make. I had a patched frame bag strapped into the triangle, the fabric shiny at the seams where I'd sewn it up the previous fall. Behind the bike, I was towing a used child trailer I'd picked up cheap from a guy in Eugene who swore he'd only used it twice. It was red once. Probably bright enough for suburban crosswalks and park paths. But by the time I got it, the fabric had gone dull, and the plastic windows had that cloudy, scuffed look old motorcycle visors get. It pulled uneven on climbs and rattled on washboard roads. I knew that already. I also knew I could fit more gear in it than I could reasonably carry on the bike itself, which meant I could stretch farther into the hills without having to wear a backpack that would soak my shirt and make my shoulders ache. The load in the trailer was packed carefully and still never felt balanced. Sleeping bag, tent, repair kit, extra food, spare socks in a dry bag, little stove, fuel canister, first aid kit, and the revolver my father had insisted I carry after a cougar wandered too close to his camp one year in eastern Oregon. The thing weighed more than I wanted it to. and I almost left it at home. I could still hear his response to that in my head. "You don't carry a gun because you expect to need it," he'd told me. "You carry it because if you do need it, it'll be too late to regret not bringing it." My father had a way of talking that made every piece of advice sound like the end of a story he'd already survived. He was not a dramatic man. That made the things he said harder to ignore. Two of his rules had stayed with me long after I moved out and started pretending I had outgrown being told what to do. Never trust mountain weather. Never trust your first sense of direction after you realize you're lost. He said the second one the way other men talked about bad knees or old divorces, like it had cost him something once, and that was enough. I stopped for gas station coffee in a town small enough that I don't remember if it technically counted as one. The kind of place with one blinking traffic light, a shuttered repair shop, and an American flag hanging limp in damp morning air. The store sat at the edge of the highway with two old pumps out front and a hand-painted sign advertising ice, propane, and fishing licenses. My trailer wheels crackled over gravel as I rolled up. I remember that sound now because it was one of the last ordinary sounds in the story. Inside, it smelled like burnt coffee, fryer oil that had outlived its moral right to exist, and wet cardboard. There was a rotating rack of windshield fluid by the door and a shelf of snack cakes so old the plastic wrappers looked tired. I got a black coffee and one of those triangular breakfast sandwiches in the cooler that always taste vaguely like salt and paper even when they're hot. Mine was still cold in the middle. I ate half of it anyway, standing by the window and looking out at the flat gray morning while a woman behind the register counted scratch-offs. She was maybe in her late 50s, with reading glasses on a chain and a sweatshirt from a logging company I recognized by name but not by sight. She glanced past me at the bike and trailer outside. "You heading up there with that thing?" she asked, "just for the night." She looked out the window a second longer, not at me this time but at the low clouds snagged against the hills. Might turn ugly higher up. I smiled the way people do when they want to signal that they have heard the warning without agreeing to be warned. I checked the weather. "That don't mean much in those roads." She said it flatly, without attitude, not trying to scare me, just stating a property of the world. Then she rang up the sandwich and the coffee and asked if I wanted the receipt. I said no. I almost wish I'd kept it. It would be nice to have something as small and stupid as that to pin the morning to. When I stepped back outside, the cold hit differently than it had when I first arrived. Not stronger, cleaner. It carried the smell of wet fir bark and diesel from a logging truck that had gone through not long before. I stood there a moment, drinking the coffee while it was still bad in a comforting way, watching the steam come off the lid. I remember feeling good, not ecstatic, not triumphant, just quietly satisfied in the way I always felt at the threshold of a solo trip, when the day still belonged to possibility and all my mistakes were hypothetical. That feeling stayed with me for the first several miles. The pavement gave way to gravel, then to rougher gravel, then to the kind of forest road surface that always looks smoother from a distance than it feels under your tires. Every bump made the trailer chatter and the chain whisper across the cassette. The world narrowed into useful details: cadence, traction, breath. The road tilted upward in long, patient grades through second-growth timber and cuts where the hillsides had been shaved open years earlier. Here and there, the land still showed the old violence of logging raw-looking scars on slopes, drainage ditches carved deep, stacks of slash gone silver with weather. Then the forest would close again, and everything would soften into trunks, ferns, wet moss, and the drip, drip, drip of water falling from high branches long after the last rain had moved on. That is one of the things I remember most clearly, the smell of wet cedar. Not just wood, but that cold, green rot and resin smell that lives in the bark after rain. I would catch it strongest in shaded sections where the road bent away from what little daylight there was. Old snow lingered in those places too, tucked into ditches and under the north sides of embankments, gray at the edges where gravel had been thrown up over it. Not enough to matter, not enough to worry me, just enough to remind me I wasn't riding into spring so much as negotiating with winter. There was almost no traffic. I saw one pickup in the first hour after leaving the highway, and after that, nothing moving. A few old tire tracks hardened into the mud and pullouts and soft shoulders, but none fresh enough to shine with water or crumble at the edges. It gave the whole place that strange, half-abandoned feeling remote roads get, where human use is obvious, but human presence isn't. You can see where people have been without seeing any sign they are there now. I checked my phone more than I needed to. Not because I expected service, but because the map still worked as a false reassurance. Some of the roads were marked, some weren't. Some appeared on the screen only after I was already on them, ghosting into existence as faint lines through green terrain. I told myself that was normal. Old service routes, logging spurs, dead-end access cuts. Those maps were never reliable once you got far enough from maintained roads. It still nagged at me. Around midday, I came to a gate hanging open across a side road that should probably have been closed. One hinge was pulled slightly crooked, and the chain draped from it had a rusted padlock hanging uselessly from one loop. The road beyond it climbed into darker timber. I stopped just long enough to drink water and look at it. There was nothing dramatic about the gate. No warning sign, no fresh damage. It was only open in a way that felt careless where I expected intention. I remember thinking somebody from the Forest Service or a timber company probably forgot to secure it. Then I kept going. A little later, I passed a road sign peppered with holes. At first glance, I thought rust. Then I rolled closer and saw the ragged edges punched clean through the metal. Bullet holes, almost certainly. Though I still remember the small unwillingness in me that wanted them to be anything else. People shoot signs in the woods. That part isn't special. It's ugly and stupid and common, but something about the pattern bothered me. Too many clustered low, as if somebody had stood closer than necessary and kept firing after the sign stopped being a sign. That was the kind of detail the day offered then. Nothing I could justify turning around for. Nothing that rose above the ordinary meanness and neglect people leave in isolated places. Just enough little abrasions to keep the scenery from feeling completely innocent. Even so, I was happy. That is the part I have to keep returning to when I tell it. Because otherwise, people imagine I started the trip with some buried sense of doom. I didn't. I felt strong. The bike was handling well enough. My legs were good. The cold was manageable. The weak daylight filtering through cloud made everything look clean and quiet, as if the whole mountain had agreed to hold still for me. I liked the sound of the trailer behind me. I liked the ache beginning to settle into my thighs. I liked being so far from anything that the only clock I had was the angle of the road, the light in the trees, and the distance I thought I still had left. It was supposed to be hard, but manageable. That was the frame I kept everything in. If a climb felt longer than expected, it was manageable. If the road surface got rough, manageable. If the map didn't line up perfectly, manageable. I had enough food, enough layers, enough daylight to sort it out. I missed the turn sometime after 1 in the afternoon. I didn't know it immediately. That was part of the problem. The junction itself wasn't dramatic, just one road bending off another through timber with no useful signage, and enough mud churned at the meeting point to make both directions look traveled once upon a time. I chose the line that made sense based on the slope, the map, and the direction I believed I had been heading. It felt right in the moment, which I later understood was exactly why it was dangerous. Maybe 20 minutes went by before the road started looking less familiar than I thought it should. The grade changed. The drainage on the left side was deeper. The timber thickened in a way that didn't match the route I had pictured. I coasted to a stop, breathing steam, 1 foot down in wet gravel. I pulled out my phone and stared at the screen as if the map might improve from being doubted hard enough. No service, of course. Just that pale little blue dot and a web of roads that somehow managed to be both too detailed and not detailed enough. I looked back the way I'd come, looked ahead, listened. Nothing but water dripping from branches and the metal tick of my cooling brake rotor. I remember thinking, very calmly, that I had probably taken the wrong fork and would reconnect to the main line farther on. It wasn't panic, not even close. Just a brief recalculation. The kind of thing you expect on roads like that. The kind of thing a person like me was supposed to handle. So I put the phone away, shifted my weight back onto the saddle, and kept going. 1.2, the wrong road. For a while after that, I kept riding under the assumption that the mistake would correct itself. That is one of the dumbest and most ordinary things a person can do in the backcountry. Not panic, not scream, not make some movie version disaster choice. Just keep going, because admitting you are properly off route would force a whole second set of decisions you do not feel like making yet. It is amazing how far you can travel on that kind of laziness, especially when you dress it up as confidence. At first, the road only felt slightly wrong. It got narrower in a way I noticed more through the bike than through my eyes. The trailer started tugging harder over ruts. The gravel changed texture, thinning out in patches where the underlying dirt pushed through slick and dark. Water bars cut across at awkward angles, sharper than the maintained ones lower down, and I had to rise off the saddle more often to keep the rear wheel from bucking. Brush leaned closer to the road edge too. Not enough to scratch my legs yet, but enough to suggest fewer trucks had come through recently. The whole surface had that tired look roads get when they are still technically passable, but no longer belong to anyone's daily concerns. I stopped once at a bend where the trees opened enough for me to see across a cut slope and into another fold of hills. Gray sky above, timber below. Long old logging scars crossing the land in lines too straight to be natural and too softened by regrowth to look recent. I took out my phone and zoomed in on the map until the roads turned into thin, pale threads and the labels disappeared. The blue dot sat exactly where it always does when you need it to mean more than it means. I tried to match what I was seeing to the screen, that ridge, that drainage, that curve. Maybe I had drifted onto a parallel spur that would rejoin the route farther east. Maybe the map was missing a connector. Maybe the angle of the slope was throwing me off. I had enough experience to know forest roads rarely looked as clean in real life as they do on a map. Lines that seem obvious from above become confused in the trees. Distances stretch, drainages multiply. Everything repeats itself just enough to make false certainty easy. No service, obviously. I held the phone up once anyway, as if a bar might appear out of pity. Nothing. I put it away and drank a little water. Less than I wanted. I was not worried yet. I was still in that practical headspace where every problem has the shape of a list. Distance, time, elevation, food, water. If you can name the pieces, you can usually manage the whole, so I kept riding. The road steepened, then flattened, then broke apart around a washed-out culvert that forced me off the bike. One side of the road had slumped inward, where runoff had eaten under it, leaving a jagged drop into a ditch full of broken rock, branches, and brown rushing water. The culvert itself was still there, but one end of it had partially collapsed, and the fill above it looked chewed through. I had to walk the bike and trailer over the intact side, one hand on the bars, one on the trailer frame, boots slipping in wet mud while the creek below made that fast. Cold sound mountain water makes when it has somewhere urgent to be. Halfway across, I looked down into the wash and saw a bright piece of plastic caught in the brush. Red, torn. Not important enough to mean anything on its own. Just trash or old flagging tape or part of somebody's gear that got away from them months ago. Still, I stared at it longer than I needed to, then kept moving. On the far side, the road surface changed again. Less gravel, more exposed stone and compacted dirt with old tire impressions hardened into it. I saw tracks here and there, but nothing fresh enough to shine wet or slump at the edges. The recent rain had blurred most of them into anonymous shapes. Whatever vehicles had used that stretch had not done so today. Maybe not this week. The afternoon went on like that, one inconvenience after another, each small enough to explain, all of them together forming a pattern I did not want to name yet. I came to an abandoned pullout around 3, maybe a little after. I did not check the time right away because by then I was trying not to keep doing that. The place looked like it had once been used by hunters or workers. Flat-packed earth just off the road, ringed by alder saplings and young fir. There was an old blackened patch where someone had built a fire directly on the ground. A rusted food can half collapsed into the dirt, and 3 beer cans faded almost silver from weather. One of them still held enough shape that I could tell it was some cheap domestic brand. The tab was gone. Rainwater had filled it almost to the lip, and a skin of pine needles floated on top. I stopped there to eat the rest of the breakfast sandwich I had shoved back into my frame bag, which had somehow gotten more unpleasant with time. The bread was clammy. The cheese had taken on the texture of something synthetic trying to imitate food. I ate it anyway because calories were still calories. Then I stood in the quiet, chewing too long, looking at the empty pullout as if it might tell me how often people came through that road now. That was when I first had the clear thought that I might need to turn around. Not because I was in immediate danger, not because anything dramatic had happened, just because too many of my assumptions were beginning to cost me distance. I took the phone out again. The battery was still good. The map was still useless in exactly the same way. I traced back mentally to where I thought I had made the wrong choice. If I turned around now, I would lose at least an hour, maybe more if I had to walk sections. Then there was the question of whether I would even recognize the correct fork with any more confidence the second time. Daylight was still decent, but it had that washed-out quality that tells you the afternoon is farther gone than you want it to be. I did not like the idea of spending the best remaining light undoing progress. So I made the choice most people make when the road ahead is uncertain and the road behind is expensive. I pressed forward. I remember the exact emotion attached to that decision because it embarrasses me now. Not fear, not stubbornness exactly. Something cheaper. A reluctance to lose what I had already put into the day. The same instinct that makes people stay in bad lines, bad jobs, bad conversations. I had come this far. The route had to resolve soon. There was no point panicking over a navigational problem that still felt small enough to be temporary. A little farther on, I passed a stretch where branches had been laid along one edge of the road in a way that looked casual from a distance and deliberate up close. Not a barricade. Nothing dramatic like that. Just cut limbs and deadfall arranged in a loose line along the downhill shoulder for maybe 20 or 30 feet. Some were old and gray. Some still showed pale wood where they had been snapped or sawn. They did not block anything. If anything, they marked a boundary, maybe, or erosion control, or somebody cleaning up and then stopping halfway through. I did what people always do with things that don't fit cleanly into a threat category. I came up with normal explanations until one of them felt sufficient. Even while doing that, I kept looking into the trees above the road. The oddest thing about that whole afternoon, before anything openly wrong happened, was the way the place kept failing to do what I expected of it. Forests are not silent. Not really. Even when they seem quiet, there is usually a shape to the noise: water ticking in ditches, wind rubbing high branches together, distant bird calls, some small movement in the understory, your own tires crackling through gravel. You notice the pattern without naming it, and because of that, you also notice when the pattern frays. There was one stretch, maybe a quarter-mile long, where everything went so still it made me ease off pedaling without realizing I had done it. No birds, no insects, no creaking limbs. The treetops were moving. I could see that if I looked up. The upper branches swayed against the gray sky in a slow, restless way. But down where I was, near the road, there was almost no wind at all. No corresponding sound. No soft rush through needles. No stir in the wet brush at the shoulders. It was like the mountain had separated into layers, and only the upper one was still alive. I coasted part of that section with my feet level on the pedals, listening hard enough to hear my own breath inside my jacket collar. Then the sound came back all at once, not as one thing, but as several ordinary things returning together. Water somewhere off to the left. The trailer wheel rattling over stone. A branch ticking lightly against another branch. Nothing to justify the cold sensation that had gone through me while the silence held. I told myself exactly what any sane person would tell himself. Solo trip nerves. Too much time alone inside my own head. The kind of low-level vigilance that starts to feed on itself when you are tired enough and far enough from other people. I had felt versions of it before on other trips, usually at dusk or after a bad patch of weather. You begin mistaking your own attention for an external presence. Every pause seems intentional. Every shape in the trees feels like it might sharpen if you look at it too long. That explanation worked for me for another half hour. Then the smell started. It came and went so lightly at first I thought I was imagining it. A thread of odor crossing the road and then disappearing before I could place it. Not skunk. Not wet dog. Not the mineral smell of fresh mud or cold runoff. Something sweeter and fouler at the same time. Rot, maybe, but not the broad, swampy kind. Narrower than that. Concentrated. Like something opened and then hidden again. I stopped once and stood with one foot down, turning my head slightly as though smell worked better if you listened for it. Nothing. Just wet cedar, damp earth, the faint metallic scent of my own bike chain after hours of road grit. I rode on. 50 yards later, the odor touched the air again and slipped away. That was when I became aware of feeling watched. Not in a dramatic way, Not the kind that makes you spin around or reach for a weapon. It was more like the discomfort of realizing a stranger has been looking at you in a store for longer than seems normal. Except there was no one visible, and no single direction it came from. The road felt too exposed in some places, and too enclosed in others. The trees uphill stood close enough together to make long sight lines impossible. The cuts and gullies downhill created their own blind pockets. Every curve withheld the next piece of road until you were already committed to it. I hated how quickly my thoughts adapted around that feeling while pretending not to believe it. I started checking behind me more often under the excuse of making sure the trailer was tracking well. I listened for engines that never came. I found myself watching the soft shoulders for fresh footprints, even though I knew rain and road conditions would have erased most of them anyway. When I stopped to drink, I did it standing instead of sitting, head up the whole time. The rational part of me kept insisting there was no evidence of another person anywhere nearby. The less rational part noted how eagerly I was inventorying places a person could hide. Still, I remained outwardly calm. That is important. I did not unravel. I did not suddenly become helpless. What changed was subtler and maybe worse. My confidence began to acquire a cost. Every mile I continued riding without certainty made the next decision heavier. Every practical calculation, how much light was left, how much water I had, how long it would take to backtrack, started pressing against a second calculation I did not want to admit I was making. If I turned around, would I feel safer because I was correcting the route, or worse because I would have to pass back through everything I no longer liked? I tried to do the math. I had enough water to get through the rest of the day if I was careful, though less margin than I preferred. Enough food for the night. Certainly, light maybe until 6:30 before the woods got too dark to move comfortably. Less if the weather thickened. Backtracking immediately might get me to the junction before dusk if I did not lose time. Pressing forward might reconnect me sooner, or might drag me deeper onto roads the map did not understand. Neither option felt clean anymore. That was the point when I should have turned back. I know that because I can see the shape of the afternoon now as clearly as if it had been drawn on paper for me. There was still time, still enough light, still enough strength in my legs. Nothing had happened yet that could not have been solved by swallowing pride and undoing distance. Instead, I kept going because I did not want the day to become a retreat. The road bent gradually around the side of the hill, climbing through darker timber. The light weakened under the trees until it felt later than it was. Water dripped from branch tips with patient regularity. Somewhere ahead, not far. The smell of rot touched the air again, stronger this time, distinct enough that I instinctively breathed through my mouth for 2 pedal strokes before losing it. I rounded another bend, half looking down at the road surface to pick my line through ruts, and saw something pale hanging from a branch beside the road. 1.3. The bones in the tree. At first I thought it was garbage. That is still the part I return to when I try to understand how close I got before my brain allowed itself to name what I was seeing. The object was hanging maybe 8 or 9 feet off the ground from a low branch that leaned over the shoulder of the road, pale against the darker trees behind it. From a distance, with my eyes still half on the ruts ahead of me, it looked like the kind of trash people dump in remote places because they assume the woods are large enough to forgive it. A torn bag, old insulation, maybe an animal carcass wrapped in plastic and left by some idiot who did not want it near his house. I coasted another few yards before the shape began bothering me in a way ordinary trash does not. It was too deliberate, Not big, not dramatic, not swaying wildly like something loose and windblown. It turned only slightly, enough to catch the weak gray light every few seconds and give me the impression of different shapes inside it. It hung at a height that made no sense if it had simply snagged there by accident. And the smell that had been drifting in and out of the afternoon was stronger now, not overwhelming but definite, with that same sweet sour edge underneath wet cedar and road mud. I braked harder than I meant to and put a foot down. For a second, I just stood there straddling the bike, one hand on the bars, the trailer still nudging lightly against the hitch behind me. The road around me looked exactly as it had a minute earlier, wet gravel, dark trunks, brush crowding the shoulder, the slope rising on one side and falling away on the other. Nothing moved except a little water dripping off a branch somewhere above me. The whole scene had the stillness of an ordinary place that happened to contain one thing that was not ordinary at all. I told myself I was only going to look because not looking would be stupid. That was the practical version of the lie. The truer version was that I already knew enough to be afraid, but not enough to leave. Curiosity and caution are closer relatives than people like to admit. Half the time, they use the same legs. I leaned the bike carefully toward the uphill side of the road and let the trailer settle behind it. My gloves were damp at the palms from the cold and the ride. And when I flexed my fingers around the grip before letting go, they felt clumsy. I remember noticing that because it was such a small, stupid detail to notice with that thing hanging there. Then I stepped toward the shoulder. The ground beside the road was soft with old needles and wet dirt, the kind that gives a little under your boots and releases the smell of rot from underneath. The branch the object hung from came out from the trunk at chest height before curving upward, and from closer up I could see it had not simply snagged there. A length of wire or thin cord had been looped over the branch more than once, then twisted on itself to make a hanging point. Whatever was suspended from it had been assembled. That word matters, even then. Before I had sorted out what I was looking at, I understood that much. The bundle was made of more than one thing. There were bits of cloth tangled into it, something blue-gray that might once have been part of a shirt or a tarp, and another strip, dirt stiff and colorless in that light, wrapped tightly enough that I could not tell whether it had been tied there or snagged after the fact. There was also old plastic caught in the wire, thin and half-shredded, the kind grocery bags become when weather strips them down to almost nothing. Beneath and between those scraps were hard, pale shapes. Bone. My mind supplied, but still in the vaguest possible way. Animal bone. Has to be. I took another step. The object turned slightly on the wire, and what I had first read as a random cluster of white shapes shifted into something disturbingly organized. One piece curved too smoothly to be broken stick or antler. Another tapered to a blunt point. I saw a long, narrow section with openings in it and thought, absurdly, of a deer's muzzle before immediately understanding it was too short for that, too heavy in the wrong places. Then I saw the teeth, not all at once. My eyes found one pale, square shape, then another beside it. Then the whole line of them settled into place with the casual brutality of a lock turning. They were yellowed, some darker at the base, some chipped, real teeth, set into a jaw. I stopped moving. I know people say things like my blood ran cold, but that is not what happened first. First I went hot, a full-body flush, like every drop of blood in me had suddenly risen toward the skin. Then came the cold, hard and fast, as if some internal door had opened and let it through. My face felt numb before the rest of me did. I stood there trying to reason with what I was seeing. animal remains hung up by hunters. Some kind of sick roadside decoration. A coyote jaw. Maybe a dog, even. There are enough ugly people in the world to make almost anything plausible if what you need is an explanation. I moved closer because I hated those explanations, and because I hated the shape of the thing they were standing in front of even more. From where I stood now, no more than a few feet away, I could see the wire passing through the bone itself, not wrapped around it, through it. It had been threaded through an opening near the hinge and twisted back on itself with pliers or strong hands or both. The bone was weathered in places, darker where dirt or old stains had settled into creases, lighter at the sharper ridges. There were bits of fibrous material still clinging in the hollows, not enough to look like flesh, more like the stubborn residue of something that had not completely left. I crouched a little without meaning to, angling my head, and that was when all the uncertainty fell away. The shape of the dental arch was wrong for any animal I knew. Too rounded, too shallow. Human in a way that registered before I had the nerve to say the word. The line of the molars sat close and flat in the back. The front teeth were square in a way deer teeth are not. In a way dog's teeth are not. And the hinge god. The hinge. Even if I had not seen anything else, the shape where the jaw curved up toward where it would once have joined the skull was enough. There was something unmistakably human about that architecture, something we all know whether we want to or not. I straightened so fast I nearly lost my footing on the wet shoulder. For a second, the trees around me looked wrong, as if the sight had changed the scale of everything. The road seemed narrower, the brush closer, the air itself different, less like weather, more like a room I had entered without permission. I could hear my own breathing too loudly and not much else. Then I looked down. At the base of the tree, sunk into the wet soil beneath the hanging bundle, were 3 arrow shafts. They had not registered at first, because from the road, they blended into the dark ground and brush. Up close, they stood out immediately. Black carbon shafts, 2 angled slightly downhill, one almost straight up where it had punched into the mud and stayed there. They were not decorative, not placed neatly, more like they had been fired or driven with force and left where they landed. One looked old. The fletching on it was partly ragged, and one edge of the shaft had a chalky, weathered finish where rain and exposure had taken the shine off. Another was stained with mud almost to the veins. But the third one, the one nearest the road, was different. The shaft was clean, not factory new, maybe, but recent enough to hold its deep black color. Water beaded on it instead of soaking in. The fletching still had shape. The point was buried so deep in the wet soil, I could not see the broadhead or field tip. Only the shaft entering the ground at a downward angle that made me look instinctively into the trees above the road, as if to find the place it might have come from. There was nothing there but trunks and shadow. That was the exact moment the entire day changed. Up until then, I had been on a rough ride with navigational problems and an uneasy imagination. The mountain had felt inconvenient, maybe careless, but not purposeful. Standing there with a human jaw hanging in front of me and a fresh arrow under it, the place stopped feeling empty. It became occupied in the worst possible sense, not by visible people, not by noise or motion, but by intention. I backed away without taking my eyes off the tree. One step, then another. The wet ground shifted under my boots and I almost sat down hard in the ditch. My hands felt weak when I reached for the bike again. Like the strength had gone out of my fingers first, and left the rest of me to discover it later. I had that sudden hollow nausea you get right before vomiting, except nothing came up. My mouth was wet and dry at the same time. I swallowed twice and tasted stale coffee and bile. I looked uphill into the trees. I looked downhill across the brush and the drop beside the road. I looked behind me, back the way I had ridden. No movement, no voices, no engine noise, no footstep, no snapped branch. Nothing to confirm what my body had already decided, that I was exposed, visible, and standing too long in the wrong place. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and checked for service, even though I already knew better. Nothing. Not a single bar. Just the map, the blue dot, and my own reflection faintly laid over the screen when I tilted it wrong in the weak daylight. For one stupid second, I considered dialing 911 anyway, as if the phone might connect out of emergency etiquette. It didn't. I stood there hearing my father's voice in memory, not the words exactly, just the tone of a man who had spent his whole life believing that trouble gets worse when you let it watch you think. I had two choices, or at least it felt like two. Stay put and wait, on the theory that a road was still the most likely place another human being might eventually appear, or move now, while there was still light, and try to get somewhere that made sense before dark. Staying had the appeal of logic. Roads lead to roads. Roads lead to people. If someone had put that thing there and was nearby, movement might be exactly what he wanted from me. I did not know that yet in words, but some crude version of it was already scratching around inside me. But staying meant standing in sight of that tree. Staying meant accepting that whoever had assembled that hanging bundle, whoever had put wire through bone and left a fresh arrow beneath it, might still be within view of the road, watching to see what I did next. The longer I remained there, the more ridiculous the stillness felt. I did not know where to hide. I did not know whether the safer choice was to be visible on the road or hidden in the trees. Every direction seemed to belong to someone else more than it belonged to me. I chose movement because fear makes motion look like control. I swung a leg over the bike too fast and clipped my shin on the pedal. The pain barely registered. I pushed off hard, tires slipping once in the mud before catching. The trailer jerked behind me. I kept expecting absurdly, vividly to hear something hit the road near me. An arrow, a voice, a footstep breaking from the brush. Nothing did. Just the sound of my own tires, the chain noise, and blood moving somewhere loud inside my head. I rode harder than the road deserved. Not sprinting exactly, more like trying to outrun the space my mind kept recreating behind me. After 50 yards, I told myself not to look back. After 100, I looked anyway. The tree was partly obscured by brush and distance now, but I could still see the pale bundle turning slowly from the branch. As it moved, it touched the trunk with a light, hollow knock. Not loud, not theatrical, just a small, dry tapping sound, patient as dripping water. Then the road bent, and it was gone. 2.1 stopping in the wrong place. By the time I admitted I was not going to ride my way back out before dark, the light had already started doing that thing it does in the mountains, where it seems to drain from the world in layers instead of all at once. The sky above the trees was still technically gray, but down on the road, everything had gone dim and flat. Color was leaving first. The wet gravel had turned the same dull shade as old steel. The trunks around me had gone nearly black. Patches of lingering snow in the ditches no longer looked white so much as faintly luminous, like they were generating their own weak light from somewhere under the surface. Every bend in the road felt later than the one before it. The day was not over yet, but it had started withdrawing from me in a way I did not trust. I had spent the better part of the last hour trying to convince myself that if I just kept moving, the road would eventually reconnect to something I recognized. That hope had gotten thinner with every rise and turn. The road surface was rougher now, the shoulders more overgrown, and the silence after seeing the bones in the tree had lodged somewhere deep enough in me that I could not pedal normally anymore. I kept catching myself listening instead of riding, looking into the brush on the uphill side, glancing back over my shoulder whenever the trailer made an unexpected sound, as if the noise might turn out to belong to something other than my own gear. I knew enough not to keep pushing blind into a forest road after dark. That was one line I had not yet become stupid enough to cross. The problem was that there are kinds of stopping that feel almost as bad. I found the campsite on a left-hand bend where the road widened just enough to suggest vehicles used to pull off there and maybe sometimes still did. It was set a little above the road on a flat shelf of packed earth and old needles, barely visible until I was close to it. If I had not already been looking for somewhere to get off the road, I might have passed it without registering what it was. A rough, old site, not official, not maintained. The kind of place people use because other people have already used it, and because the land there has been pressed into usefulness by repetition. I stopped in the road and just looked at it for a few seconds. There was a low stone fire ring near the center, built from river rock and chunks of broken concrete that did not belong in the forest. One side had collapsed inward, leaving a half-moon shape of blackened stone around a bed of wet ash and charred wood. Beside it stood what remained of a picnic table, if stood was even the right word. The tabletop was tilted, one end lower than the other, and one of the benches had broken clean through and dropped into the dirt. The wood had gone soft and silver in places from weather. Splits ran along the grain like old scars. Rusted can tabs and bottle caps were half pressed into the ground around it, along with the bright little circles left by shotgun shell bases after the plastic had rotted away. There was also a sagging oval patch in the earth off to one side, where tents had clearly gone before. Enough times to kill the vegetation and compact the soil into a shallow basin that held rainwater along the edges. I disliked the place immediately, not because it looked sinister in any dramatic sense. It looked exactly like what it was, a tired, overused roadside camp in the middle of nowhere. The kind of site that collects the habits of people you would not necessarily choose to know. Beer, fires built too hot, cheap ammo, wet boots, bad music. The usual leftovers of men who mistake isolation for privacy. But after the tree, after the jawbone and the arrows, even ordinary human use had started feeling contaminated to me. Every sign that people had once stopped somewhere now came with the question of which people and for what. I stayed on the bike longer than I should have, scanning both directions of the road as if another option might appear if I waited. It didn't. Beyond the bend behind me, the road narrowed and sloped. Ahead, it disappeared into darker timber. There was no other flat ground in sight, and the terrain on either side dropped or rose too sharply to pitch a tent without trouble. Continuing deeper in failing light would have been one kind of risk. Camping in a place I already hated was another. One at least had shelter attached to it, I told myself, with a firmness that sounded persuasive in my own head. That I would stay only one night and leave at first light, no matter what. Not after breakfast. Not after I reassessed. First light. Pack in the dark if I had to. Get moving before the road had time to become itself again. That was enough of a plan to let me start. I wheeled the bike and trailer up onto the flat shelf and turned them so the bike lay on the side nearest the road. I did that without deciding to. Later, I realized I had wanted some part of my setup positioned toward the way out, as if the direction of my gear could influence the speed of my leaving. I unhitched the trailer and opened it with fingers that had started to stiffen in the cold. The air had that early evening dampness to it that sneaks into clothing before you register the temperature drop. Not freezing, not yet. Just cold enough that anything you touched held onto it. I moved fast because fast felt like safety. Tent first. Always tent first. If rain came or the temperature dropped harder than expected, I wanted shelter up before anything else. I kicked at the shallow basin where other tents had been and found the center of it softer than I liked. The dirt spongy under the top layer of needles, still better than the surrounding ground, which tilted in ways my back would punish me for later. I spread the footprint, clipped the poles together, and worked with that half-clumsy efficiency you only get from setting up the same shelter enough times that your hands know the order, even when your mind is somewhere else. The stakes were harder to seat than I expected. The soil had gone cold and dense under the top layer, and every push met hidden roots or stone. I had to kneel and lean my weight into them, using a flat rock to tap two of them in the rest of the way. The sound was too sharp in the quiet, little metal knocks that seemed to carry farther than they should have. After the second one, I paused and looked toward the road. Nothing there, just the gray ribbon of it between trunks, damp and empty. I finished the corners, tightened the lines, then checked each stake again because doing ordinary things twice was easier than letting my mind wander back to the tree. The tent looked small when it was up, smaller than it had that morning. A low patch of nylon and mesh that suddenly seemed much less like gear and much more like an admission that for the next several hours, this was all I had. I pulled my sleeping bag and pad inside but left them unrolled for the moment. Then I set the stove on the table because it was the only reasonably level surface, wiped a wet trail of dirt and old leaf pulp off the warped boards with my glove, and started water for a hot drink I did not particularly want. The canister hissed, then caught. Blue flame. Tiny. Controlled. It should have been comforting. Instead, it looked flimsy against the lengthening dark around the site. Every sound mattered more now. That is something people who don't spend time alone outdoors tend to misunderstand. Fear does not always make the world louder. Sometimes it just gives every small noise more jurisdiction. A tick from the cooling brake rotor. Water slipping from branch to branch overhead before it finally fell. A faint, plastic crinkle from the trailer fabric shifting as the temperature changed. My stove sputtering once and settling. None of those sounds meant anything. I knew they didn't. But each one arrived isolated, framed, waiting to be identified and dismissed before the next could take its place. When the water boiled, I poured it into my bottle with a powdered electrolyte packet because I needed to be doing something useful. I burned my thumb on the pot handle, swore quietly, then drank too soon anyway. It tasted metallic, not from the powder but from the water itself, or maybe from the pot. Everything tasted a little wrong by then. I was hungry enough to know I should eat, and anxious enough to have no real appetite. I tore open a protein bar, chewed it too fast, and felt it turn to paste in my mouth. Chocolate peanut. Supposedly. It might as well have been damp sawdust. I forced the rest down while standing beside the table and looking toward the road after every other bite. The place never stopped feeling watched, though that wasn't quite the right word. Watched suggests attention. What I felt was more like placement. like I had put myself down somewhere that already had an owner, even if the owner was not visible. I tried to think through the bones in practical categories, the way people do when they are desperate to return horror to the scale of explanation. Meth head thing, I thought first. Because meth head thing is the kind of phrase people in the Northwest use to cover a wide range of behavior they don't want to examine too closely. Maybe some tweaker's roadside nightmare project, the sort of mess someone makes while spun out and half feral. That explanation had the advantage of making the display random. Random was good. Random meant I had stumbled near ugliness, not intention. Then I tried hunting garbage, someone stringing up remains to keep scavengers off, or as some redneck joke, or just because they were gross enough to think it was funny. That one didn't hold. There had been too much care in the way the wire passed through the bone, too much arrangement. Prank was next. A sick prank with some old medical specimen or stolen remains or fake bones made to look real. But I knew what real teeth looked like. More importantly, my body had known before my thoughts caught up. There are some recognitions that happen lower than reasoning. Something worse stayed waiting behind all the other possibilities. Not fully worded because I was trying not to give it room. I set the empty wrapper on the table, changed my mind, folded it, and shoved it into a side pocket of the frame bag. Then I crouched beside the bike with a rag and wiped mud from the rear brake caliper and chainstay, just because they were there in front of me. Thin brown grit had caked around the rotor bolts. My fingers worked automatically, scraping and wiping, checking the chain tension, pressing the tire by thumb even though I'd checked it already. Busy hands, busy eyes, a little maintenance as prayer. The trailer looked worse in the fading light than it had earlier, older, more tired, its cloudy plastic windows reflecting the trees in warped shapes. I thought about how easily someone could stand on the road and see that there was a camp here now. Not a hidden one. Just one man, one bike, one little patch of nylon on a shelf above the road. I stood up too fast and felt the day in my legs at once. The ride, the tension, the constant low-grade bracing after the tree. My thighs ached. My lower back had gone tight. There was grit dried on my socks above the tops of my shoes. I wanted the sort of relief tiredness usually promises. Instead, I felt like darkness was approaching with an administrative certainty, and I had paperwork left unfinished. I made one more slow circuit of the site. Flashlight not yet on, just using what dim, ambient light remained. I checked the fire ring, though I had no intention of building one. Wet wood, too much smoke, too visible. I checked the road both ways again. I looked beyond the road into the timber on the downhill side and saw nothing but trunk after trunk losing distinction as the light went. The air smelled of old ash, damp wood, and that same underlying mountain smell of soaked bark and cold earth. No rot now. Or if it was there, it was too braided into the rest for me to separate. I told myself again, first light. I'm gone. I said it out loud this time, barely above a murmur. My own voice sounded strange in the sight. Not because of echoes or anything dramatic, just because I had not spoken in hours, and hearing words come out of me made the loneliness of the place feel more complete instead of less. I got inside the tent before full dark. Not because I was ready to sleep, but because being zipped into even thin shelter felt preferable to continuing to stand outside pretending I was evaluating things. I arranged the sleeping pad, unrolled the bag, put the revolver where I could reach it without fumbling. Boots by the door, headlamp in the corner pocket, water bottle upright, knife beside my jacket. Every object placed with a care that would have looked excessive in daylight and felt absolutely necessary now. Through the tent wall, I could still make out the vague geometry of the campsite for a little while. The dark line of the broken table, the lower blacker patch where the fire ring sat. Beyond that, only layered shadow. Then darkness came the rest of the way, and it came too fast. The forest sounds changed with it, not all at once. Not enough for me to name each shift separately. But the place on the other side of the nylon stopped being the same place I had set camp in. Daytime drip and distance gave way to nearer, less readable sounds. Tiny movements in the brush that might have been cooling branches, settling earth. Something alive, or nothing at all. The sort of noises you can tolerate easily when you feel safe and catalog obsessively when you don't. Once, far off, I heard something crack in the woods hard enough to make me hold my breath until the silence after it proved deeper than the sound itself. Lying there in my sleeping bag with the cold slowly working its way up through the pad, I understood something I had been resisting since the tree. I had not merely camped for the night. I had stopped in the wrong place. 2.2 someone around the tent. I slept the way people sleep in places they do not trust. Not deeply, not all at once. More like falling partway down through layers of exhaustion and then catching on every sound before I could sink any further. I left my clothes on except for loosening my boots and pulling them off just far enough that I could get back into them fast if I had to. My jacket was bunched under my head. The revolver lay beside my right thigh inside the sleeping bag. Awkward and heavy and reassuring, only in theory. The flashlight was clipped to the tent pocket above my shoulder, where I could reach it blind. I remember lying there for a long time with my eyes open, watching the faintest suggestion of shapes on the tent walls, whenever the cloud cover shifted enough to let a little diluted moonlight through. The nylon would briefly separate into planes the slope of the roof, the square of mesh above me, the darker vertical line of a tree trunk beyond the wall, then sink back into blackness so complete it felt physical. Every time I started drifting, some small noise would lift me back up, a drip from a branch, the light metallic tick of the stove cooling outside, wind in the canopy, though even then it seemed to live mostly high above the ground. Eventually, my body pulled rank over my nerves. I slept in bursts. In one of them, I dreamed I was back at the gas station. Only the woman behind the register was no longer behind the counter. She was standing outside beside my bike with one hand on the trailer frame, looking past me toward the hills. In the dream, I kept trying to ask her what she saw, but every time I opened my mouth, the only sound that came out was the hollow tapping of bone against wood. Then I was awake again, heart already climbing before I understood why. At first I thought something had fallen. A branch, maybe. Not onto the tent, but near it. That was the shape of the sound that had brought me up a soft, compact disturbance in the dark, followed by a second of perfect stillness. I lay there listening, trying to decide whether I had actually heard it, or whether it had belonged to the dream and come up through sleep with me. Then I heard it again. Not a falling branch, a step. The sound was small because the ground outside was soft, but once I had it in my head, it separated cleanly from everything else. The muted press of weight into wet needles, a slight shift, then another, measured, slow. Not the quick, erratic skitter of an animal moving through brush. Not the hop and scratch pattern of raccoons or the stop-start fussiness of deer. This had rhythm, but not a natural one. Too deliberate. Too interested in where it was placing itself. I stopped breathing for a second so I could hear better. Another step. this one from a little farther toward the foot of the tent. My whole body went hot under the sleeping bag, then cold beneath that. The same awful reversal I had felt at the tree. I kept still and listened to the shape of it. Whoever or whatever was outside was not just passing by. The pauses were wrong for that. It would take one or two careful steps, then stop as if listening, then move again. Not in a straight line, but around me. I rolled my head just enough to look toward the tent wall nearest the road. At first, there was nothing but darkness layered against darkness. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I caught a vague change in the nylon, a soft interruption of the black beyond it. A shape passing close enough to turn the wall slightly dimmer for a second before moving on. There are things your mind does very fast under fear, and one of them is take inventory without asking permission. Distance from my body to the zipper, distance from my hand to the revolver. Whether I had left anything outside that might make someone think there were two people in camp instead of one. How much noise the sleeping bag would make if I shifted too quickly. Whether the person outside already knew exactly where my head was. Another step. Then a pause near the side of the tent at shoulder height. I could hear my own pulse in my ears, thick and stupidly loud. I reached slowly for the flashlight first, because the motion felt less committal than reaching for the gun. My fingers brushed the clip, then the hard, ridged barrel. I wrapped my hand around it and brought it down into the sleeping bag with me without turning it on. The movement sounded enormous to me, even though it was almost nothing. Fabric whispering against fabric, my breath catching, the soft click of the pocket elastic letting go. Outside, nothing moved. I told myself to speak before fear made silence irreversible. "Hey," I called, and even to my own ears, my voice came out tighter than I meant it to. "If you need something, just say it." No answer. Not even the courtesy of accidental sound. No branch movement. No shifting feet. Just the dead, focused quiet of something that had heard me and chosen not to respond. I tried again, lower this time, aiming for calm and landing somewhere near horse. "I'm leaving in the morning. I don't want any trouble." The instant after I said it, one side of the tent flexed sharply inward near my shoulder. Not brushed, not leaned against. Hit. The nylon snapped toward me hard enough to press cold against the outside of my jacket before springing back. I jerked so violently that my heel slammed the back corner of the tent and the sleeping bag twisted around my knees. A full-body jolt, pure and electrical. The kind that wipes every thought out except motion. I had the flashlight and the revolver in my hands before I consciously remembered grabbing either of them. I still did not unzip the tent. That is the part people always ask about when I tell this story out loud. Why didn't you open it? Why didn't you shine the light and confront whoever it was? Because the worst thing about that moment was not knowing what was outside. It was knowing how close it already was. If I opened the tent, I would be giving shape to something I was not prepared to see. Worse, I would be giving the person outside an opening he had not yet taken for himself. As long as the zipper stayed shut, there was still one thin layer of decision between us. Useless as nylon is against anything serious. Once I opened it, that layer would be mine to surrender. So I stayed where I was, half tangled in the sleeping bag. Revolver aimed at the side of the tent. Flashlight gripped but dark. My breathing became the biggest sound in the world. I tried to quiet it and made it worse. Each inhale caught halfway, and each exhale seemed too loud, too warm, too human. I pressed my tongue to the roof of my mouth, held air until my chest ached, then let it out through my nose as slowly as I could. The tent smelled like damp fabric, cold dirt, and the faint synthetic odor of my sleeping bag. Underneath that, from outside, came wet needles and old ash. Then I heard something that might have been a laugh. I say might have been because fear makes certain sounds impossible to classify honestly. It was low and brief and wrong in exactly the way human amusement is wrong when it appears where it should not. Not a full laugh. More like breath pushed through teeth in a way that made a shape resembling one. A private reaction. A little sound made by someone who knew he had gotten exactly the response he wanted. I felt every muscle in my back and shoulders lock. A few seconds later came 3 distinct taps against one of the tent poles. Tap, tap, tap. Not random contact, not branch movement. The spacing was too even, and each tap landed at about the same height, as if someone had reached out and tested the pole with a fingertip or a knuckle. A small sound, nearly polite. That was what made it monstrous. The person outside was not flailing or trying the zipper or blundering around camp like some drunk or idiot. He was communicating, if not in any language I knew, then in a way that still carried intention. In that instant, I understood something with an awful clarity. He knew exactly where I was inside the tent. Of course he did. A tent at night is a lit match in the shape of a body, even when no light is on. Heat, sound, movement, breath, everything gives you away. But understanding that in theory and feeling someone use it are different things. The taps made the inside of the tent feel smaller than a coffin. I kept the revolver trained toward the wall and tried to listen through my own pulse. Nothing for a while. Then a slow step away. Another. The sound shifted toward the foot of the tent again, then around behind me. I tracked it with the muzzle. Ridiculous though that was. A handgun pointed at nylon and darkness. Some helpless primal gesture dressed up as readiness. I considered shouting. I considered firing through the tent wall. I considered turning on the flashlight and blasting the beam through the fabric, just to prove to both of us that I still had choices. I did none of those things. Because even in that level of fear, some part of me kept insisting on practicalities. If I fired and missed or hit and did not stop him, I would be deafened inside the tent, blind to everything except muzzle flash and panic. If I shone the light through the nylon, all I might get was my own reflection and a better silhouette of myself for him to use. If I shouted again and he still said nothing, that silence would become even bigger. So I waited. There are long stretches in fear that don't feel dramatic while they are happening. They just feel stretched. Minutes deform. The body learns stillness by force. I lay there with the sleeping bag twisted around my legs and the gun slowly getting heavier in my hand. Listening to intervals of nothing so complete, I started doubting the footsteps had ever been real. Then some tiny sound outside would reset everything, a careful shift of weight, a brush of cloth against brush, the faintest press into damp ground. What made it so bad was that the forest itself seemed to retreat around those sounds. Between them, there was almost nothing. No birds startled from branches, no little mammal movement in the duff, no distant engine on the road, no natural night pattern rising to make the camp feel embedded in a larger world. The woods outside my tent were not alive in any comforting way. They felt suspended, as if the entire slope had gone still to make room for this one private interaction. At one point, I became certain he was standing directly beside my head again, though I had no sound to prove it. Just that animal awareness of presence, absurd and undeniable. The kind that makes your skin tighten before your mind has collected evidence. I stared at the wall beside me, waiting for the fabric to dip inward a second time. It didn't. What came instead was softer and somehow worse, a faint scrape near the zipper. Then nothing. I could not tell whether he had touched it or only brushed the ground beside it. But the possibility that he had reached toward the entrance and chosen not to come in hollowed me out in a way the impact had not. Violence you can at least organize your fear around. Choice is harder. The idea that the person outside had opportunities and was selecting among them made the whole encounter feel less like intrusion and more like control. I do not know how long it went on. Eventually, the sounds began to recede, not all at once and not far. The steps moved out toward the road a little, or maybe just to the edge of camp. Then I would hear nothing long enough to almost believe it was over before another faint pressure in the needles reminded me it wasn't. Whoever it was had withdrawn only enough to stop being immediately touch close, enough to leave me listening for a return instead of enduring a presence I could map by inches. That was somehow more exhausting than if he had simply gone. I stayed awake with the revolver in my hand and the flashlight dark beside it, staring into the black fabric as if I could hold the tent walls in place by looking at them hard enough. Outside, the footsteps had receded, but only far enough to keep me awake. 2.3 morning proof. What finally came through the trees was not light exactly, just the first weakening of darkness. Gray dawn in the mountains does not arrive with any generosity. It seeps in. The black outside the tent walls turned charcoal, then a thinner shade of it, and shapes began separating from one another, one careful degree at a time. The line of the broken picnic table, the hump of the fire ring, the ghost pale strip of road beyond the camp shelf. No sun, no warmth, just enough light for the world to admit what had been in it all night. I had not slept again after the footsteps moved off. At some point I must have fallen into something like a doze with the revolver still in my hand, because I woke with a bolt of pain running through my wrist and fingers. The grip pressed hard into my palm. My neck ached from the angle I had held it at. My mouth tasted sour and stale, and the whole inside of my body felt used up before I had even stood. There is a kind of fatigue that comes from effort, and another that comes from never being allowed to unclench. I had the second kind. It made me shaky in a way food and coffee don't fix. For a minute or two, I just listened. Nothing. That should have comforted me. It didn't. The silence after an active fear is never neutral. It becomes evidence of only one thing: whatever happened is no longer happening right now. Everything else remains unsettled. I forced myself to move. The plan I had repeated the night before came back with ugly clarity first light. I'm gone. I shoved my feet into my boots without properly loosening them, wincing when one heel caught. My fingers were clumsy as I rolled the sleeping bag, rougher with my own gear than I would ever have been under normal circumstances. The sleeping pad folded crooked. I stuffed clothes, stove, and loose items into the trailer without the neat order I'd packed them in with the day before. Everything went where there was room. Nylon rasped. Zippers sounded too loud. Every time I paused to listen, I could hear my own breathing and the thin tick of water falling from branches somewhere above camp. I kept expecting to see a face through the mesh, or a shape on the road, or movement between trunks. Nothing appeared. When I finally crouched by the tent door and put my hand on the zipper, I realized I had been delaying that exact act for several minutes without admitting it to myself. Opening the tent would make the sight real again. It would tell me whether the night had left evidence I could point to, or whether I was about to become one of those people whose fear sounds less credible the moment morning gets involved. I pulled the zipper down in one slow line and opened the flap just enough to look out. The campsite sat there in the same wet gray stillness it had worn at dusk. The broken table leaned as before. The fire ring crouched low and black. The road beyond was empty, its surface darker in the tire tracks, pale at the center where gravel showed through. No person, no obvious disturbance, no overturned gear, no blood, nothing dramatic. For a few dangerous seconds, relief tried to get in. Maybe it had been someone passing. Maybe some camper or hunter had wandered through and thought it funny to make noise around the tent. Maybe fear had sharpened everything into intention where none existed. Morning is very good at offering those humiliating possibilities. Then I opened the flap wider and stepped out. The air hit me cold and damp and smelled of wet ash, old wood, and the metallic edge of morning before the day has fully started. I turned slowly in place, taking in the sight from ground level, and at first it still looked almost insultingly ordinary. My bike leaned where I had left it, mud dried in streaks along the chainstay and trailer frame. The trailer fabric held a skin of condensation. The site itself looked messy in the same old human way it had looked the evening before. Then the details started separating. There was fresh mud near the front guy line on the roadside of the tent. Not much, just a darker, glossier patch where the top layer of needles had been disturbed and the cold earth beneath had been pressed up. I crouched beside it and stared, trying to decide whether I had made it while setting up. I wanted that explanation badly enough to almost believe it. But I remembered kneeling there the night before. I remembered the angle I'd worked from. This patch was outside that path, close enough to the line that someone standing over it could have brushed it with a boot. A little farther beyond, half in the flattened needles and half in the damp dirt, was part of a print. Not clean, not full. Just the heel and one edge of tread, smeared as if whoever had made it shifted weight before lifting off. But it was enough. Human. Not mine. The pattern looked broader than my boot soles, the heel block deeper. Water had softened the edges, but not enough to turn it into nothing. It was the kind of partial sign that would mean very little on its own and everything in context. I straightened too fast and felt the blood leave my face. The broken picnic table stood a few feet away, and because I was already looking for proof now, my eyes went to it next. Along the edge of the tabletop nearest the lower bench, a fresh pale line ran through the dark, wet grain of the wood. Then another beside it. Then a third. Not random weather splits. Cuts. Small, shallow, but definite. Something sharp had scored the bark-soft edge in a short series of strokes. I moved closer and saw that the wood fibers at the edges were still light where they'd been exposed, not yet darkened by weather. Someone had carved into that table recently. Maybe last night. Maybe while I lay on the other side of a sheet of nylon trying not to breathe. There was no message I could make out. No letters. Just those ugly little cuts. I turned toward the road so fast it made me dizzy. Nothing there. Empty in both directions. The same road I had relied on all my life as a symbol of eventual human order now looked like a stage someone had stepped off just before the lights came up. I scanned the timber uphill, then downhill, waiting for motion to betray itself. Nothing moved except a branch tip carrying too much water. My mind was still trying to divide the problem into manageable parts. Evidence of someone near the tent. Fine. That was now real, but evidence did not necessarily mean immediate danger. People move through woods. People do stupid things. People try to scare other people. People get bored, drunk, curious, territorial. Not every awful encounter turns into an assault or a killing. Then I went to the bike. I wanted to leave before my thoughts got any bigger than the task in front of me. Hand on the bars. Right pedal up. One clean push and down to the road. That was the shape of the next few minutes in my head. Simple. Practical. Movement. I rolled the bike forward and felt at once that something was wrong. The rear end dragged. At first I thought the trailer hitch had twisted, so I crouched to adjust it and saw the tire already sagging badly against the ground. I pressed a thumb into the sidewall and it gave like wet bread. Flat. Completely flat. For 1 second, one ridiculous second, I still tried to explain it naturally. Pinch flat from yesterday's washouts. Slow leak I hadn't noticed. Sidewall damage from sharp rock. The ordinary catalog of bike problems. My hands were already reaching for the repair bag on the frame before I truly looked at the tire. The cut was on the outer sidewall, low and clean. Not a thorn puncture, not a pinch, not some ragged tear from rock. It was a slice, maybe an inch long. Neat enough at the edges that even in my sleep-starved state I recognized the geometry of intention. The rubber had opened in a narrow mouth, and the inner tube bulged faintly through it where the pressure had died. Someone had put a blade into it. A deliberate little wound made in exactly the place most likely to strand me fast. I sat back on my heels without meaning to. It is strange how much the body can understand before the mind catches up. My chest went tight so suddenly it hurt. The campsite around me seemed to tilt. Not literally, but in some deeper way, every item I had packed, every motion I had made the night before, every second I had spent inside that tent was pulled into a new order by that slice in the tire. Someone had approached my camp. Someone had stood close enough to touch my bike. Someone had put a knife into the sidewall while I lay inside the tent with a revolver in my hand. And then this was the worst part: they had chosen not to kill me there. I have thought about that sequence more than any other part of the trip, more than the bones, more than what came later. Because sabotage carries thought in it. A person can lash out impulsively. A person can frighten another person for the thrill of it. But to damage the one machine keeping a lone rider mobile in remote country and then simply leave. That has shape. That has patience. Panic did not arrive as screaming or blind action. It arrived as speed inside my thoughts. Too many at once. He could still be here. He might be watching right now. The road is wrong. Staying here is wrong. If he cut the tire, what else did he touch? If I fix it, how long will that take? How exposed am I while doing it? Did he want me to find this? Did he expect me to backtrack? Was that the point? I stood up and turned in a full circle, scanning the tree line so hard my vision started picking shapes that weren't there. I checked the road again. Empty. I looked uphill where the trunks stood close and dark. I looked downhill where brush and slope hid everything after the first few yards. The campsite had gone from ugly to unbearable in less than a minute. Then I saw the arrow. It stood in the ground near the fire ring, not propped, not leaning, inserted. The shaft rose from the wet dirt at a slight angle, black against ash-gray morning, with the fletching intact and dry enough to hold its shape. I had been in and around that fire ring the night before. I would have seen it if it had been there, which meant one thing. It had been placed after dark. I did not walk toward it right away. I only stared. There was no note tied to it, no ribbon, no blood, no ornament of any kind. Just the shaft pushed into the ground with enough firmness that it stood on its own near the black stones and half-burned wood, as casual and unnatural there as a knife laid neatly on a pillow. That image hit me harder than the tire for a second. Maybe because the tire still admitted a practical response: repair, patch, replace, move. The arrow did not ask for any action, I understood. It was a sign without a key. It could have meant warning, territory, mockery, invitation, or nothing at all beyond the pleasure of letting me know the night had happened exactly the way I feared it had. I did not need to know the message to understand that it was one. The campsite seemed suddenly too open to remain in for even another minute. I did the math fast and badly. I could try patching the tube, but the sidewall slice itself would still need booting. And even then, I'd be trusting a damaged wheel on rough roads while exposed and stationary. I could try walking the bike back, but the trailer would slow me. The road had too many blind stretches, and every yard would feel like obedience to whatever had already happened there. I could stay put and wait for help that might not come for a day or more. None of those options felt like choices made by a man who still possessed time. My eyes kept going back to the tree line, then the road, then the arrow. That was when I understood something simple and ugly. The road itself no longer felt neutral to me. Everything bad so far had happened along it or beside it. The tree with the jawbone, the tent site visible from the bend, the bike sabotaged in the night, the arrow planted like a marker in open sight. Roads are supposed to be how you leave, but standing there in the wet, gray morning, I felt with total conviction that if I stayed on that road, I would keep moving through spaces that belonged more to whoever had done this than they did to me. I abandoned the bike in my head before I physically let go of it. Water, revolver, knife, flashlight, first aid kit, a few protein bars, extra layer, fire starter, phone, useless as it was. Those were the things that mattered. Everything else was weight, delay, attachment to a plan that had already failed. I moved fast after that, but not with any grace. I yanked open the trailer, pulled out what I could carry, stuffed it into the small day pack in my jacket pockets, and left the rest where it sat. Sleeping bag, tent, stove, most of my food, repair kit. The ordinary logic of camping gear suddenly felt ridiculous against the larger logic now forming around me. Mobility was worth more than preparedness. Distance was worth more than equipment. When I was done, I stood once more at the edge of the road and looked uphill into the timber. The slope rose steep and cluttered with deadfall, brush, and dark trunks. No trail, no promise. No reason, really, except instinct and the certainty that remaining on the road would be a kind of surrender. I did not take the arrow from the ground. I did not look at the sliced tire again. I stepped off the camp shelf and into the trees, climbing away from the road with only what I could carry, because by then I believed something I could not yet prove: the road had become a trap. 3.1 What I took and what I left. Once I made the decision to leave the road, I moved with the kind of speed that feels decisive while still containing panic inside it. I told myself I was being efficient, ruthless, maybe, in a practical survival sense. Strip down weight. Keep only what matters. Do not stand still long enough for fear to harden into indecision. All of that was true, but it was also true that I was no longer thinking in the orderly, competent way I like to imagine I would in a bad situation. My hands were moving faster than my judgment. I was choosing what to carry based partly on usefulness and partly on what I could grab without letting my eyes leave the tree line for too long. The day pack was small, more of a summit bag than a real overnight pack, but it was what I had. I dumped a tangle of spare clothes and stove fuel out of it onto the trailer floor and started filling it with whatever felt essential enough to still mean something once I stepped into the trees. Water first. I had one full bottle and most of another. Not enough for comfort if I ended up out there all day, but enough to move with if I used it carefully. I shoved both into the side pockets and cinched them down harder than necessary. Lighter, then a second lighter after a quick, frantic search through the trailer pouch. Because one flame source had suddenly stopped feeling like a serious number. Knife. The folding one I kept clipped inside the frame bag. Not because it was a particularly good knife, but because it was sharp and familiar, and I knew exactly how it opened even with wet fingers. Revolver. That went into the waistband under my jacket first, then out again because the weight dragged wrong when I bent. I finally settled it in the side compartment of the pack, where I could still reach it fast enough to reassure myself, which is not the same as saying fast enough to matter. Protein bars. I grabbed the whole unopened bag instead of counting them, then shoved a loose one into my jacket pocket, as if immediate access to compressed peanut paste was going to save me from anything. First aid kit, a small one, mostly bandages, alcohol wipes, tape, gauze, painkillers, the sort of thing people carry so they can say they carry one. I threw in an extra roll of tape too because fear turns tape into a religion. One extra layer, just a fleece, old and pilled at the cuffs, but warm even when damp. I almost left it because bulk suddenly offended me. Then imagined getting pinned out there after dark with the temperature dropping and jammed it in anyway. Phone, obviously. Map useless. Service non-existent. Battery still decent. Meaningless and indispensable all at once. Headlamp. Not because I planned on being out after dark if I could help it, but because I had already been wrong once about what the day was going to allow. That was the core of it. Water, fire, blade, gun, food, bandages, warmth, light. The crude emergency translation of a trip that had started as a ride and become something else in the space of one cold night. Everything else I left behind. Tent, sleeping bag, stove, fuel, repair tools, spare tube, pump, most of my food, the heavy lock, the little camp towel, the dry bag with extra socks and base layers, the mess kit, the proper maintenance tools that had seemed so responsible when I packed them, even the bike itself, which was the most expensive thing I owned at the time aside from my truck. Though owned feels generous when you've had something long enough to fix it more often than you ride it. Leaving the bike felt wrong in a way that surprised me. Not because I thought of myself as sentimental about gear, but because abandoning equipment goes against every little ethic outdoor people teach themselves. You carry what you bring. You fix what breaks. You do not let inconvenience make decisions for you. I had spent enough years cobbling together used gear and making old things work that the idea of walking away from that bike and trailer should have felt almost obscene. It did. For maybe 3 seconds. Then fear erased the price of everything. That is one of the ugliest efficiencies panic gives you. Possessions stop being objects with history and become either wait or not wait. Delay or not delay. The bike went from being mine to being a metal shape that would keep me too long in the open. The trailer became nothing more than a bright, awkward thing somebody else could already see too easily. I remember glancing once at the sleeping bag half visible through the unzipped trailer flap and thinking, absurdly, that it had been expensive. The thought landed with no emotional weight at all and was gone before I finished having it. I took the map out one last time while standing beside the road, but only because old habits die in layers. The screen showed the same thin roads and uncertain lines it had shown all morning. The road I stood on was still there in pale gray, drifting across the green. The slope uphill from me was just contour lines and blank space. No trail marked, no useful feature except a drainage line farther up that might hold water and might also hold exactly the kind of terrain that would break an ankle if I hit it wrong. I put the phone away without learning anything new. The logic for going uphill was not elegant. Part of it was visibility. In theory, at least. Higher ground would give me better sight lines in places. If I could get above the road, maybe I could see where it ran, see whether it intersected something wider, see a cut line, power corridor, anything man-made that led somewhere more legible than where I was. Part of it was tactical in the most amateur, fear-fed sense of the word. The road was open, but it also made movement predictable. Anyone on it could move faster than I could on foot, see farther, follow the only obvious route. In the trees, at least. I would not be fixed to a line somebody else might already be using against me. Mostly, though, I went uphill because instinct said, get off the road. That was the whole truth. Not heroic instinct. Not some sharpened survival wisdom. More like the desperate conviction of an animal that has already smelled a trap and no longer cares whether the alternative is sensible. Every part of the morning's evidence had pointed me toward the same ugly conclusion: the road was where I had been found, watched, and handled. If I stayed on it, I would remain in somebody else's geometry. So I stepped off the shelf above the campsite and into the timber. The forest did not accept me gracefully. The first 10 yards were enough to remind me how different wilderness looks when you are moving through it instead of admiring it from a road. On the map, it had been slope and trees. In reality, it was a mess of wet deadfall, fern stubble, hidden holes, young brush, and rocks slick with old moss. The ground rose in short, nasty increments, each one forcing a decision about whether to go over, around, or through. What had looked from below like open timber proved full of half-seen obstacles the minute I committed to it. My shoes were wrong almost immediately. They were bike shoes, stiffer soled than sneakers but not proper boots, designed for pedals and gravel, not climbing wet forest floor with a loaded pack. The tread was good enough to lie to me for the first few minutes, then bad enough to punish every root that angled under my foot. On deadfall they slipped. On rock they felt smooth and treacherous. On steep dirt they pushed mud backward more efficiently than they moved me forward. Within 5 minutes my calves were burning in a way riding had not touched. I climbed anyway. Branches caught the pack and tugged me sideways. Blackberry canes, thin early ones. Not the heavy summer growth, yet snagged at my pants and laces. Once my right foot slid off a wet log and plunged to the ankle into a cold pocket of muck hidden under leaves. I yanked it free with a sucking sound, loud enough to make me whip around. Heart punching once hard against my ribs before I remembered no one else had made it. That was how the next hour went. Effort. Pause. Listen. Effort. Pause. Listen. I kept expecting to hear pursuit. That is one of the things I am least proud of when I look back at my own state of mind. A large part of me did not yet believe there was someone truly following me through the timber, and another part had already given itself over to listening for him so completely that every pause became an audition for a footstep. At first, I expected obvious sounds, brush movement, snapped branches, a voice, the kind of noisy determination people imagine accompanies being hunted. But forests do not work that way, and neither, it turned out, did whoever had been in my camp. Often I heard nothing at all, not nothing in the abstract sense, because no place is ever fully silent. There was my own labor, of course, my breath getting ragged on the steeper sections, fabric rubbing at the shoulders of the pack, the occasional click of the revolver butt against a zipper pull when I moved too sharply, water somewhere ahead, thin and intermittent, once the soft crack of a branch settling under old moisture. But none of it belonged to another person, and after a while that absence became worse than noise would have been. Noise at least gives you a direction. Silence fills every direction at once. Several times I stopped, crouched slightly without thinking, and looked back down through the trunks toward where I imagined the road would be. Usually I couldn't see it, just layered verticals, brush, and the suggestion of brighter space lower down. More than once I told myself, in a tone almost parental in its impatience, maybe he's gone. Maybe he just wanted the camp. I must have repeated some version of that line 20 times. Maybe he got whatever thrill he was after and left. Maybe it was random. Maybe the cut tire was just meant to strand me there and scare me. Maybe he was one of those damaged men who haunt public land, territorial and half crazy, but not interested in anything beyond intimidation. Maybe he had gone back down the road while I was packing. Maybe he never expected me to leave the road at all. Each version lasted only as long as it took me to notice I was still scanning behind me while saying it. The truth was that I did not believe any of it. Not fully. Those thoughts were not conclusions. They were little sedatives I kept administering to myself in doses too small to work. The slope steepened in places and opened in others. Once I crossed through a stand of younger timber where the trunks rose straighter and the understory thinned. And for maybe 30 seconds I could move almost normally. The ground there was springy with old needles, and the filtered gray light made the whole place look stripped and clean in a way that was almost beautiful. Then the terrain pinched again into a knot of downed trees and rock, and I had to crawl over a slick trunk with the pack catching behind me. The smell changed as I climbed. Less road mud now, more raw, wet bark, bruised fern, the cold mineral scent of seep water coming through stone. Under that, every so often, there was another smell I could not keep hold of, something metallic and stale sweet, faint enough that I would notice it only after it was already leaving. It never stayed long enough for me to trust it. Still, every time it touched the air, I found myself stopping and turning my head slightly, like an animal trying to locate something with only half a sense of it. I checked the phone twice more without intending to. The first time because I slipped on a rock shelf and caught myself with one hand against a trunk. And when I stood up shaking, looking at the bright spider of scratches on my palm, my next thought was irrationally that the map might now look different. It didn't. The second time because I reached a slightly flatter bench between rises and wanted very badly to believe I had climbed high enough to catch service. I lifted the phone, no bars, just my own cold face reflected over blank terrain. I drank too much water right after that and immediately regretted it. There is a particular kind of fear that convinces you every physical discomfort must be solved in the next 10 seconds because the larger problem is too big to solve at all. Thirst becomes urgent. Cold becomes urgent. Every weakness feels intolerable not because of its actual scale, but because you need one variable in your body to obey you. I knew better. I still swallowed 3 long pulls before capping the bottle and forcing myself to stop. By then, my breathing had settled into something harsher and more controlled. My thighs were shaking on the steeper steps, and I could feel the pack as separate points of weight instead of one load water bouncing lightly in the side pockets. Revolver shifting, bars pressing into my lower back through the fabric. I started choosing routes not by the cleanest line uphill, but by where the terrain looked least likely to hide someone standing still. That calculation became its own trap. The more open ground often meant slicker ground. The denser patches offered cover I wanted, and cover I feared in equal measure. Several times I thought I heard a footstep behind me and turned so fast I almost fell. Each time it was nothing I could prove. A delayed drop of water hitting leaves, a branch settling after I had brushed it minutes earlier. The tiny after noises of my own passage coming back to me altered enough to sound like company. That, more than anything, made the climb feel poisoned. The mountain had become a place where my own movement could no longer be trusted to belong only to me. After what might have been 40 minutes, or might have been much less, the time sense was going bad on me. By then I came to a narrow creek cutting across the slope. Not much more than a mountain runoff channel, really, but wide enough to interrupt the climb and steep-sided enough that I had to pick my way down into it rather than step over. Water ran clear over dark rock and old leaves, thin but fast, making that sharp, cold sound I had been hearing through the trees on and off since leaving the road. The crossing point looked manageable. 2 exposed stones near the center, a slick, flat slab on the far side, then a little muddy bank climbing out through brush. I stopped there longer than necessary, listening again. Partly because I wanted to hear whether anything moved behind me, and partly because the creek at least provided an excuse to pause without admitting I was tiring. Nothing, no pursuit, no voices, no brush disturbance, just water over rock. Maybe he's gone. I told myself one more time, and heard the lie in it so plainly that for the first time I almost laughed. Then I looked down at the near-side rock where the water had washed it clean, except for one dark, wet smear along the upper edge. At first I thought mud. Then I saw the color in it. 3.1 what I took and what I left. Once I made the decision to leave the road, I moved with the kind of speed that feels decisive while still containing panic inside it. I told myself I was being efficient, ruthless, maybe, in a practical survival sense. Strip down weight, keep only what matters. Do not stand still long enough for fear to harden into indecision. All of that was true. But it was also true that I was no longer thinking in the orderly, competent way I like to imagine I would in a bad situation. My hands were moving faster than my judgment. I was choosing what to carry based partly on usefulness and partly on what I could grab without letting my eyes leave the tree line for too long. The day pack was small, more of a summit bag than a real overnight pack. But it was what I had. I dumped a tangle of spare clothes and stove fuel out of it onto the trailer floor and started filling it with whatever felt essential enough to still mean something once I stepped into the trees. Water first. I had one full bottle and most of another. Not enough for comfort if I ended up out there all day, but enough to move with if I used it carefully. I shoved both into the side pockets and cinched them down harder than necessary. Lighter. Then a second lighter after a quick, frantic search through the trailer pouch, because one flame source had suddenly stopped feeling like a serious number. Knife. The folding one I kept clipped inside the frame bag. Not because it was a particularly good knife, but because it was sharp and familiar, and I knew exactly how it opened even with wet fingers. Revolver. That went into the waistband under my jacket first, then out again because the weight dragged wrong when I bent. I finally settled it in the side compartment of the pack, where I could still reach it fast enough to reassure myself, which is not the same as saying fast enough to matter. Protein bars. I grabbed the whole unopened bag instead of counting them, then shoved a loose one into my jacket pocket, as if immediate access to compressed peanut paste was going to save me from anything. First aid kit, a small one, mostly bandages, alcohol wipes, tape, gauze, painkillers, the sort of thing people carry so they can say they carry one. I threw in an extra roll of tape too because fear turns tape into a religion. One extra layer, just a fleece, old and pilled at the cuffs, but warm even when damp. I almost left it because bulk suddenly offended me, then imagined getting pinned out there after dark with the temperature dropping and jammed it in anyway. Phone, obviously. Map useless. Service non-existent. Battery still decent. Meaningless and indispensable all at once. Headlamp. Not because I planned on being out after dark if I could help it, but because I had already been wrong once about what the day was going to allow. That was the core of it. Water, fire, blade, gun, food, bandages, warmth, light, the crude emergency translation of a trip that had started as a ride and become something else in the space of one cold night. Everything else I left behind. Tent. Sleeping bag, stove, fuel, repair tools, spare tube, pump, most of my food, the heavy lock, the little camp towel, the dry bag with extra socks and base layers, the mess kit, the proper maintenance tools that had seemed so responsible when I packed them, even the bike itself, which was the most expensive thing I owned at the time aside from my truck. Though owned feels generous when you've had something long enough to fix it more often than you ride it. Leaving the bike felt wrong in a way that surprised me. Not because I thought of myself as sentimental about gear, but because abandoning equipment goes against every little ethic outdoor people teach themselves. You carry what you bring. You fix what breaks. You do not let inconvenience make decisions for you. I had spent enough years cobbling together used gear and making old things work that the idea of walking away from that bike and trailer should have felt almost obscene. It did, for maybe 3 seconds. Then fear erased the price of everything. That is one of the ugliest efficiencies panic gives you. Possessions stop being objects with history and become either wait or not wait, delay or not delay. The bike went from being mine to being a metal shape that would keep me too long in the open. The trailer became nothing more than a bright, awkward thing somebody else could already see too easily. I remember glancing once at the sleeping bag half visible through the unzipped trailer flap and thinking, absurdly, that it had been expensive. The thought landed with no emotional weight at all and was gone before I finished having it. I took the map out one last time while standing beside the road, but only because old habits die in layers. The screen showed the same thin roads and uncertain lines it had shown all morning. The road I stood on was still there in pale gray, drifting across the green. The slope uphill from me was just contour lines and blank space, no trail marked. No useful feature except a drainage line farther up that might hold water and might also hold exactly the kind of terrain that would break an ankle if I hit it wrong. I put the phone away without learning anything new. The logic for going uphill was not elegant. Part of it was visibility. In theory, at least. Higher ground would give me better sight lines in places. If I could get above the road, maybe I could see where it ran, see whether it intersected something wider. See a cut line. power corridor. Anything man-made that led somewhere more legible than where I was. Part of it was tactical in the most amateur, fear-fed sense of the word. The road was open, but it also made movement predictable. Anyone on it could move faster than I could on foot, see farther, follow the only obvious route, in the trees, at least. I would not be fixed to a line somebody else might already be using against me. Mostly, though, I went uphill because instinct said, get off the road. That was the whole truth, not heroic instinct, not some sharpened survival wisdom, more like the desperate conviction of an animal that has already smelled a trap and no longer cares whether the alternative is sensible. Every part of the morning's evidence had pointed me toward the same ugly conclusion: the road was where I had been found, watched, and handled. If I stayed on it, I would remain in somebody else's geometry, so I stepped off the shelf above the campsite and into the timber. The forest did not accept me gracefully. The first 10 yards were enough to remind me how different wilderness looks when you are moving through it instead of admiring it from a road. On the map, it had been slope and trees. In reality, it was a mess of wet deadfall. Fern stubble, hidden holes, young brush, and rocks slick with old moss. The ground rose in short, nasty increments, each one forcing a decision about whether to go over, around, or through. What had looked from below like open timber proved full of half-seen obstacles the minute I committed to it. My shoes were wrong almost immediately. They were bike shoes, stiffer soled than sneakers, but not proper boots. Designed for pedals and gravel, not climbing wet forest floor with a loaded pack. The tread was good enough to lie to me for the first few minutes, then bad enough to punish every root that angled under my foot. On deadfall, they slipped. On rock, they felt smooth and treacherous. On steep dirt, they pushed mud backward more efficiently than they moved me forward. Within 5 minutes, my calves were burning in a way riding had not touched. I climbed anyway. Branches caught the pack and tugged me sideways. Blackberry canes, thin early ones. Not the heavy summer growth yet snagged at my pants and laces. Once my right foot slid off a wet log and plunged to the ankle into a cold pocket of muck hidden under leaves. I yanked it free with a sucking sound loud enough to make me whip around. Heart punching once hard against my ribs before I remembered no one else had made it. That was how the next hour went. Effort, pause, listen. Effort, pause, listen. I kept expecting to hear pursuit. That is one of the things I am least proud of when I look back at my own state of mind. A large part of me did not yet believe there was someone truly following me through the timber, and another part had already given itself over to listening for him so completely that every pause became an audition for a footstep. At first I expected obvious sounds, brush movement, snapped branches, a voice, the kind of noisy determination people imagine accompanies being hunted. But forests do not work that way, and neither, it turned out, did whoever had been in my camp. Often I heard nothing at all, not nothing in the abstract sense, because no place is ever fully silent. There was my own labor, of course. My breath getting ragged on the steeper sections, fabric rubbing at the shoulders of the pack, the occasional click of the revolver butt against a zipper pull when I moved too sharply, water somewhere ahead, thin and intermittent. Once the soft crack of a branch settling under old moisture. But none of it belonged to another person, and after a while that absence became worse than noise would have been. Noise at least gives you a direction. Silence fills every direction at once. Several times I stopped, crouched slightly without thinking, and looked back down through the trunks toward where I imagined the road would be. Usually I couldn't see it, just layered verticals, brush, and the suggestion of brighter space lower down. More than once I told myself, in a tone almost parental in its impatience, maybe he's gone. Maybe he just wanted the camp. I must have repeated some version of that line 20 times. Maybe he got whatever thrill he was after and left. Maybe it was random. Maybe the cut tire was just meant to strand me there and scare me. Maybe he was one of those damaged men who haunt public land, territorial and half crazy, but not interested in anything beyond intimidation. Maybe he had gone back down the road while I was packing. Maybe he never expected me to leave the road at all. Each version lasted only as long as it took me to notice I was still scanning behind me while saying it. The truth was that I did not believe any of it, not fully. Those thoughts were not conclusions. They were little sedatives I kept administering to myself in doses too small to work. The slope steepened in places and opened in others. Once I crossed through a stand of younger timber where the trunks rose straighter and the understory thinned. And for maybe 30 seconds I could move almost normally. The ground there was springy with old needles, and the filtered gray light made the whole place look stripped and clean in a way that was almost beautiful. Then the terrain pinched again into a knot of downed trees and rock, and I had to crawl over a slick trunk with the pack catching behind me. The smell changed as I climbed. Less road mud now, more raw wet bark, bruised fern, the cold mineral scent of seep water coming through stone. Under that, every so often, there was another smell I could not keep hold of. Something metallic and stale sweet, faint enough that I would notice it only after it was already leaving. It never stayed long enough for me to trust it. Still, every time it touched the air, I found myself stopping and turning my head slightly, like an animal trying to locate something with only half a sense of it. I checked the phone twice more without intending to. The first time because I slipped on a rock shelf and caught myself with one hand against a trunk. And when I stood up shaking, looking at the bright spider of scratches on my palm, my next thought was irrationally that the map might now look different. It didn't. The second time because I reached a slightly flatter bench between rises and wanted very badly to believe I had climbed high enough to catch service. I lifted the phone. No bars. Just my own cold face reflected over blank terrain. I drank too much water right after that, and immediately regretted it. There is a particular kind of fear that convinces you every physical discomfort must be solved in the next 10 seconds because the larger problem is too big to solve at all. Thirst becomes urgent. Cold becomes urgent. Every weakness feels intolerable, not because of its actual scale, but because you need one variable in your body to obey you. I knew better. I still swallowed 3 long pulls before capping the bottle and forcing myself to stop. By then, my breathing had settled into something harsher and more controlled. My thighs were shaking on the steeper steps, and I could feel the pack as separate points of weight instead of one load water bouncing lightly in the side pockets. Revolver shifting, bars pressing into my lower back through the fabric. I started choosing routes not by the cleanest line uphill, but by where the terrain looked least likely to hide someone standing still. That calculation became its own trap. The more open ground often meant slicker ground. The denser patches offered cover I wanted and cover I feared in equal measure. Several times I thought I heard a footstep behind me and turned so fast I almost fell. Each time it was nothing I could prove. A delayed drop of water hitting leaves, a branch settling after I had brushed it minutes earlier. The tiny after noises of my own passage coming back to me altered enough to sound like company. That, more than anything, made the climb feel poisoned. The mountain had become a place where my own movement could no longer be trusted to belong only to me. After what might have been 40 minutes, or might have been much less, the time sense was going bad on me. By then I came to a narrow creek cutting across the slope. Not much more than a mountain runoff channel, really, but wide enough to interrupt the climb and steep-sided enough that I had to pick my way down into it rather than step over. Water ran clear over dark rock and old leaves, thin but fast, making that sharp, cold sound I had been hearing through the trees on and off since leaving the road. The crossing point looked manageable. 2 exposed stones near the center, a slick, flat slab on the far side, then a little muddy bank climbing out through brush. I stopped there longer than necessary, listening again. Partly because I wanted to hear whether anything moved behind me, and partly because the creek at least provided an excuse to pause without admitting I was tiring. Nothing. No pursuit. No voices. No brush disturbance. Just water over rock. Maybe he's gone. I told myself one more time, and heard the lie in it so plainly that for the first time I almost laughed. Then I looked down at the near side rock where the water had washed it clean, except for one dark, wet smear along the upper edge. At first I thought mud. Then I saw the color in it. 3.2, the open deer in cold light. Blood looks darker than people expect. Not bright, not theatrical. It settles into a heavy red-brown that can pass for mud until your eyes stop resisting it. What I saw on the rock at the creek crossing was exactly that kind of stain, thick along one edge, thinned by water at the bottom where the current had licked at it without washing it fully away. It had not dried matte the way old blood does. Even in that flat gray morning, there was still a damp sheen to parts of it. I crouched without meaning to, the pack shifting on my shoulders, and stared hard enough to make the muscles in my neck ache. The rock itself was dark basalt or something close to it, slick from the runoff, and the stain sat on the upper face where a boot or hoof might naturally come down before stepping into the creek. One uneven smear, a second, smaller fleck lower down. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would have made a stranger stop if he wasn't already afraid. But I had become the kind of person who stopped. I touched nothing. I remember that clearly because every dumb instinct in me wanted to confirm it with a fingertip, as if texture might tell me something sight couldn't. Instead, I shifted my weight and looked where the rock led. That was when I saw the disturbed line in the leaves. At first, it looked like runoff had cut a small path beside the creek. Then the shape clarified. Wet leaves dragged backward over mud, a narrow channel of flattened brown and black, where something had been pulled off the crossing and into the brush on the downhill side. It wasn't deep. Whatever had made it had not been enormous, but it had direction. And direction is what changed it from random mess into sign. My first thought was deer strike, which made no sense because I was nowhere near a road fit for speed. Then I thought poacher. Then I thought of the arrow planted near my fire ring and felt my stomach tighten around itself. I did not want to follow the drag mark. That is important. Curiosity had gotten me closer to the bones in the tree. This was different. There was no curious part of me left by then. Only the hard, practical need to know what kind of place I had climbed into. I told myself I would look just far enough to identify it and no farther, just enough to know whether I was dealing with an injured animal, a carcass someone had dressed and abandoned, or something worse that did not belong in any explanation I could live inside. The brush beyond the creek was thick enough to hide anything low to the ground. Salmonberry canes, wet fern stems pressed flat from winter, young fir branches close together near the base, I stepped over the water using the exposed stones, nearly lost my footing on the second one, caught myself on a trunk, then moved along the disturbed line with my head angled sideways, trying to look into the tangle before fully entering it. The smell met me before the shape did. Not the drifting trace I'd caught on the road the day before. This was stronger, concentrated by still air under the brush. Rot and iron and the sour animal heat of opened flesh already turning despite the cold. The low temperature had slowed everything, but not enough to hide it. I brought my forearm up over my nose automatically and took one more step. Then I saw the deer. It lay half on its side in a pocket of brush, no more than 10 feet from the creek, tucked where you might not notice it from above unless you were looking directly into that exact angle. The body was not whole in the way a dead animal should be whole. It had been opened from the lower chest down in a long, deliberate line. The hide and muscle parted cleanly enough that the rib cage showed through in a pale, cage-like spread. One foreleg was bent wrong under it. The head was turned away from me into the brush, only one ear visible through the leaves. Parts of the body were missing, not in a ragged, scavenged way, not torn out at random, but removed with purpose. The cavity had been emptied in places. I could see where tissue ended too neatly and where cuts had separated sections in a way wild animals don't bother with. I stopped so hard my knees almost locked. For 1 second I thought the deer might still be alive, not because it moved, but because the scene felt too immediate to belong to something fully over. The cold had preserved the surfaces just enough that nothing had collapsed into formlessness yet. The exposed ribs were slick in places, dull in others. The fur along the back and neck was matted dark where it had soaked through and dried again. A few small flies wandered the edges, sluggish in the temperature, but there were nowhere near as many insects as there would have been in summer. That made it worse. It kept the carcass in a half-fresh state, as if the morning itself had agreed to hold it there for me to understand. I did not go any closer. Even from where I stood, I could see enough to know this was not simple predation. A cougar or bear can open an animal, yes, but there is a violence to the tearing that leaves different signatures. This looked worked on, managed. The cuts along the hide and around the exposed cavity were too straight in places, too economical. Whoever had done it understood where to open an animal and how to take what he wanted without making a mess of the rest. That realization would have been bad enough. Then I noticed the boot print. It sat in the mud just beyond the hindquarters, half protected by overhanging brush. Deep heel, distinct edges, bigger than mine, or at least broader through the sole. Water had touched it, but not erased it. I could see the blocky pattern in the tread and the slight drag at the toe where the person had pivoted. Human. Recent enough that the walls of the impression had not yet softened into the surrounding mud. I stared at it longer than I stared at the deer. Something about evidence of a person being calm enough to stand there and work was worse than the carcass itself. The deer could still have been hunting, and hunting even bloody, ugly. Practical hunting belongs to the ordinary world of these mountains. But the boot print beside that opened body, hidden just off a creek crossing above the road I had abandoned, pushed everything into a different shape. It was no longer a matter of some disturbed stranger having frightened me at camp. I was moving through the workspace of someone who knew exactly what he was doing out here. Then my eyes shifted a little farther right, and I saw the arrow in the stump. It was embedded at an angle in a moss-darkened section of cut wood, not 3 feet from the carcass. The shaft stood out black against the bark, buried deep enough that only most of the length remained visible. No fletching damage, no weathering that I could see from there. It had not been there long. Whether it had been a shot used to bring the deer down or a marker placed afterward, I couldn't tell. Both possibilities were bad. The stump itself was old, broad and rotting at the rim, likely left from logging decades earlier. What bothered me was not only the arrow, but the cut marks in the deer and on nearby wood. A low branch close to the carcass had been shaved in one place by a blade, exposing fresh, pale wood under wet bark. Not enough to mean anything by itself, but enough to tell me a knife or something like it had been working in that pocket recently. The cuts on the animal had the same quality: clean transitions, intentional separations, no frenzy to them. I backed away too fast, and my heels slid on the creekside mud. For a second, I was sure I was going down into the water. I windmilled one arm, caught a fir sapling hard enough to shake needles loose over my sleeve, and righted myself with a rush of cold panic so sharp it bordered on anger. I kept backing up until the brush hid the deer again. Then one more step after that, then another, until I was standing on the near side of the creek with my pulse banging high in my throat. I looked around wildly, even though I knew better than to move that fast. Upslope, only trunks. Downslope, brush and cut banks in the uncertain dark under low branches. Behind me, the route I had climbed through already looked less like my path and more like 100 other possible paths no one had taken. No voice, no movement, no snapped branch betraying company. The silence around that little hidden pocket of death felt arranged. That was the moment the bones in the tree changed in my head. Up to then, despite everything, some part of me had still tried to hold on to randomness. Maybe a sick joke, maybe discarded remains tangled into something uglier by time and weather, maybe one damaged man's roadside filth. But the deer made the display feel intentional in a way I could not unsee. Wire through bone, teeth hanging where a traveler would notice them, arrows at the base. A carcass worked on nearby in clean cuts by someone who moved through these woods like they were rooms in his house. The tree was not trash. It had been arranged. That thought entered me quietly and went all the way down. I stood there with one hand on the strap of my pack and started building possibilities I did not want. Was the deer food? Probably. The missing portions suggested that. Was it bait? Also possible, a carcass left to draw scavengers, maybe, or left near the crossing to hold smell in a place someone would pass. Or was it a warning not only to me, specifically, but to anyone moving through the area without permission? Here is what happens when something gets taken apart here. Here is how cleanly it can be done. I knew I was assigning intention where fear was already eager to find it. But fear was no longer working without evidence. That was the shift. I was not imagining a threat into a neutral forest. I was learning the habits of a place that had clearly been used. Used. That was the word that kept returning. The creek crossing no longer felt like just terrain. It felt selected. The pocket in the brush where the deer had been dragged no longer felt accidental. It felt like a station, somewhere out of sight but near enough to water and road access to serve a purpose. The bone bundle on the tree, the arrow at camp, the clean slice in my tire, the opened carcass hidden in the brush, none of it looked like panic or improvisation. It looked like work done by somebody with confidence, somebody who knew how to dress game, move quietly, and let the land itself do half the hiding. I was no longer escaping a vague threat. I had entered a place that felt controlled. That realization did something ugly to my thinking. It did not make me calmer, but it made the fear harder and more directional, less abstract. I stopped wondering whether I had overreacted and started wondering how far the control extended. Was the road below just one edge of it? Was the tree a boundary marker? Had I left one trap only to climb deeper into the terrain of the person who set it? The questions came too fast to answer, and none of the answers available to me were useful. So I did the only thing left that still resembled action. I climbed, not frantically this time, because the slope would not allow frenzy without injury, but with the grim steadiness of somebody trying to outgain a feeling rather than a pursuer. I angled higher through the timber, crossing back above the creek and taking every rise that promised even a little more open visibility. My legs were burning now in a dull, continuous way. The wrong shoes slipped and corrected and slipped again. More than once, I put a hand on the ground to steady myself and came away with cold mud pressed into my palm lines. The higher I went, the more the forest thinned in patches. Not enough to become easy, but enough that I could start catching glimpses of space below through the trunks. The light remained flat and overcast, but from certain angles the road flashed through the trees as a pale strip laid across the darker slope. I kept climbing toward one exposed shoulder of ground where the timber broke just enough to suggest a view. When I finally reached it, I stopped with my hands on my knees and forced myself to look down. Through a staggered screen of fir trunks and alder branches, I could see the road below. 3.3 the man by my bike. From where I had climbed to, the road appeared only in pieces. It did not reveal itself all at once like a clean line on a map. I had to build it out of fragments, one pale stretch through the trunks, a darker curve where it bent around a stand of timber, the brief open shoulder near the campsite where the ground widened before disappearing again behind brush and slope. I stood there breathing hard, hands on my knees at first, then straightening slowly as my pulse settled just enough for my eyes to stop shaking with it. For a second, seeing the road at all gave me a stupid flash of relief. Not because I wanted to go back down to it. By then I knew I didn't. But there is something stabilizing about regaining visual contact with a known thing, even when that thing has already betrayed you. The road was proof of geography. Proof I had not climbed into some abstract nightmare with no reference points left. I could place the campsite shelf, the bend below it, the line of trees where I had first entered the timber. Distance, at least, had returned to the world. Then I saw the bike. It was exactly where I had left it. Leaned awkwardly at the edge of the shelf with the trailer hitched behind, a dull red shape under the gray morning. Even from that height, I recognized its posture, the slight inward turn of the front wheel, the way the frame bag bulged on one side, the trailer fabric looking darker where it had taken on moisture. Seeing it from above was unsettling in a way I had not expected. It made the sight look smaller than it had felt from within, smaller and more exposed. A few cheap possessions arranged in a clearing on the side of a mountain, visible to anyone who knew where to stand. And someone did. There was a man beside the bike. I did not understand what I was seeing for the first heartbeat or two. My eyes registered dark, vertical shape, then motionless human proportion. Then the whole thing settled into sense at once, hard enough to make the back of my neck tighten. He stood on the roadside of the bike near the front wheel, dressed in a dark rain shell or heavy jacket with the hood up. One hand rested on the handlebars, not gripping them like he was about to move the bike, just touching them. As casual as a man standing beside a shopping cart in a parking lot, he had a bow with him. I could not tell at first whether he was holding it or whether it leaned against his leg, only that there was another long, dark line close to his body that did not belong to the bike or the brush. Then the angle shifted when he moved slightly, and I saw the curve of it clearly enough to know it was not slung across his back. It was in his hand or within immediate reach, carried the way a person carries a tool he expects to keep using. My first thought was how far away he was. Not because distance made me safer, but because distance changes what the mind allows. Too close and fear becomes animal. Too far and it becomes speculation. He stood in that worst middle range far enough that I could not make out his face. Close enough that there was no honest way to tell myself I might be mistaken. I could see posture, hood, arm, bow, the hand on my bike. I could see that he was looking uphill, though I could not see his eyes, looking toward my slope, toward where I stood between trunks trying not to move. He did not rush. That detail matters more to me now than almost anything else. If I had seen him bending over the trailer, searching through my gear, or moving quickly up the road, or even scanning the woods with the agitated energy of a man who had lost sight of something he wanted to find, the moment would have frightened me in one way. But he wasn't doing any of that. He was simply there, exactly where a man who had expected this might be. One hand on the handlebars as if acknowledging a stage prop. The rest of him turned toward the trees with a stillness that read, not as patience exactly, but as familiarity, as though he had done this before. My chest tightened so hard it changed my breathing. I went shallow without deciding to. The cold air I had been dragging in during the climb suddenly felt useless, thin and unsatisfying. I crouched by reflex, though too late for the movement to be stealthy if he had already seen me. Bark pressed damply through the knees of my pants. My right hand found the side of the pack where the revolver sat, not drawing it, just locating it like a child reaching for the edge of a bed in the dark. I tried to see his face and couldn't. The hood covered too much, and the angle was wrong besides. All I could make out was the deeper darkness where the face should have been. Shadow under the brim. Maybe a pale suggestion of skin when he turned slightly. Nothing useful. No age, no expression. Not even certainty about race. Just the unbearable fact of a person rendered specific enough to be real and vague enough to resist becoming a man I could mentally place among other men. Then he lifted his arm, slowly, not alarmed. Not signaling for help or waving or pointing in the broad, obvious way people do when they want to be understood quickly. He raised one arm and pointed uphill, deeper into the mountain, into the trees above me. The gesture lasted maybe 2 seconds, maybe less. In memory, it stretches much longer because of how cleanly it split the world in my head. If he had pointed at me, or at the road, or raised the bow, or done anything directly threatening, my fear would have had a simpler shape. Instead, the gesture looked almost instructional. Not there you are. Not come down. More like keep going. Like a teacher indicating the next problem on a board. Like a hunting guide showing where the trail continues. That was what made it unbearable. Because in that instant, a possibility opened that was worse than simple pursuit, that he did not merely know where I was, but wanted me moving in a particular direction. I do not remember deciding to run. 1 second I was crouched behind a trunk, staring through the gaps at the hooded figure by my bike. The next, I was moving uphill through brush with no plan more sophisticated than increasing distance as fast as the terrain would allow. Branches slapped my sleeves and face. The pack hammered my shoulders. My shoes skidded on wet duff and caught again. I was no longer trying to move quietly. That idea had been erased by a cleaner panic. Noise no longer mattered because I had seen him, and worse, had been seen in return whether I could prove it or not. I crashed through a stand of young fir, angled left around a blowdown, and nearly went to my knees on a slope of slick needles. My breathing turned instantly ragged, more like choking than exertion. Every root underfoot felt placed to break something. Every patch of open ground looked too exposed. I kept expecting at any second to hear something behind me, footsteps now, or the crack of brush, or the sharp, ugly thump of an arrow striking a trunk too close to miss by accident. Nothing came. That made me run harder. It is one of the crueler things fear does. Sometimes the absence of immediate attack convinces you the attack is only delayed and therefore certain. I reached another creek crossing without realizing I had been angling toward it until the ground fell away under me in a wet cut of rock and runoff. This one was steeper than the first, narrower but harder to cross cleanly, with dark water running over slick stone between banks packed with roots. I hit the near edge too fast and tried to plant my left foot on a flat slab that looked stable from above. It wasn't. My foot shot out from under me. I came down hard, one knee slamming rock, one hand punching into freezing water, and my right shin scraping across a broken edge I did not fully feel until I was already on the far side trying to stand. There was no dramatic flash of pain. Not at first. Just impact, cold, and the clumsy full-body humiliation of falling while terrified. I scrambled up, slipping once more on the muddy bank, and only when I put weight on my right leg did I feel the injury declare itself. The skin along the front of my shin had split open. I could see it through the torn fabric of my pants in one bright, narrow line before blood darkened over it. Not a movie gash, not bone sticking out. Nothing theatrical like that, just a deeper tear than I wanted. Ugly enough to expose a pale, wet layer beneath the first wash of red. In the cold, the pain arrived in a strange, delayed pulse. First brightness, then heat, then a sharper ache that seemed to spread outward through the whole lower leg once my body accepted what had happened. I staggered 2 more steps uphill before instinct forced me down behind a cluster of roots and brush. There, half crouched and half kneeling in wet leaves. I tore at the side zipper of the pack and dragged out the first aid kit with fingers that had lost all fine motor sense. Everything in me had become jerky and impatient. The kit snagged. Gauze packets slipped from my grip and dropped into mud. I grabbed another. My hands were shaking so badly I had to pin the bandage between both thumbs just to tear the wrapper. Blood had already run down into my sock. Warm at first, and then quickly cold, making the whole boot feel wrong and swollen. I cleaned nothing. There was no clean way to do it. I slapped gauze over the cut, wrapped it with more pressure than precision, and used the tape in savage overlapping strips around the fabric of my pants, because peeling the pant leg up properly felt like an impossible luxury. The tape stuck badly in the damp. I kept pulling it tighter, aware even as I did it that circulation and neatness had both lost the argument to speed. By the time I was done, the bandage looked less like competent first aid than something a person did to keep from seeing his own wound. All the while I listened. That was the worst of it. My hands were shaking. My shin throbbed in quick, bright bursts. Cold creek water had soaked one side of my body from wrist to knee. And over all of that rode the constant listening for the one sound that would tell me whether he had followed, whether he was above me now, below me, watching from across the drainage, or not moving at all because movement from him was no longer necessary. I heard only water, water over stone, water dropping off roots, my own breathing rough inside my throat. No voice, no brush crash, no footstep. When I finally got back to my feet, my leg protested with a blunt, deep pain that made me briefly gray at the edges of vision. I leaned one hand against a trunk until it passed, then kept moving because stillness had become impossible, not just emotionally, physically. Stopping now made every sound around me more pointed, every second more available for something else to enter it. I climbed until the pain in my shin merged with the burn in my lungs and ceased being distinct. The slope continued to rise in broken shelves and wet pockets of brush, forcing me into a lurching rhythm of bad steps and corrections. My breathing sounded animal to me. My clothes clung cold where the creek had soaked them. More than once, I put a hand to the bandage through my pants and felt the warmth there fading under the chill. Not sure whether it meant the bleeding had slowed or only that my leg was going numb around it. That was the point at which true fear arrived. Not the sharp, alert fear of the tent, not the sickened recognition of the bones or the deer. Something lower and more total. I had seen him. That had removed too many of the mind's old escape hatches at once. No more, maybe. No more projecting human shape into random signs. There was a man in those woods with a bow and a patience I did not understand. And I was injured, off the road, and moving deeper uphill exactly as he had pointed. Eventually, I risked one look back. I turned in place, one hand on a trunk to steady the trembling in my leg, and stared downslope through the trees toward the route I had just torn through. My own path was barely visible except where bent brush and disturbed leaves made a suggestion of movement. Beyond that, only the layered vertical dark of timber and the pale flashes of open ground too far below. No one. No hood. No bow. No movement at all. For one horrible second, I wished I could see him, because seeing him would at least have fixed him somewhere in the world. The empty slope behind me did the opposite. It returned him to possibility, to any tree, any fold of ground, any line of sight I could not imagine well enough to defend. I turned back uphill and kept moving, more tired now than I should have been. One leg beginning to stiffen, my whole body running on a kind of exhausted voltage that felt less like strength than refusal. And behind me, when I looked again a few minutes later, there was still no one there, which was almost worse than if there had been. 4.1 climbing hurt. By the time I started noticing the cold as something separate from fear. I had already been in it too long. At lower elevation, it had been part of the background, one more manageable discomfort on a wet mountain in early spring. Up there, after the creek fall and the climb that followed, it began to work on me with more purpose. Cold water had soaked through one leg, part of my jacket sleeve, and the side of my shirt beneath it. Every time I moved, fabric shifted against skin in a way that reminded me of it. The mountain air felt thinner too, not in any dramatic altitude sense, just cleaner and less forgiving, more exposed. The damp heat my body had built up during the run bled out faster each time I stopped, and each stop was becoming harder not to take. My right shin had settled into a deep, hot throb under the bad bandage job, the kind of pain that initially feels local and then begins radiating through the whole structure around it. I could still put weight on the leg, which was the only fact I kept returning to. If it had been broken, I told myself, I would know. If I could walk, I could keep moving. That kind of stripped-down logic becomes very persuasive when you are too tired to handle more than one layer of reality at a time. The wet clothes mattered more than the cut. That surprised me then, though it shouldn't have. Pain has edges. Cold gets into everything. My sock on the injured side had gone from warm with blood to clammy and numb feeling inside the shoe. The knee of my pants was caked in mud and creek grit. My left sleeve stuck to the skin from wrist to elbow where I had put a hand down in the water. And even under the jacket, the dampness along my ribs and hip kept pulling heat away every time the wind found me through the trees. I climbed in short stretches now, not because I was choosing an efficient pace, but because my body had quietly imposed one. 20 or 30 hard steps. Then a pause with one hand on a trunk, breathing through my mouth and trying not to listen too hard to the mountain around me. Then another short burst, then another pause. It no longer felt like travel. It felt like negotiation with the next rise. At some point, I lost the ability to tell whether I was moving smart or only moving scared. That distinction had mattered to me earlier, when I left the road, when I chose the slope. When I tried to gain elevation for visibility, those choices had at least been defensible in practical terms, even if fear sharpened them. But the further I went, the less I could separate strategy from momentum. Was I angling towards safer ground, or simply away from the image of that man standing by my bike? Was I choosing terrain that gave me better sightlines, or was I fleeing the idea of being looked at? The mountain did not care enough to answer. It just kept offering more slope, more brush, more intervals of timber that looked open from 10 yards away and turned difficult when I stepped into them. I drank water too often, not full. Stupid gulps this time, more the constant reaching for the bottle under the excuse of wetting my mouth, easing the metallic dryness that fear kept bringing back. Stress thirst is its own kind of trap. Every time I stopped, I became newly aware of how dry my tongue felt, how tight the back of my throat had gone from breathing hard and cold air. I knew I needed to conserve what I had left. I knew the map of this day had already gone wrong enough that I should be guarding every resource like a man who might still be out after dark. Still, I kept unscrewing the cap. A swallow here, two there. Never enough to feel reckless in the moment, but enough that the bottle level dropped faster than I liked when I finally forced myself to look at it honestly. I told myself I'd make up for it if I found better running water again. I told myself dehydration would make me sloppy, and sloppy was as dangerous as thirst. Every explanation had some truth in it. None of them changed the fact that fear was spending my water the same way it had spent my judgment. As the climb stretched on, I started breaking the slope into zones. Not with any formal intention at first. It just became the only way to process the terrain without being crushed by its sameness. There were clearings, small, irregular open patches where wind had knocked trees down years ago, or where rock sat too close to the surface for much to grow. I liked those in theory because they gave longer sightlines, but they also made me feel exposed, a moving dark shape against lighter ground. Then there were rotten timber patches, places where old trunks lay half collapsed into one another under fir and moss. The whole floor unstable and soft and full of hidden cavities. Those were slow-going and dangerous underfoot. But at least anyone following me would have to make some noise there too. Exposed rock came next. broad, wet slabs or stepped outcrops where the forest thinned and the world briefly opened. Those promised visibility and often delivered slick footing instead. Worst of all were the brush pockets, dense salmonberry, alder whips. Young fir packed tight little blind masses where a person could stand 5 feet away and vanish simply by choosing stillness. Every new section of ground became one of those categories the second I saw it. Clearing, rot, rock, brush. I began planning 3 or 4 moves ahead through each one, not because I had become more capable, but because failing to categorize the land now felt like surrendering to it. If I knew what kind of zone I was entering, I could tell myself I had options. Whether those options were good was another matter. Now and then, in the middle of all that, something man-made would appear and send a crooked flash of hope through me. A cut stump, an old length of cable half buried in moss, a rust-stained bolt in a rock where some forgotten piece of equipment had once been anchored. Even the straight line of an old logging scar glimpsed through the trees from a higher angle. Each time my heart would lift before my mind caught up. Human things meant roots, structures, systems. Proof that the mountain had once been handled by people with names and tasks and maps. For a second I would believe I might be close to some service track, some abandoned work road, some lookout or tower or utility line where the land would make sense again. Then the object would resolve into something too old, too isolated, too useless to change anything, and the hope would sour almost immediately into embarrassment. The mountain was full of old human marks. That did not mean any of them belonged to help. The light began changing sometime in the early afternoon, though the overcast made it hard to judge exactly when. It wasn't darker in a dramatic sense, just flatter, more directionless, with the spaces under trees turning dim before the open sky admitted it had done so. My body understood before my eyes did. The cold deepened in the pauses. My wet clothes started feeling less like inconvenience and more like a timer. I had been telling myself all morning that I would find some better route, some clearer line, some obvious place to reorient and make a more intelligent plan. Instead, the slope had narrowed my options the way a funnel narrows water. Uphill remained the most obvious motion simply because every other direction now implied retracing ground I had already filled with fear. At one point I stopped in a clearing no bigger than a living room and turned in a slow circle, trying to take stock like a rational person. Below me, through the trees, the lower mountain rolled away in a confusion of timber and gray distance. No road visible from that angle. No clean break in the terrain. Above me, more slope, then maybe rock, then more timber again. My leg hurt. My shirt was cold under the jacket. One water bottle was almost gone. The other was lighter than I wanted to admit. If I kept climbing and found nothing useful by late afternoon, I would face the same problem as before. Only farther from my abandoned camp and with less gear, if I angled across the mountain instead. I could spend the remaining light moving sideways through brush and never know whether I had improved anything. I remember standing there, one hand on my pack strap, and thinking with sudden bitterness that being scared and being stupid overlap in humiliating ways. Then I saw the structure. At first it was only a geometry problem in the trees. Too straight, too elevated. A dark horizontal line where the forest otherwise broke itself into verticals and irregular shapes. I froze and stared at it through a screen of branches, while my mind ran through possibilities too fast to sort. Cabin, platform, hunting stand, service structure, something recent, something occupied. I moved 20 feet to my right for a clearer angle and saw more of it. An old fire lookout, or rather what remained of one. The tower portion was mostly gone, if it had ever still stood intact in my lifetime. What I could see was the lower platform and the broken beginnings of the supports beneath it, perched on a shoulder of higher ground where the trees thinned around exposed rock. The structure had collapsed unevenly over the years, but not completely. One section of platform still held, listing slightly to one side, while the rest had fallen away or rotted into angles that no longer obeyed their original purpose. The sight of it hit me with almost irrational relief. Shelter. Not good shelter. Not safe shelter. But a shape against weather. A man-made form large enough to hide under or behind. Something with edges and overhead cover and maybe a vantage point if I got close enough to assess it properly. I began moving toward it before I had fully decided to. The ground around the lookout shoulder was worse than it first appeared. Exposed rock slick with old damp. Wind-thinned soil, patches of stubborn brush growing up through debris. The closer I got, the more wrong the structure felt. The lower platform was partly intact, held by warped beams and supports that had twisted with years of wet and freeze. The remains of a ladder angled down from one side, splintered in the middle and missing several rungs, so that it looked less like access than like a broken limb still attached to a dead body. Rusted bolts showed at the beam joints, some crusted almost orange-black, others leaving dark stains down the timbers where water had bled metal into wood. The old paint government issue white once, maybe, or pale gray still clung in patches to the more sheltered boards, peeling up in long curled tongues that exposed silvered wood beneath. Nothing about it suggested recent use, yet nothing about it felt truly empty either. That was the hard part to explain even then. Some structures go dead cleanly. They become part of weather. This one seemed to be holding on to use long after use should have left it. Not because I saw fresh gear or obvious tracks or any cinematic sign that somebody was living there. It was subtler. The way the shade under the platform collected itself. The way certain gaps between boards looked almost intentionally preserved by collapse. The way the whole thing sat on the shoulder of the slope, as if it still claimed authority over the surrounding ground despite having lost the right. Forgotten infrastructure. Yes, but infrastructure that felt as though it had been remembered by the wrong things. I circled partway around it first, keeping distance. Every step careful because of the wet rock and the weakness starting to spread through my leg. The wind was stronger there on the shoulder, enough to move through the warped timbers and make a dry, intermittent creaking sound overhead. Nothing dramatic, just wood under strain, the endless low complaint of an old structure settling by fractions. Twice I stopped and listened for anything that might betray another person nearby. Nothing. No boot on wood, no cough, no movement in brush, only the wind and, farther below, the muted suggestion of water somewhere down the fold of the slope. I could have kept moving. In theory, I could have used the lookout as a landmark, skirted it, and continued climbing while there was still light. But the cold had gotten deeper in me than I wanted to admit, and my body was no longer operating on theory. I needed to get out of the wind for a while. I needed to stop standing in open ground every time I recalculated. I needed somewhere from which I could at least choose whether to keep moving, rather than merely lurch from one bad stretch into the next. There was space beneath the surviving section of platform. Not much. Enough to crawl into, not stand. The ground below it was a mixture of old needles, dryish dirt and sheltered patches. and the debris of years' small, rotted wood fragments, flakes of peeled paint, cones, and whatever else had collected where rain couldn't easily reach. The collapsed side of the structure made a partial screen from downslope, and the intact platform overhead would at least cut some wind and weather. From outside, it looked cramped and miserable. From where I stood, shaking slightly in my damp clothes, it looked like concealment, unsafe, almost certainly. But concealment all the same. I dropped to one knee beside the lowest gap, hissed through my teeth as pain flared bright in the cut leg, then lowered the pack off my shoulders and pushed it ahead of me into the dark under the platform. For a second, I hesitated with one hand on the weathered beam, listening to the dry creak of the wood above and the low blood sound still beating in my ears. Then I got down on my hands and knees and crawled into the shelter beneath it. 4.2 under the boards. The space under the platform was lower than it had looked from outside. Once I got my shoulders through the gap and pulled the pack in behind me, I had to stay half crouched, half folded, one knee in the dirt and the other leg angled out awkwardly because of the shin. The air beneath the boards was close and stale, but not in the sealed, mold-heavy way of a basement. It smelled of dry rot, mouse nest, old rainwater, and the mineral dust that accumulates in places weather can touch, but not fully clean. Wind still found its way through cracks in the floor above, but only in thin little currents that carried the cold, rather than the open force of it. Compared to the exposed shoulder outside, it felt almost protected. That word lasted in my head all of 5 seconds. At first, I was too focused on practical things to really look around. I shifted the pack into a place where I could reach it. I adjusted the bandage on my leg by feel and was relieved, stupidly relieved, to find the wrap still mostly in place even if it had already gone damp. I listened for movement above me and heard only the long complaint of old wood in the wind. No footstep, no voice, no arrow striking anything nearby. Just the structure speaking in the language of neglected weight. Then, because I could not bear not knowing what else was under there with me, I took out the flashlight. I didn't turn it on immediately. For a second I just held it, thumb resting on the switch, and stared into the dark space beneath the slanted floorboards. That hesitation embarrasses me when I think about it now. Not because it was cowardly, but because part of me already understood that darkness under man-made structures has a very specific talent for storing things the daylight refuses. I knew the beam would reveal something. Even if it was only old trash and animal mess, it would still become real in a way I wasn't ready for. But keeping the light off was worse. In darkness, the mind fills any available room with shapes of its own. So I clicked it on. The beam cut low and narrow through the space, catching first on the obvious things. Old cans, crushed and rusting into the dirt. One on its side with the metal eaten almost through. Another folded in on itself and packed with needles. Torn plastic snagged under a warped board. The kind that becomes translucent and brittle with age. A snarl of mouse-chewed something that might once have been food packaging. Animal droppings scattered in the dry pockets near the supports. Small and dark and pellet-like in one patch, looser and grayer in another. Little evidence of ordinary creatures using abandoned human space the way they always do. I felt a weak little drop of relief, not because the place looked clean. It didn't. But because for a moment it looked like the sort of filthy, dead storage space I had half expected. Useless junk, rodent sign, weathered debris. I moved the beam more slowly after that. tracing the edge where the intact dirt floor gave way to a mound of collapse farther in, where broken planks and wind-blown debris had formed a shallow pocket against one side of the supports. That was when the light found something pale and round. At first, I took it for a fungus-colored rock or the bleached curve of a root. The beam only caught one arc of it between two leaning boards, enough to suggest shape without telling me what kind. I remember leaning forward, flashlight lifted a little higher, already feeling something in me draw tight before the object had even become itself. The beam slid across it. An eye socket appeared, not whole at once, just the dark, packed hollow of one side first. Dirt set deep into it, the rim of bone catching a weak, chalky shine. Then the other socket, then the nose cavity, black and triangular beneath them. The round, pale thing beneath the boards became a human skull in a single brutal shift of meaning that did not allow for denial on the way there. I stopped breathing. The skull was half turned into the dirt as if it had rolled and settled there long ago. Soil and pine grit were packed into the eye sockets and along the base where the jaw should have been. A fracture line ran along one side of the cranium. Not a hairline crack, but a visible split angling back from above the temple. The left side, at least, I think it was the left, from where I viewed it, looked crushed or partially collapsed inward. The bone broken and then weather softened around the edge of the damage. In one place near the back, dark strands still clung to it. Hair. Not much. Just a thin, stubborn patch adhered to bone in a way that looked almost painted on until I understood what I was seeing. I made a sound then. Not a word. Just a hard, small noise leaving the back of my throat. The flashlight shook in my hand enough to send the beam skittering across the dirt and boards around it. And that is how I saw the rest. A length of backpack strap partly buried near the skull. The webbing faded almost colorless and stiffened with age and damp, a child-sized sneaker sole lying on its side with the tread still visible. Small enough that for a full stunned second, I told myself it had to belong to an animal somehow, that I was misjudging scale because of the cramped dark. Then the light found another jawbone tucked farther under the collapse, separate from the skull. The teeth in it flashed strangely when the beam hit them, not white, but bright enough against the dirt that I focused on them first, and only then understood why. 2 silver fillings. Human again. No question. I moved the light one more time and saw something that might have been a weathered finger bone half buried near the support post. Thin and pale and so easy to overlook that I almost wished I had. The worst part was not the first skull. The worst part was realizing these were not all from one body. That knowledge arrived with a horrible calmness. The skull under the boards, the separate jaw with fillings, the child-sized soul, the strap, the possible finger bone. Even if some of it had blown or shifted over time, there was too much and it was too wrong in relation to itself. This was not one person lost to weather beneath an old platform. It was accumulation, at least 2, maybe more. Enough to turn the ground under that lookout into something other than a ruin. My stomach convulsed so hard I thought I was going to vomit into the dirt. I twisted sideways and caught myself on one hand, flashlight beams slashing wild across the beams above me. Old nails flashing briefly in the wood before the light dropped again. Bile burned into my throat, but nothing came up except the taste of stale protein bar and metal. I was breathing too fast now. Short, ugly pulls that made the small air under the platform seem instantly used up. My whole body had become one bad pulse. For a few seconds, I could think only in impulses. Get out! Get out now! Back out! Stand up. Run. Leave the whole structure behind. The urge was so strong I actually started to reverse, shoulders turning toward the gap I had crawled through. Then I looked past the edge of the platform into the dying light outside and froze. The afternoon had gone farther than I realized. Not dark yet. Not fully. But the mountain had already started closing around evening. The exposed shoulder beyond the platform was dimmer, flatter. The spaces between trees filling with that directionless gray that means real daylight is almost over in the woods, whether the clock agrees or not. If I crawled out and kept moving, I would be doing it injured, wet, and nearly blind in terrain that had already been beating me up while I could still see. If I left the shelter now, I might trade bones beneath boards for something living in the trees before I found any better place to stop. That was the trap of it. Fear of staying, fear of moving, neither clean enough to feel like a choice. I forced myself to breathe slower, in through the nose, hold, out through the mouth, again. The flashlight beam had gone back to the skull almost against my will. I could not stop checking it, as if repeated looking might somehow simplify it into ordinary evidence instead of horror. It never did. Dirt-packed sockets, fracture line, dark hair. The inhuman stillness of something that had once been utterly human. My thoughts started connecting things whether I wanted them to or not. The bones in the tree, the slice in my tire, the arrow by the fire ring, the opened deer in the brush, the man at my bike with the bow, and now this an elevated old structure on higher ground, hidden enough to avoid casual discovery, with human remains under it. Not an accident. Not a freak overlap of different uglinesses sharing one mountain by chance. The more I tried to resist that conclusion, the stronger it became. The tree had not been random. The deer had not been random. The sabotage at camp had not been random. This lookout, too, felt used, not preserved, not maintained, but remembered. Someone knew it was here. Someone either came here still or had inherited its purpose from whoever came before. I sat back carefully against one of the warped support beams and tried, absurdly, to think like a reasonable person. Could these remains be decades old? Yes. The structure itself was old enough for that. Could some of the items have blown or washed in over time? Maybe. Could there be another explanation involving accidents, scavengers, weather, the 1,000 ways mountains break and disperse human things? Maybe. In the abstract, maybe. But my body had already rejected maybe. The whole place felt arranged by repetition, not organized neatly, not staged for discovery in any theatrical way, but used often enough that each sign reinforced the others. Human remains displayed lower down, a carcass cut and hidden near a crossing, an abandoned camp disturbed in the night without an immediate attack, a man with a bow not panicking, not chasing wildly, but standing at my bike as if he knew exactly where I would go next. The lookout changed the scale of the threat. Until then, the worst story available to me had been a single dangerous person moving through the forest, under those boards, with that skull staring upward out of dirt and the separate jawbone nearby. I understood I had entered something with history, whether that history belonged to one man or several, whether it stretched back years or only through recent seasons. I couldn't know. But the remains proved the mountain did not merely contain danger, it had held violence and kept it. I wanted to call the police then more than at any point before. Not just as a reflex, but as a plea to hand the entire problem back to the world of radios, vehicles, evidence bags, and men in county jackets. My hand even went to my pocket before I remembered the pointlessness of it. The phone came out anyway. I looked at the black screen a second, turned it on, watched it search for signal it would not find, then switched it off again because the faint glow in the growing dark suddenly felt obscene. The air beneath the platform seemed colder by the minute, though that may have been exhaustion finally catching up to me. My wet clothes had cooled into stiffness. My injured leg throbbed in deeper, slower waves now, the pain less bright but more rooted. I ate nothing, drank only enough water to stop my mouth from sticking when I swallowed. The idea of chewing in that space, with the remains lying under the same boards, made my stomach turn again. Outside, the last workable light kept thinning. I told myself twice that I would leave in 5 minutes, then in 10, then as soon as I could breathe normally. I did none of those things, because every time I angled the flashlight toward the gap and imagined crawling back out, the mountain beyond the shelter felt larger and less readable than the horror I already had in front of me. At least beneath the platform, I knew what the terror was. Outside, in full night, I would be returning myself to whatever moved among the trees and had stood by my bike as if my fear were an expected part of the day. So I stayed. I turned the flashlight off eventually to save battery, and the darkness under the lookout folded back in around the shape of the skull and the jaw and the small soul I could no longer see but could not stop knowing were there. Above me, the old boards creaked as the temperature dropped. Wind moved through the remaining structure in long, tired breaths. The mountain outside lost its last color. Night fell while I was still beneath the platform, because by then fear of moving outweighed fear of staying. 4, 3. The arrow through the boards. By full dark, the space under the lookout had stopped feeling like shelter and become something closer to a mouth I had climbed inside. The cold held differently under there at night. Outside, on the shoulder of the slope, the wind had shape and movement. Beneath the platform, it was thinner, meaner, reduced to narrow drafts slipping through the warped boards and touching only certain parts of me at a time: the back of my neck, one wrist, the wet seam along my left sleeve. The rest of the air stayed stale and close, thick with old wood, dust, animal waste, and the dry mineral smell of dirt that has been protected from rain just long enough to keep secrets. My injured leg had stiffened badly. Every time I shifted, even a few inches, the shin pulled and throbbed under the taped bandage in a slow, deep way that felt less like pain than an argument. I had turned the flashlight off after the discovery under the boards, but darkness did not erase what I had seen. It only redistributed it. The skull was somewhere to my left beneath the collapse, invisible now but fixed in my mind with perfect clarity. The separate jawbone with the silver fillings, the little sole, the backpack strap. All of it stayed present in the dark, as if light had merely traced over shapes that had always been waiting just behind my eyes. I could not look at them, yet I could not stop orienting myself around them. Even the way I held my knees in toward my chest was partly about not wanting my foot to brush anything buried in the dirt. I tried to remain silent, not because I had some good plan attached to silence, but because sound had become intolerable. The mountain already knew I was there. The man with the bow likely knew too, if he had ever needed to know at all. Still, every accidental noise from me felt like collaboration. A zipper click, a scrape of boot sole in the dirt, the rustle of jacket fabric as I reached for water. I began moving only in slow, deliberate inches. One hand braced against the support beam, every shift rehearsed in my head before I made it. When I had to cough from the damp and dust, I swallowed it down until my chest hurt. Outside, the night had gone very still, not empty. Still. There is a difference. Empty suggests absence. Stillness suggests waiting. I could hear the wind in the higher trees, and sometimes the faint little complaint of a branch rubbing another branch somewhere downslope. Once, much farther off than I liked. Something cracked in the woods with the heavy, decisive sound of deadfall giving way under old moisture. After that came a long interval of nothing, so complete it almost felt staged, as if the mountain had heard that noise too and was listening for what answered it. The first creak from the structure above me did not frighten me. That was because it sounded ordinary enough. Old wood under shifting temperature. A dry little complaint traveling through the warped planks and down the support where my shoulder almost touched it. I remember glancing upward automatically and then forcing myself not to turn the flashlight on. An abandoned lookout settling in the cold. That was all. It had been making small sounds since dusk, wind and age and load. Nothing to read into unless fear wanted company. Then it came again. A different creak this time, lower and more directional. Not through the whole structure, but from one side, the side where the ladder remains angled up toward the platform. A slow, pressured sound, followed by a soft pause and then another. I sat perfectly still and listened. The silence after it was worse than the noise. Then I heard weight, not the abstract distribution of a building flexing in weather, but distinct weight applied and taken. One load point, then another, careful enough not to hurry, heavy enough to speak through wood. Someone was climbing. My whole body reacted before I had the sentence fully formed. My hand found the revolver in the pack pocket and dragged it free so fast the zipper rasped like something tearing. I froze immediately after, breath held, listening to see if the sound had changed anything outside. Another creak. Closer. On the ladder remains or the platform edge, I could not tell exactly from below. Only that the movement had become purposeful. A human pace adapted to rotten wood. Step, pause, weight transfer. The structure answering in a strained old voice. I do not know whether he knew I was under there before that moment, or only knew enough to check. Sometimes I think he knew the minute I saw the lookout. Sometimes I think he had been following me loosely uphill and was only catching up. Sometimes I think he came there at dark, the way some men return to bars or garages or favorite pullouts, as if the structure itself belonged to a routine, and I was simply the new fact inserted into it. What I know is that someone was on the lookout after dark. And then a flashlight beam cut through the cracks in the boards above me. It came in thin, pale blades at first, knifing through the spaces where old planks had warped apart from one another. One line across the dirt, then another sliding over the support post, then a broader bar of light as the source shifted angle. I pressed back so hard against the beam behind me that splinters caught through my jacket. The light moved slowly, not jittering, not sweeping in panic, searching. It passed over the floor in front of me and lit the dirt in pieces, then the edge of my pack, then a little scatter of old paint flakes, each one briefly white as teeth before the beam moved on. Dust motes floated through it like tiny ash. The skull lay farther under the collapse than the first reach of light. But seeing ordinary debris illuminated under those boards was somehow almost worse. It meant the search was real, deliberate. Someone standing above me was bending and adjusting the beam to inspect the shelter beneath the platform. I raised the revolver and aimed it toward the gap where the light seemed strongest. My hand shook so badly I had to lock my wrist with the other hand to steady it. But even then, the muzzle wandered across shadow and wood because there was no clear target. Only angles, gaps, light, darkness around it. I could hear my own breath again, too fast, too audible. So I clamped my jaw and tried to breathe through my nose. My heart felt enormous in my throat. The beam moved left, then right, then settled near the opening I had crawled through. For one impossible second, I thought he might kneel and look directly in. Instead, something else happened. An arrow slid through one of the wider gaps between the boards. Not fired, placed. That distinction is what made the moment so bad. There was no impact sound first, no violent punch through wood, nothing cinematic. 1 second, the crack was empty except for the shifting beam. The next, the dark shaft of an arrow was easing down through it at a shallow angle, guided by a hand above. The point entered first, then more shaft, then the fletching, until the arrow settled with a faint scrape into the dirt less than a foot from my face. I recoiled so hard my spine struck the support post behind me. Tied beneath the fletching was a strip of dirty cloth. I did not understand what it was immediately. My eyes caught on texture, first the stiff folded shape, dark in places, lighter in others where old fibers had frayed. Then smell hit before thought. Old blood. Not fresh, not wet, but unmistakable. A dry iron smell warmed slightly by the close air under the platform, enough to come off the cloth and into my face the moment the arrow settled. That smell ripped something open in me. The bones in the tree, the deer by the creek, the campsite, the man at my bike. All of it surged together so hard I could not stay inside thought anymore. I fired. I did not choose a target so much as react to the fact of a person being inches away with a weapon and an offering or warning or whatever that blood-stiff cloth was meant to mean. I raised the revolver and fired once through the boards toward the brightest line of light. The sound in that confined space was beyond loud. It was a physical event. The muzzle flash filled the cavity under the platform with white-orange violence for less than a second, burning everything into my eyes at once: the dirt, the beam, the underside of the warped floor, the arrow, my own hands. Then came the pressure, and the crack folded into it, slamming through my ears and chest so hard I felt it in my teeth. My hearing vanished into an instant high ringing whine. The flashlight beam disappeared, not dimmed, vanished. And above me the movement changed from patient to abrupt. Wood protested in a rush of heavy uneven sounds. A boot or knee hitting the platform edge. One fast retreating shift of weight. Then the ladder remains or side supports answering with a series of sharp, dry complaints as whoever had been there withdrew. I could not hear clearly through the ringing in my ears, but the change in rhythm told its own story, not creeping now, not searching, but getting off the structure quickly. Then silence. Total. Impossible. Pulsing silence except for the thin shriek of gunshot aftermath inside my head. I stayed where I was, revolver still aimed up with both hands, unable to tell whether I had hit anything. That uncertainty was its own punishment. There was no cry, no fall, no heavy body hitting the ground outside, no voice cursing or calling out. Nothing to convert the shot into outcome. My wrists trembled. The gun seemed absurdly heavy now. The arrow with the bloodied cloth lay in the dirt in front of me like some private joke. The smell of burnt powder mixed with old wood and stale air until the whole space tasted bitter. I listened with everything I had left. At first I heard nothing beyond the ringing. Then, very faintly, the mountain returned in pieces. Wind over the higher slope, the creak of the structure settling after the sudden movement. Somewhere well below, water. But no retreating footsteps I could isolate, no brush crash, no sign that a body was moving away or lying still. It was as if the shooter's world had opened for one terrible second and then closed itself again without leaving any evidence behind, but the arrow in the dirt and the smoke in the air. My hands kept shaking. I lowered the revolver eventually because my shoulders started cramping from the position, but I did not put it away. I sat with my back against the support beam, gun across my lap, flashlight still off, and stared into the dark where the beam had been. Time passed in ugly fragments after that. A minute, maybe. Then 10. Then some longer stretch I could not measure because the ringing in my ears and the adrenaline crash had deformed everything. More than once, I thought I heard movement outside and raised the gun again, only to realize it was the structure shifting in the wind or my own pulse crowding my hearing. The worst realization settled slowly. This ruin was not just a place where something bad had once happened. It was active. Someone still came here. Someone still used it, or checked it, or treated it as part of a known route. The old lookout had not simply collected the evidence of old violence and then been abandoned to weather. A living person had climbed it after dark with a flashlight and enough familiarity not to rush. He had brought an arrow with a strip of old bloodied cloth tied beneath the fletching and lowered it through the boards toward me like a message. Whether he came to kill me, frighten me, claim the place back, or continue some pattern I could not understand no longer mattered. The distinction between history and present had been removed. I did not sleep. There was no decision in that. Sleep belonged to another world. I remained under the platform through the full black part of the night, shrinking every time the structure made a new sound, flinching at drafts, holding the revolver until my fingers cramped, and then switching hands and holding it again. I drank very little, ate nothing. Once I thought I smelled the bloodied cloth again and realized with fresh nausea that it was still lying somewhere in front of me, inches from my boots in the dark. At some point, the ringing in my ears eased enough for me to hear small things again. No footsteps returned. No light came back through the cracks. The absence did not calm me. It only widened the dark around possibilities I could no longer check. Near dawn, when the black outside had thinned just enough that the gaps in the boards turned from absolute dark to a deeper shade of gray, I switched the flashlight on once more, but only for a second, only to orient myself. Only because I thought some thin wash of daylight might make the understructure less unbearable. The beam grazed the support above my head. That was when I noticed the cuts. Shallow marks carved into one beam, grouped in vertical sets. Not deep, not decorative. Just short parallel lines cut into the weathered wood in little clusters, one beside another, like counts kept over time by someone with a knife and a reason to remember. 5. One leaving before full light. I left before there was enough light to call it morning. The sky beyond the cracks in the boards had only just begun to thin when I shoved the pack toward the opening and crawled after it. One hand on the revolver, the other bracing against dirt and rotten wood. The air outside hit harder than I expected. Colder, cleaner, and meaner than the stale darkness under the platform. with that damp mountain edge that makes your teeth ache before you realize you're clenching them. For a second, I stayed low beside the old lookout, half crouched behind one of the warped supports, listening for anything that might tell me whether the man from the night was still nearby. Nothing. No footstep on old wood, no movement in brush, no voice, no click of gear, only the thin run of wind along the shoulder and, farther off, the faint suggestion of water working its way through rock somewhere below. That should have felt like an opening. Instead, it felt like permission granted by something I did not understand. My body was in worse shape than fear had allowed me to notice in the dark. The shin I had wrapped in a hurry the day before had stiffened so much overnight that putting full weight on it sent a deep, hot pulse all the way up into my knee. My hands were clumsy and swollen feeling from cold and tension, the fingers reluctant to close properly around straps and zippers. I had slept either not at all or only in fractions too small to count. My tongue felt thick. My mouth had that papery taste that comes from breathing through fear and rationing water badly. When I rolled one shoulder under the pack, the muscles in my neck answered with a crackling soreness that made me wince. I had no business moving quickly, so I moved quickly anyway. The first few steps away from the lookout were the ugliest because my body hadn't accepted the day yet. My right leg dragged at first, then loosened slightly into a painful limp that at least counted as forward motion. The ground on the shoulder was slick with old damp, and the exposed rock held the kind of fine, invisible slime that doesn't look dangerous until your weight lands on it. I kept one hand partly out for balance, and the other too close to the revolver for any movement to seem natural. Every step carried the expectation of a shot from behind. That became the rhythm of the first half hour. Step, flinch internally. Step, wait for impact. I realized, with a kind of detached shame, that I had started tightening the muscles between my shoulders, as if I could physically brace my back against an arrow. Once the idea lodged there, I couldn't undo it. Every time I crossed a more open patch of ground, I instinctively hunched slightly, presenting less of myself to the downslope, as if a narrower target mattered against a bow in the hands of someone patient enough to put an arrow through boards in the night. I watched the ground obsessively. At first, that was practical. With the shin wound and the bad footing, I needed every advantage I could get against roots, hidden holes, slick rock, and loose bark. But very quickly, it became something more. I was no longer only scanning for safe placement. I was looking for signs prints, disturbed earth, snapped stems, anything that proved I was not the first person moving through that section of slope. The mountain gave me too many half-answers to trust any one of them. Mud held impressions that might have been old and softened by weather or fresh and blurred by dew. Branches lay bent in ways that could have come from snow load, deer, or human passage. Every broken twig had to be judged and then abandoned unfinished, because the next patch of ground already required attention. The light strengthened by degrees, but never fully committed. It was one of those overcast mornings where dawn doesn't rise so much as spread. Gray worked its way through the timber until individual trunks stood apart again, and the understory developed depth. But there was no clean, golden moment of visibility. Just a slow revealing of how much more mountain I still had to move through. That was when I found the first strip of fabric. It was tied low around a sapling no thicker than my wrist, maybe knee-height off the ground. A narrow, faded piece of cloth twisted once and knotted in a way too deliberate to be accidental. At first, I almost walked past it, The color had gone so washed out by weather that it barely stood apart from bark and dead grass. I only noticed it because I was looking down for footing, and the little line of it cut across the natural grain of the forest, in a way my eye rejected before my mind understood why. I stopped and stared at it longer than I should have. People tie things in the woods. Flagging tape, route markers, survey tags, improvised trail indicators, ribbons left by hunters or kids or utility crews or half-drunk campers. There was nothing in the fabric itself that proved danger. It was old enough to have frayed at the edges, stiff with dirt at the knot, colorless except where a little faded red still clung in the folds protected from weather. I almost laughed at myself then, because of course there were markers in the woods. People had been using these mountains for generations in 100 overlapping ways. Logging, hunting, maintenance, search work, recreation. Not every human trace was a message meant for me. I kept moving after that first strip, irritated with my own nerves for briefly converting debris into significance. Then, less than 10 minutes later, I saw an arrow shaft jammed into the bark of a dead tree, not the broadhead end buried deep like a shot that had missed game, just the broken lower length of a black shaft, wedged into a vertical split in the bark at chest height, as if it had been placed there or snapped off and left. Moss had begun to gather around one side of it. Old, maybe, but not old enough to look like it belonged to another era. Not old enough to become scenery. I stood there in the wet, dim light and felt that ugly inward tightening again. Still not enough by itself. Still explainable. I moved on. 100 yards later, I found 3 stones stacked in a little off-center cluster on a flat patch of exposed dirt beside a blowdown. Nothing dramatic, just a thumb-sized rock on a larger one, and another leaned against them in a way no runoff or animal movement would have produced naturally. The arrangement was small enough to look absurd when considered on its own. Childish, almost. But absurdity is not comfort once pattern starts accumulating around it. By then I had begun telling myself stress was making me read symbols into ordinary clutter. It was a good explanation, better than the alternatives. My brain, already sleep-starved and fear-fed, was scanning too hard and assigning intention too easily. Once you start expecting signs, the world becomes generous with them. I knew that. I knew it the way anyone who has spent time alone and tired outdoors knows that your perception begins looking for hooks to hang fear on. A strip of cloth becomes a marker. A broken shaft becomes a warning. Rocks become a count. Every artifact leans toward meaning because meaning is easier to defend against than randomness. Then I saw too many of them. Not in one place. That would have been simpler. They appeared across the slope in a loose, broken sequence, each one isolated enough to remain deniable until the next and the next after that made denial expensive. Another faded strip tied low to brush. A blunt old arrow shaft pushed into the crook of a stump. 2 little stacks of stones no more than 20 yards apart on opposite sides of a narrow rise, as if bracketing a line through it. One length of pale cloth snagged so neatly around a sapling that it could not have arrived there by wind alone. Some looked old enough to have weathered through more than one season. Others looked recent enough that the colors still held under the grime. That was the worst part. Not simply that they existed, but that they did not all belong to the same moment. Some had been there a long time, some had not. The mountain was not just scattered with weird signs. It seemed to have been marked repeatedly. After the 4th or 5th one, I stopped arguing with myself and started looking at them as a set. They suggested a route. Not a clean trail, nothing as generous as that. More like a corridor of preference, a line of easiest passage or repeated movement stitched together by low markers, visible mostly to someone already within it. Once I allowed that idea, the terrain around me changed shape instantly. The clearer patches of timber, the little openings through brush, the places where the rock shelves offered gentler ascent, many of them aligned, however loosely, with the markers. It was not exact, not engineered, but close enough to feel designed by use. The forest was beginning to feel arranged. I hated that thought the moment it formed, because I knew how paranoid it sounded even inside my own head. Yet every new marker made it harder to dismiss. The strips tied low where a person looking at his footing would catch them. The shafts tucked or wedged at eye level in just those places where the timber otherwise offered little to distinguish one line of movement from another. The stones in little patient stacks where open ground or a bend in the slope forced a choice. None of it added up to certainty. All of it added up to influence. I couldn't decide whether to follow them or avoid them. That indecision ate time and energy I no longer had. If the markers indicated a route used by the man with the bow or men, or whoever else had left bones under an old platform, then following them might mean walking deeper into something I had only begun to understand. If, on the other hand, they marked the easiest way through a bad section of country, avoiding them might mean wasting precious daylight and strength fighting terrain for no gain beyond the feeling of independence. In the end, I chose refusal. Not a clean refusal, because mountains don't honor clean intentions, but a stubborn angling away every time I noticed a new marker. If cloth appeared on the left, I trended right. If an arrow shaft turned up near a dead stump ahead, I cut across the slope rather than passing close. If stacked stones suggested an opening between two rotten timber patches, I forced myself through the denser ground instead. The mountain punished that decision almost immediately. Away from the marked line, footing worsened. The brush grew thicker, catching at my injured leg and the pack straps. The slope rolled into awkward little pockets of rotten wood and hidden holes where water had undermined the soil. What had looked from a distance like a broad alternative line turned out to be a series of miserable micro-choices, each one forcing me to either lose elevation, gain it too fast, or push through cover dense enough to erase any sense of direction. And still, despite my efforts, the terrain kept pushing me back toward the marked areas. That was what made the arrangement feel real rather than imagined. I would fight my way sideways through brush or angle up over slick rock to escape a line of cloth markers, only to emerge 30 yards later into another little opening where the ground eased, and there again, some small human sign would be waiting, a broken shaft in bark. 2 stones where stones had no reason to be stacked. A strip of faded fabric tied low at the edge of the easiest passage. The mountain didn't funnel me cleanly. It didn't need to. It only had to make the alternatives sufficiently punishing that the marked route kept reasserting itself as the least impossible way forward. I began to hate every opening. A sane person might think relief should come with easier movement, better sight lines, more navigable ground. But by then those things had become suspect. Ease looked chosen. Convenience looked touched. The rougher, more miserable sections at least felt unclaimed. The trouble was that my body could not survive on defiance alone. Each fight through bad brush cost my shin more. Each forced detour burned energy I no longer had to spend. My thirst came back sharper. My hands had lost almost all dexterity to cold and strain. Once, while trying to climb over a deadfall slick with moss, I nearly blacked out for half a second from the combined rush of pain and effort and had to stand bent over. breathing through my teeth until the pulse settled. The mountain had reduced everything to ugly bargains. Near midday, or what I think was midday, though time had gone unreliable again, I crossed a narrow bench of ground where the timber opened downslope into a long, angled view through trunks and brush. I paused there, partly because the terrain forced a choice, and partly because the silence had changed in a way I didn't like. Not broken, exactly, tighter. I listened. For a few seconds, I heard nothing but the blood in my ears and the faint hiss of wind moving high where I could not feel it. Then, from downslope and off to my left, came a sound that might have been someone moving parallel to me. 5.2. The gully. I stood there on the narrow bench of ground with one hand on a sapling, listening so hard that my own breathing became a problem. The sound came again from downslope and behind me, though not in the neat, unmistakable way I had been dreading all morning. It was smaller than a footstep and heavier than an animal should have managed without more disturbance. A brief dislodging of something loose. Then stillness. Then, after a few seconds, another faint shift under it. Too soft to identify, but close enough in character to make every muscle in my back tighten. The slope to my right rose into thicker timber and rotten deadfall. To my left, it dropped sharply into a gully I had only half noticed while climbing toward the bench. From above, the gully looked like a dark slash in the mountain. One of those steep runoff cuts where spring water and years of erosion have stripped the soil down to roots. Exposed dirt and slick rock. On the far side, the ground rose again toward thinner timber, and a lighter strip beyond that might have been open slope or man-made clearing. I did not stop to study it properly. I only registered two important facts at once. The bench where I stood was too exposed, and the gully, miserable as it looked, at least offered broken ground and concealment. I started toward it faster than my leg wanted me to. The first few yards were bad immediately. Loose soil gave under my shoes. Wet roots crossed the descent like trapwires. The slope tipped more sharply than it had looked from the bench, steep enough that I had to half-step, half-slide in places, one hand catching trunks and brush to control the drop. There were old pockets of dirty snow pressed into the shadows under the root systems where sun hadn't reached, gray-white and pitted at the surface, softening into icy mush around the edges. Each one made the ground around it colder and slicker. Behind me, somewhere upslope, a rock knocked loose. Not a massive crash. Just a hard clack of stone against stone followed by a short, chattering bounce through brush. I flinched so violently I nearly sat down on the slope. That sound was too distinct, too singular, too human in its timing after the half-heard movement from below the bench. I turned my head without fully turning my body, enough to look back upslope through the trunks. I saw nothing. Only the timber, the damp dark under it, and a few leaves still quivering on one little alder branch, where something had brushed past not long before. The nothingness of that view was almost more destabilizing than seeing a person would have been. A visible threat can be measured. An unseen one begins to occupy every available space. I took 2 more steps downward. Then the arrow hit the tree. The sound was a crack more than a thud, sharp and ugly and entirely unlike anything else the mountain had made around me. It buried itself into the trunk of a fir no more than 6 feet to my right, just ahead of where I was moving, the shaft vibrating in a hard black line against the bark. For a frozen half-second, I only stared at it, my mind refusing to accept the sequence quickly enough to protect me from it. Then the meaning caught up all at once. A direct shot. The first of the day. It had not missed me by accident. It had struck too close to ignore and too far to call a failed attempt from a competent shooter. It landed exactly where a shot meant to halt, or turn someone lands close enough to dominate the body without ending it. The realization took my balance with it. I slid, my injured leg folded awkwardly under me on the slick dirt, and the rest of me went with it in a violent, scrambling loss of control. I hit the slope hip first, one shoulder clipping a root hard enough to jolt a burst of white pain through my chest. Then I was skidding down into the gully in wet leaves and loose soil, trying to grab at anything that held while the pack dragged sideways and the cut leg screamed under me. I slammed into the bottom harder than I remember the fall itself. Not a dramatic drop, just the accumulated impact of bad footing, gravity, and one last rock or stump catching my ribs as I landed. The breath shot out of me in a sound so raw I barely recognized it as mine. For a second I could not inhale again. I lay twisted against the muddy base of the gully with one arm pinned wrong under me, mouth open, chest refusing to draw air while panic tried to climb over the top of the pain. When breath finally came back, it came ragged and insufficient. My right side hurt now ribs, or maybe the deep, soft tissue under them. The kind of injury that doesn't announce itself cleanly, but makes every movement feel structurally wrong. My left shoulder burned where I had clipped the root. The bandage on my shin had shifted under the slide, and when I got my hand there, I felt mud worked into the fabric and tape. Not soaked through, exactly, but filthy enough that I knew whatever cleanliness the wrap had once pretended to offer was gone. I was in the gully proper now, and that was both terrible and useful. The sides rose steep and uneven on either hand, packed with roots, dark, damp soil, little outcrops of rock, and pockets of old snow collapsing into slush. Water had run there hard in wetter months, cutting the center into a narrow, rough channel now mostly empty except for trickles and black mud. Fallen branches had collected in tangles along the bottom. It was a miserable place to be caught, but not a clean place to shoot through either. The walls and clutter interrupted lines of sight. That fact hit me at the same moment survival instinct did. Move. Hide. A little farther along the gully bottom, a root mass jutted out from one wall where an old tree had tipped long ago and then snagged instead of fully falling. Beneath it was a dark, wedge-shaped pocket protected by dirt, roots, and part of a half-rotted trunk laid across one side. I crawled for it without standing, dragging the pack and one bad leg through mud and leaf rot, while every breath stabbed my side. The space under the root mass was barely enough for me to get shoulders and head into, but it was something. Concealment. Cover from a direct line. I shoved in until cold, wet earth pressed against my cheek, and the low tangle of roots hid most of my body from the upper slope. Mud soaked through the knee of my pants and into my sleeve immediately. I hardly noticed. I was too busy trying not to pant loud enough to betray myself. Breathing became a mechanical failure I had to manage manually. In through the nose if possible. Shallow because the ribs on the right side objected violently to anything deeper. Out through the mouth. Slow. Trying to reduce sound. My heart was going hard enough to shake dirt loose somewhere inside my chest. I tasted blood, or maybe only the metallic aftermath of panic and cold air. The smell in that pocket was raw and close wet soil, old wood, thawing rot, and the sharp, clean edge of broken roots. I heard nothing for several seconds after that. No immediate follow-up shot. No crashing pursuit down the slope. No shouted command. Only the tiny noises my own body was making against the dirt and somewhere above, the wind moving the tops of trees I could no longer see. Then a faint shift came from upslope. Not close, not far either. I turned my head just enough to look through the narrow gap under the root mass and across the gully toward the opposite wall. The view was bad, broken by mud-dark roots, hanging grass, and the angle of the fallen trunk. That limitation probably kept me from seeing more than I wanted. What I did see was enough. A boot first. Dark, mud-streaked, planted on the upper edge of the gully wall across from me. Only the lower portion visible at first where the slope broke around a clump of brush. Then, after a long, still second, the hem of a dark rain jacket or shell moved slightly as whoever wore it adjusted weight. Below that, partly obscured by root and branch, the lower half of a bow appeared for just a moment, curved limb, dark grip, then gone again as the person shifted back behind cover. No full face, no full body, just pieces. Enough to confirm the person's position without granting me the mercy of seeing him whole. He did not charge. That was what turned my fear from sharp to poisonous. A frantic attacker I could at least imagine outmaneuvering. However, unrealistically, a man sliding carelessly into the gully after me, making noise, forcing decisions. But the figure on the rim did none of that. He waited, listened, maybe watched the space, maybe watched only the likely exits. There was no rush in the partial glimpses I caught. No anger, no excitement, just presence held in reserve. That patience was more frightening than frenzy could have been. Because patience means confidence. It means the person believes time is working for him. I stayed under the root mass and forced myself not to move even when the mud under my injured shin started feeling cold enough to burn. I listened for another arrow, another stone knocked loose, any sign of approach. More than once I thought I heard the faint scrape of a boot repositioning above, but I could never confirm it cleanly. The silence between sounds was the true weapon there. It kept every possibility alive at once. If he was still on the rim, he could see something of the gully. If he had moved, I didn't know where. If he wanted me dead in that moment, there were angles he could perhaps find with enough patience. And yet, he did not take them. That thought worked through me slowly, ugly and unavoidable. I had been in the open on the bench, vulnerable on the descent, exposed during the fall, scrambling in the gully bottom. If the shooter had truly wanted a kill shot and had the skill he seemed to possess, there had been chances. The arrow at the tree had been close enough to control me, but not close enough to end me. Why the question made everything worse because it removed the comfort of simple danger. If he was missing on purpose, then the misses were part of the event. I do not know how long I stayed under that root mass. Maybe 2 minutes, maybe 10. Time under fear and pain becomes elastic in ugly ways. I only know that eventually, a stretch of silence arrived so complete it began to feel like opportunity rather than suspense. No foot repositioning, no branch touch, no rolling pebbles from the rim. Just the weak trickle of water through the gully mud and the distant higher wind. I moved before my courage could collapse. Not standing at first, just backing out of the root pocket slowly. One hand on the revolver, the other pressing against the gully wall for leverage. Then a half crouch. Then a staggering upward scramble along the gully's line rather than across it. Because the far wall where I had seen the boot felt occupied, even if I could no longer prove it. I slipped twice in the mud. Once my injured leg buckled, and I caught myself against a root hard enough to jar my ribs so badly my vision narrowed. But I kept going, forcing speed in bursts whenever the ground allowed it. expecting with each new open angle to hear another arrow strike. None came. The gully began to ease after a short, brutal distance, shallowing into a more open wash of rock and sparse brush. Beyond that, the timber thinned abruptly and the ground changed. I scrambled up the last bank and nearly stumbled into a long, clearer strip cut through the mountain. At first I thought it was a road. Then I saw it was too narrow for that, too rough, but unmistakably man-made, all the same, a cut line or utility corridor carved through the trees, open enough that the sky suddenly widened over me. The ground there was packed with old maintenance tracks, low grass, scattered rock, and the ghost of human access. It was ugly and exposed, and in that moment, the clearest thing I had seen all day. 5.3. The access road. The corridor felt wrong in all the ways a miracle often does when it arrives too late. After hours in timber, brush, and bad ground, the sudden openness of it made me stop dead where I had climbed out of the gully. The trees had been cut back in a long, uneven line that ran across the mountain in both directions. Broad enough for a maintenance vehicle or ATV, narrow enough that it still felt secondary to the forest rather than imposed on it. Low grasses and coarse weeds had taken parts of it back. Exposed rock showed through in places. The ground underfoot was packed dirt, old gravel, and the faint parallel depressions of past tires. Overhead, the sky opened in a pale gray strip wide enough to make the whole world seem taller. I stood there bent at the waist, one hand on my thigh, trying to pull air into lungs that no longer wanted deep breaths. My ribs hurt. My shin hurt worse in the dull, dragged-out way pain gets when the body has already spent its first reaction. My clothes were damp and cold in separate patches. Mud had dried in stiff, dark fans up both legs. But none of that mattered for one soft, stupid second, because I had stepped onto something legible. A route. Not just more mountain, not just another slope with choices hidden inside brush. A track. A line made by people for the purpose of going from one place to another. I nearly cried when I saw the tire ruts. That sounds melodramatic until you have spent long enough moving through country that refuses to explain itself. The ruts were old, softened by weather and partly broken by runoff. But they were undeniably there, two shallow, parallel grooves running down the line of the corridor, pressed into dirt and small stone by repeated machine use. The sight of them did something to me that maps and logic and self-control had all failed to do. It returned scale. Trucks fit here. Utility vehicles. ATVs. Men in county jackets with radios and clipboards. Idiots with coolers. Ordinary human nuisance. The whole aggravating infrastructure of the world. I would have taken any of it gladly. I turned downhill without really deciding. The corridor sloped enough in one direction that the choice barely felt like a choice. Water would run that way. Access roads usually seek lower grades and useful connections. Everything practical in me still worked on those assumptions, even after the rest had been shredded. If I kept moving downhill on a line built for vehicles, sooner or later it had to connect to something wider, clearer, more traveled. Even if it only led to an equipment gate or maintenance spur, that still meant eventual road, eventual cell service, eventual a person whose first question would not be whether I belonged there. I began walking. Calling it walking is generous. It was more like a controlled lurch held together by relief and residual fear. The injured leg had stiffened into a bad rhythm that forced me to favor the other side, which in turn made the ribs on my right protest with every longer stride. My hands had gone so numb with cold and strain that when I reached to adjust the pack strap, My fingers felt like someone else's attached to me for convenience. Still, the corridor gave me what the woods had withheld for hours: visibility, predictability, and enough open line ahead that I could see where my next several minutes were going to happen. I kept expecting an arrow anyway. That was the contamination fear leaves behind. Even with open space on both sides, even with the sky visible overhead and the track obvious underfoot, some part of me still moved as if the next step might be interrupted by violence from behind. I glanced up slope more often than I looked ahead. I watched the tree line on either side in jagged little checks, searching for motion that never resolved. I tried once to listen only to the corridor itself, the crunch of my shoes in grit, the scrape of weed stems against my pants, the thin wind crossing the open cut, and could not stop hearing, somewhere beneath those things, the remembered crack of the arrow striking the tree. Still, this was better. A few hundred yards along, I found my first piece of evidence that the corridor was genuinely used, and not just some forgotten cut reclaimed by weather. A crushed aluminum can sat half-pressed into the dirt near one shoulder. Old, but not ancient. Its label faded enough to be unreadable except for a strip of red still visible where the metal had folded in on itself. A little farther on, a piece of old flagging tape fluttered weakly from a branch at the edge of the corridor. The plastic whitened and split by exposure. Then came clearer ATV tread in a softer patch of ground where runoff had recently dampened the surface. Not fresh enough to hold sharp edges, but newer than the deepest ruts. Someone had used this line within a span of time my body could still emotionally understand. The relief that produced in me was embarrassingly total. I started thinking in the language of after. After I reach the vehicle track. After I get to a gate. After I find service. After I can describe the road, the camp, the lookout. After somebody else starts carrying the shape of this. For the first time since seeing the man at my bike, I allowed myself to imagine actual escape instead of only continued movement. The corridor seemed to grant that fantasy because it belonged to systems larger than a single mountain and larger, certainly, than one hooded man with a bow. Utility crews, search volunteers, county maintenance, land maps, radios, schedules, the boring machinery of people whose jobs depend on terrain being made manageable. I leaned on that thought hard, maybe too hard. It was the first stable thing I had had all day. Then I saw the cloth. It was tied low to a sapling beside the corridor where the track bent around a shallow little rise. Not high like survey tape usually is, not flapping at eye level or even chest height. Low, about where a child's hand might tie something if told to mark a route, or where a kneeling person might place it without fully standing. Knee height on me, maybe a little lower. The strip had once been red, I think, though weather and grime had bled most of the color out of it. What remained clung in the deeper folds like dried old blood does in cloth. I stopped moving so abruptly the pain in my ribs flared white and forced a grunt out of me. The shape of the knot, the narrow width of the fabric, the grime-stiff way it hung, none of that would have meant anything to another person passing through. But I had seen cloth tied beneath the fletching of the arrow under the lookout. I had smelled old blood on it before I fully understood what my eyes were seeing. This was not the same piece, of course, but it was the same kind, same width, same low placement, same deliberate smallness. I turned slowly and looked up and down the corridor. Once I did that, I noticed more. Not new markers appearing from nowhere, but old details rearranging themselves under a different understanding. Another tie farther ahead near the base of a post or young tree, nearly hidden by grass. A little cluster of stones at the edge of the track, too neat to be run off. A broken shaft jammed low in bark where the corridor narrowed between brush and rock. Signs I might earlier have filed under maintenance debris or outdoor clutter now formed a pattern clear enough to make my stomach sink. The corridor was marked too, and not accidentally. That was the moment the mountain became something other than terrain in my mind. Not haunted, not supernatural. Nothing so simple or generous as that. Worse, because worse was human. The roads, clearings, gullies, crossings. The easier lines through bad ground, someone had learned them, marked them, and returned to them. Not every marker was necessarily fresh. Some had clearly weathered through time, but time itself was part of the horror now. It meant this had not begun with me, and would not end with me, and likely had not belonged to a single incident or a single panicked man improvising on one bad day. The mountain contained channels, routes, places where movement naturally compressed, and where signs, tied low and easy to miss unless you were already looking, could steer that movement without ever needing to force it cleanly. The tree with the jawbone below, the campsite on the shelf, the creek crossing, the deer hidden just off the route, the old lookout on the shoulder. Now this access track with another strip of cloth tied at that strange, deliberate height. None of it was random. The realization almost turned me around. Not because I wanted to go back into the woods that was unthinkable, but because the corridor suddenly felt implicated. It was not simply a rescue line dropped into wilderness by ordinary infrastructure. It was also part of the same larger geography that had guided me, pressed me, and shown me signs all day. Even the relief I had felt on reaching it now seemed somehow accounted for, as if whoever knew this mountain understood perfectly well that broken, scared people seek clarity and are easiest to move when offered the simplest available line. I stood there too long with the pack pulling at my shoulders and the pain in my leg pulsing through the tape and mud. Then I heard an engine. At first it was so faint I thought I had imagined it out of desperation, the low, intermittent growl of something mechanical moving at uneven speed somewhere farther down the corridor. I held still and listened. And there it was again. Not a truck on pavement. Smaller. A TV or side-by-side, maybe, bouncing lightly over rough ground. The sound came and went behind the shape of the land, then strengthened enough to become undeniable. My body reacted before thought did. I stepped into the center of the corridor and raised one arm, then both, not caring who saw me or from where. The engine sound grew louder. A small county utility vehicle, or maybe just a rugged side-by-side with a light bar and equipment rack, rounded the bend below the rise and braked hard when the driver saw me. The man behind the wheel was older, gray beard under a ball cap, orange outer vest over a dark jacket. The vehicle had county markings on one side smeared by mud, and a radio handset clipped near the dash. For a moment, I couldn't process him as real. He looked like a hallucination produced by every practical hope I had spent the day withholding from myself. Then he was out of the vehicle and saying something I didn't fully catch, because my hearing still felt damaged around the edges after the shot under the lookout. He asked if I was Evan. I think I said yes. Or maybe I only nodded. He said they'd been searching lower roads, and someone had reported gear abandoned near a bike route. He looked at my leg, my clothes, my face, and whatever he saw there made him stop asking immediate questions. He moved me to the vehicle with the cautious, practical gentleness of a man used to finding people in bad shape outdoors. He gave me water and told me not to drink it too fast. He radioed someone whose reply came back broken and official sounding through static. I was rescued. That is the clean version of events. The version people prefer. But relief never truly arrived. Not then. Not even when the vehicle started moving and the corridor began carrying me down through the mountain in a direction I had not been able to force on my own. I kept looking back over my shoulder at the cut line, at the low-tide cloth receding beside the track, at the points where the open corridor narrowed into timber again. The rescue did not feel like stepping out of danger. It felt like being removed from one visible layer of something larger. Because by then, I already understood enough to know the worst part was not one bowman, one campsite, one ruined lookout, one bad night. The worst part was the shape of the place itself. I sat in that county vehicle shivering in damp clothes, leg throbbing, hands finally beginning to shake for real, and knew with a certainty I could not have explained to the man driving me out I had not gotten lost on random ground. I had moved through a mountain that someone else had already learned how to use. 6.1 hospital light. The first place they took me was not a hospital exactly. It was one of those small county clinics attached to a broader emergency services building. The kind of place built for logging injuries, chainsaw accidents, broken wrists from bad ladders, heat exhaustion in summer, hypothermia in winter, and all the other predictable ways rural people get hurt while doing practical things outdoors. It sat just outside a town I barely registered through the passenger side window of the county vehicle. I remember a gas station, a church sign, a feed store with its metal siding gone dull from years of rain. Then we turned into a lot bordered by wet ornamental shrubs and parked beside an ambulance bay. I had spent so many hours in the woods by then that the sight of the building should have felt like rescue in its purest form. Instead, the first thing I felt stepping inside was exposure. Not physical exposure exactly, though there was that too, with my clothes soaked in places, my leg bandaged like a child's rushed schoolyard injury, mud dried over half my lower body, and one sleeve dark with creek water and dirt. What I mean is that fluorescent light exposes different things than daylight does. In the mountain, fear had narrowed the world into movement, pain, roots, sounds, and the immediate logic of staying alive. Under hospital lights, everything became social again, observable, interpretable. My body was no longer simply hurting. It was evidence. My story was no longer the private architecture of my fear. It was something I would have to hand over sentence by sentence to people who were clean, warm, hydrated, and standing on tile floors. The waiting area smelled like disinfectant, burnt coffee, and the stale, sweet chemical odor that seems to live in every medical building regardless of size. Someone had tried to make it feel less severe with fake landscape prints on the walls and a basket of outdated magazines on a low table. But the place still had that thin, institutional brightness that makes exhaustion feel embarrassing. A nurse in pale blue scrubs came toward me with a practiced expression that was kind without being intimate. I remember wanting very badly for her to tell me what had happened next in a voice that made sense. Instead, she looked at my leg, then my face, then the county volunteer who had driven me in, and said, "Let's get you seated." I sat on the exam table in one of the back rooms, and only then started shaking for real. Not dramatic shivering at first. Just the small, involuntary tremor that begins in the hands and jaw when the body realizes it has made it indoors and no longer has to spend every available resource on movement. The nurse noticed immediately. She wrapped one of those warmed hospital blankets around my shoulders, while another person took blood pressure and pulse and clipped a monitor to my finger. The little machine flashed numbers I did not understand, because my attention kept snagging on bright, stupid things, the hum of the overhead lights, the paper crinkling under my weight on the exam table, the rust-colored edge of dried mud on my bootlace, the way clean cabinets and labeled drawers looked almost theatrical after the interior of that mountain. They cut the bandage off my shin. That was the first pain that felt fully civilized, and for some reason, it almost undid me. In the woods, pain had been part of motion. Strip it down, wrap it, ignore it, keep going. Under white light with gloved hands and saline and metal instruments laid neatly on a tray, the wound became a thing with dimensions and procedures. The nurse peeled the tape back from mud-stiff fabric and sucked air quietly through her teeth when she saw what was underneath. The laceration was not as catastrophic as fear had made it seem in the gully, but it was deep enough to need proper cleaning and likely stitches. The skin had split along the front of the shin in a ragged line, and dirt had worked its way into the edges where I'd slid and then climbed. When they irrigated it, the water felt like liquid glass. I gripped the side of the exam table hard enough to make my knuckles hurt more than the wound, and stared at the opposite wall while muddy pink runoff dripped into a steel basin. They checked my ribs next. Nothing broken, they thought. Though thought was the operative word, until imaging could confirm it. Likely bruising, maybe a deep strain where I'd slammed the gully wall. Every full breath tugged at it, and every cough felt designed by an enemy. My left shoulder had a broad swelling patch already darkening toward purple under the skin. Mild hypothermia, one of them said. Dehydrated, another added. They got warm fluids into me and made me sip water slowly despite my body wanting to gulp everything it was offered. As the room warmed around me and the adrenaline drained farther out, I began feeling my own fatigue in layers, not just tiredness, collapse held together by timing. At some point, a deputy came in, then another. They were not aggressive, and I do not want to make them sound like caricatures. One was younger, broad-shouldered, with the flat, careful politeness of someone trying to project calm in a room full of damaged people. The other looked older and more tired, with a county jacket that still held a little rein on the shoulders. They introduced themselves. I forgot their names almost immediately. One stood near the counter with a small notebook. The other leaned one hip against the sink and said they would need a statement when I was able. I said I could talk. That was true in the technical sense. It did not mean I could do it coherently. The story came out in fragments, not because I was trying to be dramatic, but because that was the only shape it still had in me. I started with the road, the wrong turn, the tree, when I said there was a jawbone hanging from a branch. I heard how that sounded in the clean, fluorescent room and almost corrected myself towards something smaller, something that would fit more comfortably inside normal police paperwork. But I had seen teeth, wire through bone. There was no smaller version available. The younger deputy wrote as I spoke. The older one watched me with an expression I could not read cleanly. Concern, yes, but also the careful reserve of someone already sorting what category of witness he had in front of him. Injured, but reliable, overstressed, half-shocked, and filling in gaps. I found myself editing even while I talked, not to deceive them exactly, but to keep the story from tipping over into something I feared would sound delusional. So I said bones in a tree, not displayed remains. I said someone was outside my tent. Not he touched the fabric beside my head and laughed. I said my tire had been slashed. Not he stood over my sleeping gear and chose not to kill me. I told them about the deer by the creek and immediately heard, in my own voice, how a field-dressed carcass could be explained in 100 ordinary rural ways if you removed the wrongness from it. I told them about the man by my bike, hood up, dark jacket, bow in hand or close to hand, and the younger deputy paused, writing long enough to look up at me. You definitely saw a bow, yes. You're sure it wasn't, like, a branch or a pack frame or... It was a bow? He nodded and wrote again, but slower. I kept going. The old lookout, the space under it, the skull. Saying that part out loud in the exam room was the first moment my own account threatened to come apart on me. I heard myself say there was a skull under the platform and another jawbone with silver fillings, and for one horrible second, the sentence sounded like the kind of thing a panicked man invents, because the rest of his fear demands a destination. I stopped talking. One of the nurses, working at my leg, glanced up at me briefly and then away again. The older deputy did not interrupt. The younger one looked at his notes, then back at me, then made a smaller mark than I expected. There were human remains, I said again, quieter this time. More than one. The older deputy asked, "Did you hit your head at any point out there?" Not cruelly, not dismissively. In another context, it would have been a responsible question. Head injuries matter. Confusion matters. But I heard what sat under it all the same. I looked at him and said no, I didn't think so. Though the truth was I could no longer separate physical fatigue from what might have counted as concussion symptoms in any useful way. He nodded as if that answer both mattered and did not. I left things out, not all at once, not as one decision, but in little quiet omissions. I did not tell them about the blood-stiff cloth tied under the arrow lowered through the boards. I did not tell them how the man had pointed uphill from beside my bike, because I could not bear hearing that gesture reduced to some misunderstanding of distance and fear. I did not mention the cut marks grouped on the beam above me beneath the lookout. I did not tell them how many low markers I had started to see in the woods, nor how those markers had begun to feel less like random debris and more like a route. Each omission came from the same source. Once you are already afraid of sounding insane, you start rationing your own truth. That made the room change around me. Not physically, institutionally. One deputy wrote less after certain details than before, another time. The older deputy exchanged a glance with someone from search personnel standing near the doorway, just a quick side look. Barely a movement, but enough to tell me some private evaluation was taking place in a language I wasn't being invited into. The nurse cleaning my leg remained professionally neutral, but the movement of her hands changed slightly whenever my story edged too far into the woods. Less conversational then, more focused on the tray. The younger deputy asked for the route again in simpler terms. Which road? Which turnoff? What time I left the highway? Where I camped relative to the road bend? How far uphill I thought I'd climbed? He was trying, I think, to drag the account back into coordinates and objects because coordinates and objects are things institutions know how to touch. I wanted that too, desperately. So I tried to help. I described the gas station, the open gate, the washed-out culvert, the abandoned pullout. I explained the shelf where I camped, the broken picnic table, the fire ring. I said there had been an arrow planted there in the morning, and immediately watched one deputy's face shift, not disbelief exactly, but a sort of administrative fatigue, as if his mind had encountered one claim too many and was now trying to decide which level of response this report deserved. I became aware, as I talked, that fluorescent safety did not actually feel safe. It felt exposed, provisional, and faintly adversarial in the way institutions become when your experience exceeds the categories immediately available to them. No one called me a liar. No one laughed. No one overtly dismissed what I said. But neither did the room receive the story the way my body needed it received. They took it as information to be sorted, weighted, and possibly thinned. By the time the stitches were in 6, I think, though I may be remembering wrong and my shin was wrapped cleanly, I felt more wrung out than reassured. One of the deputies stepped out. Another came in. He was older than the others, not in uniform, and carried himself with the patient, slightly detached manner of someone used to interviews that go long and then longer. Detective. Though I do not remember whether he introduced himself that way, or someone else did for him. He did not sit immediately. He looked at me, at the notes already taken, at the mud-stiff remains of my clothes folded in a bin near the wall. Then he pulled a chair over and said, in a voice so even it almost seemed gentle, "Start again for me, from the beginning. Take me through the route, 6.2, the quiet confirmation." The first confirmation came in the most boring possible way. Not with urgency. Not with someone rushing back into the room to tell me I had been right. Not with the sudden hard energy people imagine attaches itself to the discovery of human remains. It came as a shift in tone, a nurse stepping out to answer a question in the hall and returning quieter. One of the deputies no longer trying to smooth every rough edge off the conversation. The detective who had asked me to restart from the beginning, leaving for a stretch, then coming back with a face that had not changed much and had changed enough. That was the first thing I learned about official truth in places like that. Sometimes it doesn't arrive as revelation. Sometimes it narrows the air by degrees until you realize everyone else has stopped treating your account as a panicked maybe and started treating it as a problem. They recovered the bike where I had left it. That much they told me early, almost as if they thought it would comfort me. The county volunteer who had brought me in had radioed the location as best he could after finding me on the access corridor. And sometime while I was being cleaned up, a search team or deputy unit went up to check the lower roads. My bike and trailer were still at the campsite shelf, not stolen, not moved in any meaningful way, just sitting there in the gray daylight where I had abandoned them. The rear tire slashed, the rest of my gear still loaded or spilled where I had left it in panic. The campsite itself was located without much trouble once they had the route. So was the tree. When the detective came back in after one of his longer absences, he did not sit right away. He stood beside the sink, one hand on the edge of the counter, and asked me to repeat exactly where the hanging remains had been in relation to the bend in the road, the shelf, and the old pullout I had mentioned. I told him. He nodded once, not looking especially surprised, and then asked whether I had touched the remains with my hands or anything else besides visually inspecting them. That question landed harder than the words themselves, because he did not ask whether I was sure they had been human. He asked whether I had touched them. No, I said. I got close. I didn't touch them. He made a note. Not dramatic, just one line, then another. Later, another deputy, not the younger one from before, someone else from search or maybe the sheriff's office, used the phrase "the bones in the tree" without hesitation, as if that fact had already passed beyond doubt somewhere outside the room. He said it in the same tone a man might use for the ATV by the washout or the pack left near the trailhead. Ordinary noun structure wrapped around an unbearable object. That was when I knew they had confirmed it. The lookout site was confirmed too. Not in front of me. Not with photographs or details, or the sort of procedural transparency people imagine investigators naturally provide to useful witnesses. It came indirectly. The detective returned a second time and asked me, very carefully, whether I had crawled fully under the structure or only partially beneath it, whether I had shifted debris, whether I had moved bones, boards, or any personal property I found there, whether I had spent the whole night under the platform or left and returned. Questions like that do not get asked because police think you hallucinated a skull under old boards. They get asked because something is now a scene. I said I had not touched anything. That was mostly true. I had turned my flashlight. I had leaned back against a support. I had fired a round through the boards. But I had not laid hands on the skull or the jaw or any of the other things under there. I said so. And the detective nodded again with the expression of a man receiving information he had hoped for and expected anyway. At one point he asked whether the jawbone with fillings had been near the skull or farther away. I told him farther, separate. He wrote that down too. That was enough to confirm the part I had dreaded most. The remains under the structure were not being treated as one old accidental death, whether anyone said those exact words to me or not. I understood from the questions that they had found more than one thing, in more than one position, and that those distinctions mattered to them. Hours passed in a strange folded way after that. By then I had been stitched, wrapped, warmed, hydrated enough that the room no longer spun when I stood, but not enough recovered to feel fully attached to time. People came and went. A deputy asked for a more precise description of the man by the bike and seemed unsatisfied before I had finished, because there wasn't one to give. Hood, dark shell, medium to tall, bow, hand on the handlebars, looking uphill. That was all I had, and saying it repeatedly began making me feel fraudulent, as if the lack of a face rendered the rest childish. What they told me was partial and oddly shaped. They did not hide everything. That would almost have been easier to understand. Instead, they gave me just enough to validate what I had seen while withholding any scale that might have explained it. Yes, search teams had located the old structure. Yes, there were remains beneath it. Yes, the remains were human. No, they could not discuss specifics pending further examination. Yes, the site had been secured. No, they could not yet comment on age, identity, or number beyond what was necessary for the report. When I asked directly how many people they thought the remains represented, the answer became procedural and smooth. More than one is all we can say at this time. It was confirmation, but quiet confirmation, the kind designed not to satisfy. One officer, I never learned his name, just a tired-looking man in a sheriff's department fleece who seemed to know the local terrain better than the others, mentioned old missing person files once, and then immediately regretted doing so. It happened in passing, almost under his breath, while the detective was asking about distances between the road and the camp shelf. The older officer said something like, "That area's been a problem before." And then, when the detective looked at him, amended it into something vaguer about old reports, scattered cases, records that didn't always mean much in forest country. He never elaborated. But the slip hung in the room after he made it, and no one corrected the underlying fact so much as they stepped around it. That frightened me more than any clean statement would have. because it suggested prior suspicion without granting me the dignity of being told what kind. Their questions broadened in ways that made me realize they were thinking beyond the line of my exact experience. Did I see any camp structures off-road? Any tarps? Any freezers, cabins, vehicles not on the road? Fuel cans, coolers, animal pens, old appliances, fresh-cut wood, plastic totes. Did I smell fuel, hear generators? Did I notice game trails being used like footpaths? Any place that looked lived in, hidden, or worked? The list was too specific to belong to improvisation. I answered no to most of it because the truth was I hadn't seen those things. My world on that mountain had narrowed to routes, injuries, immediate terror, and the pieces of evidence that forced themselves on me. But each question implied they were not merely chasing a random assault by a dangerous man in the woods. They were feeling around a larger possibility, one involving repeated use of remote terrain, staging, concealment, maybe even storage. Whether that suspicion predated me or was being built from what I'd described, I couldn't tell. I asked whether they had found arrows. The detective looked down at his notes before answering. That pause told me more than the answer did. We recovered various items in the area, he said. We're cataloging everything. That means yes. It means we're still processing what belongs to what. The evasiveness of that irritated me enough to cut through some of my exhaustion. There was one at my camp, I said. There were shafts under the tree. There was one in the stump near the deer, and one I stopped myself before saying beneath the lookout, before saying with cloth tied under it. There were more. Did you find them or not? He held my gaze for a second too long, then said, We're not discussing all recovered evidence right now. That was as close to a yes as I got. I asked whether anyone else was missing. No one answered immediately. The younger deputy looked at the detective. The older officer in the fleece shifted his weight and stared at the floor. Finally, the detective gave me a version of the same line I would hear repeated, in different wording, over the next several days. We're not prepared to connect this to any active missing person case at this time. Not prepared to connect. Not no. Not we know of none. A sentence built entirely to avoid crossing a threshold. That was when I felt the wall begin to rise. Not a dramatic shutdown. No one told me to stop asking questions. No one asked me to leave. The wall was made of tones and phrasing and omission, of glances between officers before certain answers, of subject changes that happened too smoothly, of the detective asking me again whether I had moved anything beneath the platform, but not volunteering whether ballistics would be run against the round I had fired there, of the fact that they clearly wanted my route, my timings, my contact with evidence, my observation of structures and markers, and wanted those things badly while giving almost nothing back beyond the minimum needed to keep me cooperative. The truth, I realized, was being narrowed rather than expanded. I had assumed, stupidly, that once I got inside a county building and put the story into official hands, the shape of it would widen. More search teams, more maps, more facts. Instead, the opposite happened. The mountain had given me fragments and dread. The institution accepted the fragments and began fencing them off one by one. By late afternoon, they moved me out of the exam room and into a quieter side room with a vinyl chair, a little table, and a window facing the parking lot. I watched rain begin in a thin, cold line across the glass. While waiting for updates, no one volunteered, unless I asked directly. At some point, someone brought me a paper bag with my phone, wallet, and a few other small items that had been on me or in immediate reach when I was found. Not the pack. Not all my gear. Just the basics. My property. I learned would be returned in batches. Some of it needed to be held. Some of it had to be processed. Some could be released later. The terms were ordinary enough. The effect wasn't. Seeing my belongings broken apart by administrative categories made the whole experience feel less over, not more. It was as if pieces of the mountain had followed me in through the doors and now sat in labeled bins behind some locked room I was not allowed to enter. I held my phone in one hand and stared at the scuffed black screen for a while before turning it on. No new service problems now, just battery, signal. Notifications from ordinary life blinking into existence as if the last 24 hours had happened on a different planet, outside the room, somewhere beyond the half-open door. I could hear deputies moving through the hall and the clipped rise and fall of radios. And beyond that, invisible but not absent, the mountain remained where I had left it, its roads, crossings, markers, carcass, old lookout, and all the things under the boards, while the people now responsible for it decided how much of it I was permitted to know. 6.3. The arrow with my name. They did not give everything back at once. That should have made me feel safer than it did. In theory, evidence being held meant procedure, seriousness, the existence of a system larger than my panic. In practice, it only prolonged the event. Every item that stayed behind somewhere in a county evidence room or sheriff's storage cabinet felt like a thread still running back into the mountain. The parts of my trip that had been simple gear 24 hours earlier were now tagged, questioned, boxed, and split into categories I wasn't allowed to see. The first batch they returned was the harmless stuff. My phone, wallet, keys, the outer layer I'd shed in the clinic when they wrapped me in heated blankets. Later, a plastic bag with a few loose personal items from the day pack, a crushed protein bar, one lighter, a half-empty water bottle they told me to throw out, the little pocket knife after someone confirmed it wasn't needed. Nothing that felt like the story itself, only the ordinary objects that made the whole experience harder to classify. Because seeing them under fluorescent light made the mountain feel briefly like a bad interruption rather than a rupture. The second batch came the next morning. By then they had moved me from the clinic side into a cheap motel the county used sometimes for stranded drivers, domestic spillover, weather closures, and people like me who were technically well enough not to be admitted anywhere, but not yet fit to drive themselves home. The room smelled faintly of bleach, old carpet, and the stale heat of a wall unit that had been running too long. A fake watercolor print hung over the bed. There was a Bible in the drawer, a little coffee machine bolted to the dresser, and a parking lot view framed by curtains the color of nicotine. It should have felt blessedly normal. Instead, it felt like being staged for a life I no longer knew how to step back into. A deputy came by mid-morning with a cardboard file box and a form clipped to a board. He apologized for the delay in the casual, flat way men apologize when they've said the same sentence too many times that week. Some of my property, he explained, had been cleared for release. Some remained with investigators. More might be available later depending on processing. That word again. Processing. A pleasant administrative blanket thrown over whatever was really happening in some locked room with fluorescent lights and nitrile gloves. I signed where he pointed. He set the box down on the little motel table, gave me the kind of professional nod that means you're no longer my immediate problem, and left. I stood there after the door shut, listening to his steps recede down the outdoor walkway, and did not touch the box for nearly a minute. Part of me did not want my things back. That sounds stupid until you understand what they had become. Every item was now linked to a place, a moment, an angle of fear. The fleece still smelled faintly of wet dirt and my own sweat. The headlamp had been in my hand beneath the lookout. The pack had crossed the gully with me. The simple return of property was not a restoration. It was contamination handed back in manageable pieces. Still, I opened the box. Inside were my day pack, re-zipped and heavier than I expected. The spare fleece I'd crammed into it before leaving the bike. A plastic evidence bag containing odds and ends from the pack compartments. And the revolver, unloaded. Inside its own tagged pouch with the magazine and rounds separated. There were also the small things that always make an inventory feel more invasive than the serious items do: lip balm, rolled gauze, a pen, the cheap folded trail map I hadn't really used. A receipt from that gas station at the edge of the highway that I hadn't remembered keeping after all. I sat on the motel chair and began taking things out one at a time. Not because I needed to organize them, more because I needed to control the pace at which the mountain re-entered the room. The fleece came first, still damp in one cuff where it had never fully dried. Then the pack, with a new strip of evidence tape across one pocket that I had to peel back to open. Inside were the protein bars, fewer than I remembered. The first aid kit, its contents shifted around from my frantic use in the woods and whatever inventory had happened after. My phone charger, one glove, the flashlight, the second lighter I'd grabbed in panic at camp. Each object looked slightly wrong outside its original environment, as if the motel room itself were rejecting their meaning. Then I found the arrow. It had been slid diagonally into the main compartment of the pack and wrapped in a clear evidence sleeve that someone had either forgotten to reseal properly or no longer cared about keeping sealed. For a second, I only stared at the shape of it through the plastic, my brain registering dark shaft, fletching, length before allowing any of the rest to come forward. My stomach turned over so hard and fast I had to put one hand flat on the table. I do not know whether they had recovered it from the campsite, from near the bike, or from somewhere among my things after the fact. No note explained it. The deputy had said only that some items from the area had been cleared to return. I should have called him back immediately. I should have left it bagged and untouched. Instead, I slid it out with hands that had started shaking before they fully touched it. It was not one of the weathered old shafts from the tree. Not one of the broken pieces I had seen jammed into bark higher up. This one was intact, dark, clean enough in places to look almost new beneath the dirt smear and handling marks. Not the blood-cloth arrow from under the lookout, I knew that at once. Though part of me checked the fletching as if the wrong piece might somehow make the whole thing easier. No cloth tied beneath this one. No visible damage beyond grime and one slight scrape near the middle of the shaft. I turned it once in the motel light. That was when I saw the scratching. At first, I thought it was just scoring from use or transport. One of those shallow lines black carbon shafts pick up over time. But the marks had shape. Too controlled, too grouped. I brought it closer to the window and angled it until the weak daylight caught along the surface. Then the letters separated from the scratches. Evan, lightly incised. Not deep enough to cut into the shaft in any dramatic way, but deliberate and undeniable. My name. Not written in marker that weather could take off. Scratched in with something sharp enough to leave pale, thin lines against the dark finish. I stared at it until the letters stopped looking like language and turned back into marks. Then I looked again, and they were my name once more. The detail itself was small. That was what made it so terrible. Not a threat scrawled in blood. Not some theatrical taunt meant to be discovered by anyone. Just my name cut into a shaft by a hand that had known what to write and had had enough time. calm and proximity to do it. Close observation. That was the first horror in it. Whoever marked the arrow had not chosen a random target. He had learned my name, whether from a label on my gear, my wallet, my phone screen, a registration card tucked in the trailer, or by overhearing it spoken somewhere earlier in the day. I could not know. But learning a name requires a narrowing of attention. It is no longer just the man on the bike. It becomes me. Time was the second horror. Names scratched into shafts do not happen in panic. He had stood still somewhere long enough to do that. Maybe before I ever saw him. Maybe while I slept in the tent. Maybe after I fled uphill and he was at my bike with one hand on the handlebars. The idea that he had occupied time with my belongings, my route, and my identity while I was elsewhere on the mountain made my skin go cold in a way the motel heater could not touch. The third horror was intimacy. Not emotional intimacy. Nothing human enough for that. I mean the intimacy of violation so specific it starts to feel almost relational. My name on an arrow meant I had ceased being an accident in the landscape. I had become a person to him in at least one private way. Not enough to understand, not enough to know, but enough to name. I sat there in that motel chair with the arrow across my lap and felt the room tilt slightly around me. The instinct to report it came and went fast. That is the part I judge myself for even now. A better version of me would have bagged it back up, called the detective or the sheriff's office or whoever was responsible, and forced the fact into the official record. Instead, I held it for another few seconds, then slid it back into the plastic sleeve and stared at the motel carpet, while my thoughts rearranged themselves around a new and worse center. I did not tell them. At first, I framed that as caution. What if the deputy had handed it over by mistake? What if the scratching was old, unrelated? Some previous owner named Evan. Some hunting buddy's arrow reused and lost in the woods before my trip. Those explanations existed, and I tried them on because I needed them to. But they never held for more than a few seconds. Not with what I had already seen. Not with the man at my bike. Not with the low cloth markers and the patient shots. The name fit too well into the shape of the fear. The real reasons for my silence were uglier. Part of it was fear of disbelief. I had already felt the room at the clinic subtly tighten whenever my story crossed certain thresholds. The tree, the skull, the arrow under the lookout. The broadening questions about hidden structures and old files, bringing them a named arrow after that, one now in my possession rather than in theirs, felt like handing them exactly the kind of detail that tips a witness from distressed into dubious. I could already hear the questions. Had I scratched it myself? Had I misread old markings? Was I sure it hadn't been on there before? Did I usually label my gear? Had I slept at all? Another part of it was fear that reporting it would somehow draw more attention. That fear was irrational and still powerful. Not police attention. His. As if speaking the fact aloud in an official room would move me back into a brighter place on whatever line of sight had followed me off that mountain. Fear does not always make sense, but it often knows where your shame lives. And there was shame. Shame that my name on that arrow made the whole thing feel personal in a way I could not defend. Shame that I had been watched enough for that to happen. Shame that I had fled uphill the way he pointed. Shame, too, that some part of me already understood the rules of silence more quickly than I wanted to admit. The mountain had not only frightened me, it had begun teaching me what not to say. So I put the arrow back in the pack, not hidden well, not ceremonially. Just slid down along the side compartment beneath the fleece where I would not have to see it every time I opened the bag. Then I signed whatever remaining forms they put in front of me that afternoon. Accepted the prescription for antibiotics and painkillers. Took the drive south the next morning when they cleared me to travel, and crossed back into Oregon physically safer than I had been 2 days earlier, and psychologically in much worse condition. The drive home passed in fragments. Gas station coffee I barely tasted. Rain on the windshield. Long stretches of highway where forest edges made my hands tighten on the wheel. Once, near a rest area, I saw an ATV trail cut into a tree line and had to pull over because my breathing had shortened without warning. Everything ordinary now contained the possibility of hidden routes, low markers, and men who stood still long enough to learn your name. By the time I reached my apartment, the story had already begun hardening into 2 separate versions. The public one was rough but coherent. I got lost. Something bad happened in the woods. Search teams found me injured. Law enforcement was investigating. Human remains were recovered. I was lucky. The private one was quieter and much worse. That version contained the man at my bike, the patient shot into the tree, the old lookout, the bloodcloth arrow beneath the boards, the grouped cuts on the beam, the low-tied strips of cloth, and the arrow with my name scratched into its shaft. That version did not end with rescue. It only changed settings. I carried the box of returned gear into my apartment and set it by the hall closet. The pack went in after it. The damp fleece, the flashlight, the map, the revolver, cleaned and locked away separately. Everything from the trip got put behind that closet door with the practical, tired finality of a man trying to turn experience back into storage. I told myself I was done with it. Done with solo rides. Done with that mountain. Done with reopening the bag or looking at the arrow again, unless someone from the sheriff's office specifically asked for it. Then I shut the closet door and stood there in the quiet of my own apartment, hand still on the knob, knowing I had brought something home that hadn't stayed on the mountain at all. 7.1. The new shape of ordinary life. People always imagine that after something like that, your life divides cleanly into before and after. It doesn't, not in any useful way. What actually happens is smaller and meaner. Life resumes in pieces. Rent is still due. Groceries still need buying. Your job still expects a version of you to show up on time and stand under fluorescent light pretending your mind belongs to the room. Friends text you to ask how you're doing, and most of them don't actually want an answer shaped like the truth. They want reassurance with a little darkness around the edges, something survivable, something that can be set down after they hear it. Weeks passed, then more. Spring turned properly into spring. The rain changed character. Trees in town leafed out. My stitches came out. The shin closed into a hard pink line that stayed tender longer than it should have. The bruising on my ribs yellowed and faded. My body did what bodies always do when they remain alive long enough it resumed normal function, whether or not the mind had agreed to anything. From the outside, I probably looked better much sooner than I actually was. I went back to work. I answered questions with the same edited story until it began sounding pre-manufactured, even to me. I got lost on forest roads in Washington. Somebody messed with my camp. I got injured trying to get out. Search teams found me. Law enforcement recovered remains in the area. So there's an active investigation, and I can't really say more than that. It was close. I'm fine now. People accepted some version of that depending on what they needed from me. The ones who liked sensational stories leaned forward too far and wanted the exciting parts. Did I think it was a serial killer? Did the guy chase me? Did I see dead bodies or just bones? Did I shoot someone? Was it like a movie, they would ask, with this hot little appetite behind the concern? The same appetite people bring to crash photos and true crime documentaries. I stopped telling those people anything beyond the flattest facts I could manage. Then there were the reducers, the ones who nodded too fast and translated everything into a panic event before I had finished speaking. You know how it is out there, they'd say. You get tired, cold, turned around. The mind starts doing things. I'm sure there was some weirdo in the woods, but once you're stressed like that, every little thing feels bigger. You probably scared yourself half to death. At least you're safe now. Those were the people I disliked most, because part of what they were saying was true. Fear had enlarged certain things. Exhaustion had made me less reliable than I wanted to be. But those truths sat alongside other truths, and they used the first kind to erase the second. There had been a man by my bike. There had been a shot at the tree. There had been bones under the lookout. The problem with ordinary people is not that they can't imagine horror. It's that they prefer horror in forms that don't require them to rearrange the map of reality they already like. So I stopped telling the full story, not in one dramatic vow of silence, just by attrition. Every bad conversation narrowed what I was willing to offer next time. Every skeptical look, every too eager question, every well-meaning simplification trained me a little more. Eventually, I could tell the approved version of what happened in under a minute. It had no tree markers in it, no bloodcloth arrow, no name scratched into a shaft, no grouped cuts on an old beam. It ended at they found remains in the area, which people found chilling enough to satisfy whatever part of them wanted darkness. The private consequences arrived through habit. I stopped taking solo forest trips completely. At first, I told myself it was temporary. Let the weather turn. Let my leg finish healing. Let the sheriff's office close or clarify whatever they were doing. By summer, when I normally would have started planning overnight rides or long trail weekends, the idea of sleeping alone anywhere with tree line at the edge of it felt less like adventure and more like volunteering for a test I had already failed once. Even when friends invited me on group trips, I made excuses more often than not. If I did go somewhere outdoors, I noticed things I had never consciously noticed before. Not because I was wiser, because I had been changed into someone who looked for the wrong details first. I scanned tree lines automatically. Not the scenic, casual kind of looking people do when they're admiring a landscape. I mean functional scanning, breaks in cover, vertical shapes that remained too still, low movement near brush, openings that offered sight lines back toward camp or a trail. When I entered parking lots near trailheads, my eyes checked the edge of the timber before they finished taking in the cars. If I stopped at a roadside overlook and there were woods beyond the rail, part of me was already inventorying where a person could stand without being immediately seen. I noticed tied fabric instantly. That change was so fast and complete that it would have been funny if it hadn't made my life worse. Survey tape, route markers, a rag on a fence, colored string tied around nursery stock at hardware stores. I saw all of it with the speed of reflex. My attention would hit the tied material before I consciously knew what I was looking at. Once, in a grocery store garden section, I had to leave my cart and go stand in the parking lot because a bundle of saplings arrived with little strips of red cloth around the trunks, and my body reacted before my mind could remind it where I was. I stopped sleeping near windows when I did camp. That sounds irrational because it is irrational. Most trauma habits are Even in the rare cases where I agreed to go on a group trip or stay in a cabin with friends, I could not position myself where a window, tent wall, or uncurtained opening sat at head height beside me. I always wanted a wall behind me and a controlled view outward if one had to exist at all. If there were bunk choices, I took the innermost one. If there were cabin curtains, I checked whether they closed all the way before I unpacked. Intense. I kept my boots oriented toward the zipper and a light within reach even when there were 3 other people sleeping 10 feet away. I checked gear obsessively, not because I had become some superior outdoorsman after the fact. More the opposite. Gear stopped being equipment and became a perimeter. I checked tire pressure twice, then again. I counted water sources in absurd detail for day trips that barely deserved the name. I inspected zippers, knife placement, flashlight batteries, food wrappers, straps, and door locks with a compulsiveness that would have embarrassed the old version of me. If I left a backpack in my truck overnight, I unzipped every compartment before driving the next morning. Not because I expected to find anything, because not checking had become its own form of unease. Steps in the apartment building froze me where I stood. The place I lived then had an outdoor corridor and old wooden stair runs that amplified movement in unpredictable ways. Before the mountain, hallway footsteps belonged to the category of harmless urban noise. Afterward, every ascending tread arrived loaded. It wasn't that I thought the man from the woods had somehow followed me home, not in any fully articulated way. It was more humiliating and more constant than that. My body had simply lost the distinction between a person approaching my door and a person approaching my tent if footsteps slowed near my unit. I held still without deciding to. If they stopped, even briefly, my throat tightened and all my attention went to the small rectangle of light under the door. Sometimes it was the upstairs neighbor fumbling his keys. Sometimes it was a delivery. Sometimes nothing stopped at all, and the whole event happened only in my nervous system. I tried to live normally because there was no alternative that didn't immediately look like surrender. Grocery store aisles, job shifts, traffic lights, coffee and paper cups, rain ticking against the siding at night. Weekends where laundry and dishes and emails tried to pretend the world had returned to scale. I moved through those things and did them with basic competence. If anyone had followed me around with a notebook, they could have made a case that I was functioning well enough. But the functioning had changed species. It was all built around tiny control measures designed to prevent surprises that ordinary life was no longer under any obligation to respect. At night, rain on the siding made my sleep shallow. Not every time. Not enough that I can make it poetic, but often enough that weather stopped being weather in the dark. Water tapping at windows, drips from gutters, branches making contact with the outer wall in wind. Once, when a loose downspout knocked intermittently against the side of the building during a storm, I lay awake for nearly 2 hours because the spacing between impacts kept suggesting intention before the sound resolved back into physics. The sheriff's office never gave me straight closure. That part mattered more than I wanted to admit. Days turned into weeks, then into the early shape of months, and every communication from them managed to be both technically responsive and substantively empty. An investigator called once to clarify a timing detail about when I'd left the road. Another time, someone asked whether I still had the map I'd been carrying and whether I had marked anything on it. They thanked me for cooperation. They told me the case remained active. They were not in a position to discuss forensic findings. No, they could not confirm identities. No, they could not comment on whether the remains were linked to any open cases. No. They could not discuss recovered evidence in detail. I stopped calling after a while because the calls themselves began making me feel smaller. Instead, I looked on my own. Missing person forums, local county pages, old news snippets, regional Facebook groups full of half-reliable speculation, search and rescue bulletins, amateur true crime boards. I searched in secret because the act itself felt vaguely shameful, as though I had become one of the strangers who lean over stories like mine for heat. But what I wanted was not thrill. I wanted structure, a name that matched one of the remains, a report of a body found in an old lookout, any sign that the skull under those boards had belonged to a person whose absence the world had once recorded with dates and photos and somebody waiting at home. Nothing came cleanly. A few rumors surfaced and vanished. Old disappearances from that broad region. Hunters overdue and later found elsewhere. Runaways. Men who left camps and never returned. One woman in a forum thread mentioned old county lore about illegal hunting camps and isolated structures being used for storage or worse. Another person mocked her for watching too much television. Both replies stayed with me longer than they should have. Over time, I began to suspect that silence was doing more than protecting an investigation. It was protecting someone. Not necessarily by design. Institutions protect people all the time simply by refusing scale, by treating patterns as separate reports until too many years have gone by to join them cleanly. But there were moments, certain phrasing choices, certain withheld facts, the way old files had been mentioned and then pulled back, that made me feel the quiet around that mountain was not innocent. Maybe not a conspiracy, nothing so dramatic. More like a landscape of small local knowledges and old incomplete reports, and people choosing the least destabilizing interpretation whenever possible because the alternative would require admitting something had been allowed to continue. That thought lived with me longer than any wound. By late summer, the storage bin in my hall closet had become a physical object I moved around rather than opened. If I needed something from that corner of the closet, I shifted the bin an inch with my shoe, reached over it, and shut the door again. The trip gear remained inside exactly as I had packed it away. After returning home, the damp fleece eventually dried stiff and forgotten. The flashlight, the map, the first aid kit, whatever pieces of the mountain the sheriff had cleared to return, I knew the arrow was in there too. I knew that every time I avoided looking at it. Autumn began leaning into the city. The rain came back harder. One night, the upstairs neighbor dragged furniture across his floor after 10, and I sat upright in bed, with my heart hammering before I fully understood why. The next morning, flat with poor sleep and tired of carrying a sealed thing I had turned into a shrine by avoidance, I stood in the hall with coffee going cold in my hand and looked at the closet door. Then I set the mug down, opened the door, and pulled the storage bin out onto the floor. 7.2 The Black Arrow. I did not open the bin in some dramatic state of courage. That would make for a cleaner story, but it would also be a lie. I opened it because avoidance had become its own form of exhaustion. For months, I had let that plastic storage bin occupy a small section of my hallway closet, with the quiet authority of something not dead enough to ignore. It had turned into more than a container. It was a sealed version of the mountain. A shape in my apartment holding the weather, the mud, the root, the things I had brought back and the things I had refused to look at too long. By that point, autumn had already started pressing rain against the city again. The morning I pulled the bin out, the light in the apartment was thin and gray, and the whole place had the stale indoor smell of wet coats, radiator heat, and coffee gone lukewarm in a mug I had abandoned on the kitchen counter. Nothing about the day felt theatrical. That was part of why what happened next landed so hard. There had been no buildup except my own fatigue. I took the bin into the little storage room off the building's shared garage because I did not want the contents spread across the apartment if opening it turned out to be uglier than I was ready for. The room was barely more than a concrete utility space with metal shelving, old paint on the walls, and a single overhead bulb that took a full second to hum into brightness after I hit the switch. There were bicycles chained to a rack along one wall, a box fan with one broken blade, and the faint, permanent smell of dust, motor oil, and cardboard slowly softening in damp weather. My footsteps sounded wrong in there, too exposed, too clean. I remember noticing that before I set the bin down on the floor and knelt beside it. For a few seconds, I only looked at the lid, blue plastic, scuffed at one corner, a strip of gray duct tape still stuck to one side from an old move, one of the locking handles slightly warped. Ordinary object, cheap object. Nothing in its appearance to suggest the part of my life that had begun orienting itself around it in secret. I told myself I was doing something practical, inventorying gear, reclaiming the space it was taking up, seeing what needed to be cleaned, thrown away, or donated. Then I flipped the latches and lifted the lid. The first thing I saw was the arrow. It lay on top of the sleeping bag, not tucked along the side the way I had hidden the named shaft months earlier, not buried in the fleece or mixed with the smaller returned items, just lying there across the folded top of the bag, as if someone had set it down carefully and expected it to be the first thing I noticed. Black shaft, clean fletching, a strip of pale fabric tied beneath it in a flat little knot. I knew immediately it had not been there before. That certainty did not come from memory alone, though memory was part of it. It came from the physical wrongness of the arrangement. I had packed the bin myself. I knew the sleeping bag sat low in the container under the flashlight, the fleece, the first aid kit, and some loose odds and ends from the trip. The arrow with my name scratched into it had been slid down out of sight along the side of the pack, inside the bin. Nothing had ever rested on top of the sleeping bag because the sleeping bag had not been visible. And yet there it was, laid across the fabric like an answer I had not asked for properly. For 1 second, I did not move at all. The overhead bulb hummed. Somewhere out in the garage, a car door slammed, and the sound carried into the storage room thin and distorted. I could hear the blood in my ears before I felt what the rest of my body was doing. Then cold ran through me so hard it felt electrical. I reached toward the bin and stopped halfway, my hand hanging stupidly over the arrow without touching it. There was dirt on the shaft. Not caked mud, not fresh enough to be wet, just old ground worked into the finish in smudged brown-gray traces, especially near the point and along one edge of the fletching. The cloth tied beneath the veins was narrow and light-colored and stiff where the knot folded it over itself. I did not need to touch it to know what it was. My body understood before my thoughts said it. Tent fabric. The same tent fabric from the place beside my shoulder where the nylon had snapped inward in the night. I leaned closer without wanting to. The strip had that faint synthetic weave I recognized instantly, even cut down to so small a piece. It had frayed at one edge exactly the way torn tent material does when split by a blade and then stressed by handling. There was a tiny darkened spot near the knot that might have been mud or old blood or simply age and grime. I could not tell. I did not need to. Recognition had already done the damage. My mouth filled with saliva so fast it was almost a warning. I dropped back onto my heels, and turned my head just in time to avoid vomiting into the bin. What came up instead hit the concrete beside me in a thin, ugly spill of coffee, stomach acid, and whatever nervous system poison the body manufactures when terror reaches back through time and declares itself current again. I stayed there braced on one hand, coughing and spitting bitterness, while the room seemed to narrow around the open storage bin and the black arrow lying inside it. When I could breathe well enough to lift my head again, the arrow had not changed. That was somehow the worst part. No flicker of mistake. No chance I had missen what lay there in the first shock of opening the lid. Black shaft. Dirt. The tied strip of my tent. Calm as an object in a box should be. Calm as if it had always belonged among my stored things. I stood up too fast and hit the metal shelf with one shoulder. The impact rattled some paint cans on the upper shelf and sent a little burst of dust down into the light. I spun toward the storage room door so hard that the movement blurred the corners of my vision. It was still closed, not locked. I had never locked it when I came in, because why would I but closed? Beyond it, the garage was quiet in the ordinary unsettled way shared indoor spaces are quiet. No footstep retreating, no door easing shut, no shadow crossing the slit of light beneath the frame. I checked the room anyway. Every shelf, behind the bicycles, along the far wall where a stack of flattened boxes leaned under a hanging extension cord. There was nowhere meaningful for a person to be, and of course there wasn't anyone there. That did not stop me from looking with the kind of intensity usually reserved for actual threats. By the time I finished, my breathing had gone shallow and quick again, and the right side of my ribs never completely right since the gully had begun to ache in old familiar pulses. Then I checked the apartment. I don't remember deciding to do that either. 1 second I was in the storage room staring at the closed door. The next I was back upstairs moving through my own place too fast, checking windows, locks, closet corners, shower curtain, the space behind the bedroom door, the latch on the balcony slider even though I almost never used it. I checked the front deadbolt twice, then the chain, then the deadbolt again. I opened the hall closet and looked behind hanging coats as if a man with a bow might fold himself into wool and winter jackets if he truly wanted to. I found nothing. No broken lock. No disturbed window frame. No sign anyone had been in the apartment. No missing property. No obvious intrusion in the storage room downstairs beyond the fact of the arrow itself. That absence was terrible in both available directions. Either someone had access to my things after the rescue through evidence handling. Return, storage. Some gap in the chain I had naively assumed belonged to order and had chosen to place the arrow there later, without leaving another trace. Or someone had followed the line of my life beyond the mountain and entered my space on purpose. Neither answer contained a smaller version of the problem. I went back down to the storage room after several minutes, though went suggests more dignity than I actually had. I moved through the hallway and down the stairwell in a state too controlled to call panic and too physically altered to call calm. Every footstep in the building sounded newly significant. Every apartment door looked like a witness pretending to be wood. The arrow was still in the bin when I returned, exactly where I had left it. This time I made myself look closely. The shaft was dark, matte black, slightly duller than the named arrow I had been given back, but of the same general type. The point was intact. The dirt along it smelled faintly of wet cedar when I bent too close. Or maybe that was only memory dragging the room toward the mountain. Under that, something else. Not a fresh smell. More a ghost of iron, old and dry. The tied strip of tent fabric had been cut with enough care that one edge was almost straight, while the other feathered into loose threads. I recognized the color too, not the old original color of the tent, but the weathered version of it after mud, rain, and handling had reduced it to a dingy gray-green. It was absolutely from my gear. Not similar, not approximate. Mine. I did not call the police. That fact has embarrassed me for years. I should have called immediately. That is what the earlier version of myself would have insisted any sane person must do. Evidence placed in returned belongings. Possible ongoing threat. Clear sign of continued targeting. Call. Report. Force the fact into a room with paperwork and chain of custody and people whose job is to act. Instead, I stood there in the storage room with the overhead bulb buzzing above me and did nothing for several full minutes except stare and think in small, jagged circles. Part of it was disbelief, though not disbelief in the arrow. That part was real enough. It was disbelief in what police attention would now require. More questions, more retelling, more chances for the story to harden in someone else's mind as the account of a man already known to have been injured. Hypothermic, exhausted, frightened, and not entirely forthcoming the first time. And that last part mattered more than I wanted to admit. I had never told them about the named arrow. I had never reported the bloodcloth one under the lookout properly. Calling now would mean not only presenting the new proof, but exposing the shape of my earlier silence. Part of it was fear in a purer sense. Not fear of the police. Fear that making the call would turn a private proof into an active exchange again. As long as the arrow remained in my possession and the room held only me and it, the horror was intimate but static. The moment I called, the event would open. People would come. Questions would start. Reports would be made. Evidence would move. And somewhere beneath all of that lay the primitive dread that speaking it aloud might call attention in a direction I could no longer control. Most of all, I think, the hesitation revealed how much fear had changed me. The mountain had not only taught me to look for signs and scan tree lines and distrust tied cloth. It had taught me slowness where action should have been, silence where reporting should have been instinct, a new obedience to dread. I hated that realization even while I embodied it. Eventually, I closed the storage bin. Not all the way. The arrow was too near the lid, and I had to move it first, which meant touching it. I used a dish towel from the apartment because suddenly bare hands felt impossible. Even through the cloth, the shaft seemed strangely light. I laid it back down exactly where it had been, as if changing its position might somehow complicate the truth of its presence, and lowered the lid until it almost met the rim without fully sealing. Then I sat down on the concrete floor with my back against the wall and remembered, with a clarity that made my stomach turn again, the man standing by my bike below the slope, one hand on the handlebars, bow close, hood up, looking uphill, and then lifting his arm slowly and pointing deeper into the mountain. 7.3 Why he let me leave. I understood the mountain differently after I found the black arrow in the storage bin. Not immediately. Terror does not produce insight on command. At first, it only gave me old sensations in new rooms. The cold flush, the hollow drop in the stomach, the instinct to check locks and windows and the spaces behind things. But once the first shock burned down into its longer, uglier afterlife, the event in the storage room began doing what the rest of the mountain had done to me from the beginning. It started rearranging the meaning of what had already happened. That was the real cruelty of it. The story had seemed terrible enough when I believed I had been hunted and had barely escaped. That version was simple, almost generous. A violent man in the woods, a vulnerable stranger who got unlucky, a series of bad decisions, a near miss, the kind of nightmare people can file under crime, wilderness danger, and bad chance. The arrow in the bin destroyed that version, because once I accepted that the threat had continued past rescue, whether through evidence handling, later access, or some route I still cannot explain, the older details shifted with it. Things that had looked chaotic became directional. Things I had wanted to interpret as failed attempts began to look more like controlled pressure. The mountain stopped reading as a place where someone tried and failed to kill me. It started reading as a place where someone succeeded in doing something else. I went over the sequence so many times that winter that I could have recited it in my sleep. The tire cut in the night, not my throat. Not the tent wall slit open while I slept. Not a direct confrontation while I was trapped, exhausted, and alone in a roadside camp. A cut tire, damage to mobility. A hand laid not on me, but on the one object that made retreat straightforward. That is not the decision of a person acting on sudden bloodlust. It is the decision of someone changing the shape of another person's options. Then the footsteps around the tent, close enough to touch the fabric beside my shoulder, close enough to tap the pole, close enough to let me understand exactly how little protection there was between us. He could have come through the zipper. He could have cut the wall. He could have fired through the nylon if killing me right there had been the point. Instead, he circled, pressed, paused. Let me hear him choosing not to enter. Fear as instruction. Morning brought the arrow by the fire ring. No note, no rant, no theatrical threat. Just the shaft in the ground where I could not miss it. Another sign that what happened in the dark had not belonged to uncertainty. It was a message, but one without language. Or maybe language so old and stripped down that action itself was the only vocabulary left. Then the road. The road had felt like a route out until it didn't. Everything that had happened there or just off it, the tree, the campsite, the sabotaged bike, the arrow in the dirt made staying on it feel like obedience to the wrong design. So I left it. I told myself that choice was mine. Maybe it was, in the technical sense. But technical truth is a thin defense once you understand how few options fear leaves intact. Higher up, the deer had been opened cleanly and left in cover beside a crossing. Food, perhaps. Bait, possibly. Warning, certainly in effect if not in original intent. More than anything, it was proof of competence, a person comfortable with blood, with knives, with carcass work, with concealment, not a tourist terror, not an amateur improvising violence because opportunity happened to present itself. Then the man by my bike. That image is still the cleanest one in my head. The dark outerwear, the hand on the handlebars, the bow, and above all, the stillness. If he had wanted to charge, he had time. If he had wanted to disappear, he had room. Instead, he stood where I could see him from above and lifted his arm to point deeper uphill. For a long time, I tried to interpret that gesture as mockery or threat or simply coincidence of movement distorted by distance and fear. I don't believe that anymore. He was showing me where to go, not because he expected obedience in any conscious sense, because by then he already understood what fear, terrain, and lack of options had made likely. He knew the road had been poisoned for me. He knew uphill still looked, to a desperate man, like the only form of agency left. The point was not to command. It was to confirm the direction of pressure. Even the first direct shot in the gully fits that shape now. It struck the tree close enough to dominate me, far enough not to end me. In the open on that bench, on the descent, in the scramble after the fall, there were other chances. If he was good enough to move through that country with a bow and enough confidence to lower an arrow through the boards of a ruined lookout at night, then he was good enough to kill me in at least one of those exposed moments if killing had been the clean objective. But the misses were not mistakes. They were part of the route. That is the coldest thing I know how to say about it, so I do not think I was simply being hunted. I think I was being moved. Moved off the road, moved uphill, moved through marked ground, moved past the deer and the crossings and the low cloth markers, moved toward the shoulder with the old lookout and the remains beneath it. That place on the mountain was meant to receive people, not in the ceremonial supernatural sense horror stories like to lean on. I mean in the practical human sense. The way some places are used because they are hard to see, easy to approach from more than one direction, and already prepared by prior violence to feel outside ordinary law. A shelf, a platform, a ruin, a line of roots feeding toward it. A place where bones could accumulate under boards, and where old cut marks in wood could be counted in grouped lines by someone who expected there would be another occasion to count. Maybe sometimes people died there. Maybe sometimes they were stored, stripped, reduced, hidden. And maybe sometimes this is the interpretation that has stayed with me, because it explains too much too neatly. Maybe sometimes they were allowed to leave, not out of mercy, out of function. Fear is portable in ways a corpse is not. A dead body is evidence if found, absence if not. A living person altered in the right ways becomes something else. A moving witness who cannot quite prove the scale of what happened. A person who edits his own account before others even need to. A person who starts scanning tree lines, noticing markers, staying quiet about the parts that sound impossible, and packing evidence away instead of forcing it into the open. That final corruption took me a long time to admit, because it reflects so poorly on the kind of man I prefer to think I am. I never showed the police the named arrow. I stopped asking questions before they truly told me to stop. I accepted their partial answers because pushing harder meant reopening rooms I was already afraid to enter. I packed the story away in a closet. Then, when the black arrow appeared with the strip of my tent tied beneath the fletching, I hid that too. Not forever, maybe, but long enough to matter. Long enough to reveal what had changed in me. I told myself my hesitation was strategic, understandable, complicated by distrust of institutions and by the holes already torn in my credibility. Some of that may even be true, but the uglier truth lives underneath those explanations. I had been trained into silence more effectively than I wanted to believe. That is why the mountain did not end with rescue, being found on the access road, stitched up under fluorescent lights, driven back to Oregon, and allowed to resume the visible parts of my life did not break the pattern.